Chapter 1359. During dinner, Princess Yongmu ate mutton skewers. One was fat, and the other was skinny. Both of them were skinny. Li lowered his head and ate. He was thinking about taking Princess Yongmu on a trip to America after the new year. South America. Cocoa, sunflowers, sweet potatoes, corn, etc. Oh, and kidney beans, tomatoes, and pumpkins. There was no coffee. It was in Africa. There was no coffee in Ethiopia. It was in the Gulf of Aden. There was the Red Sea, Egypt, and the Suez Canal. He did not know if he could cross the canal. This canal had been built a long time ago. It was just that it was relatively narrow and shallow, so it was very easy to block it with a small boat. It would be difficult to dig it up after it was abandoned for a long time. It was still peaceful there. There was no war there. Instead, there was an army that went to Spain and established the Andalus dynasty to fight against the Christians. The place with the canal was called the Wume dynasty. It was a large territory and was very good at fighting. Buddhism had been established for more than 100 years. There were some people who preached in the Tang dynasty, but the people did not believe in it. How do I get there? Fly. It's too expensive. Where can I land? Fly all the way. It's tiring to drive for so long. Li mumbled. He wanted to go to Zhuangzi to get the things he wanted. He would leave like the Navy and come back with more things. The main reason was to relax. Princess Yongmu had never seen the ocean or surfed before. Brother Yi, where are you going? Why are you driving? Li Longji heard him. I'm going to get sweet potatoes and bring Wen Tian with me. If I want to exchange for a yacht, I have to exchange for gasoline or diesel. Diesel is strong. Zhuangzi's production is not good. Li said it out loud as he was caught off guard. Brother Yi, you can't go. Brother Yi, don't go. Li Longji firmly objected. Don't go. What will happen to me if you go? I'll be back in a month. My yacht is fast. Li Yi was ready to exchange for a yacht with a speed of 40 knots. From the Tang dynasty to South America, there was no Panama Canal. They could only go around the Straits of Magellan and rush north. He would arrive in 10 days. If he was delayed midway, he would add another 2 days. He would search there for a few days before returning. 1 month, at most 40 days. No problem. A month? This. Li Longji wanted to refuse again. I'll go and get the things back. I guarantee that we'll be able to plant them this year. In a few years, there will be good crops everywhere. Li Yi gave a reason that was hard to refuse. They would go out at the beginning of spring and come back to plant some crops. For example, the cloud beans and tomatoes. Today was the 1st of February in the Gregorian calendar. After the new year, if they left after the 15th, and if they were delayed by land, they would only be back in April. The same goes for kidney beans, corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, sunflowers, and peanuts. According to the information, peanuts could be found in ancient China, but Li Yi did not find them. There was no point in thinking about this. He just had to hurry up and get them back. Who should I bring? Li Longji gritted his teeth. For the sake of the people of the Tang dynasty, he chose to separate from Li Yi for a period of time. 20 winged knights. I want the first batch of trainees. The imperial court needs healthy officials who don't get seasick. I can't always treat them for seasickness. Li Yi was looking for people. If there were too many people, the yacht would not be able to fit them. He wanted people who were fast and could withstand the waves. Guazi will go. Li Longji gritted his teeth again. He was afraid that something would happen to Li Yi. Zi will stay behind to command the winged knights. I have my ways. I just need to send gifts. Li Yi knew that the natives outside were easier to get along with. As long as you don't ask for too much, they would be willing to help. It would be better if they could exchange gifts. The Native Americans looked like China people. This was something that Rinpochian could identify with. There were people who made pottery over there. Rinpochian could give them porcelain, silk clothes, tea leaves, refined salt, steel knives, and so on. As for the horses, it would be too tiring to bring them along. Rinpochian had to take care of them along the way. Can they communicate? Li Dan was curious about how the two parties talked. They can understand if I use hand signals to tell them to eat, sleep, and change things. Li was not worried about this. Communication between people did not completely rely on language. When are you going? Empress Wang asked. Let's finish Qing Dai's surgery first. Also, let's check the condition of the infertile people. Li Yi did not know when he would leave. Anyway, he would start to practice on the death row prisoners in 2 days. At the same time, he would check on Lan Bao's sister-in-law and noble consort Lu. Ren Baqian estimated that it would be around the 5th day of Chinese New Year. It would be a waste of time if he did not wait until the 15th day of Chinese New Year. Alright, Li Longji completely agreed. Ren Baqian decided to go for a month. Anyway, Ren Baqian was staying in Zhuangzi every day. Other places were dangerous. Everyone immediately lost interest in the delicacies in front of them. Li did not seem so important the last time they went to Luoyang. Everyone felt that something was missing. In Honglu Temple, a group of Tubo people who did not know that Li Yi was going on a long journey were eating mutton hot pot. They were in a good mood. Li Yi had found jobs for them. Li Yi actually gave out such a high salary just to teach some people about our place and the skills we have. Should we teach them fake skills? Bo Qiao was no longer so worried. The 2 countries were at peace. At least he felt that it was 2 countries. The Tang dynasty did not recognize them. Simba shook his head. No, Li Yi will take revenge. When the time comes, he will scheme against us. I think he is scheming against us now. Even if I don't know how he is scheming against us. Bo Qiao knew Li Yi very well. He did not think that it was easy to get such a high salary. There must be a problem. What else can he scheme against us? Want our lives? Give it to him. Another Tubo person threw caution to the wind. Maybe it is more important than our lives. Bo Qiao was still vigilant. Simba closed his eyes for a while. Let's wait and see. You have to hand over your salary and use it for our expenses. Only now do I realize that money is the most important thing. Another Tubo person's face was full of worry. He knew that his Tubo had lost a lot of land, but there was nothing he could do. Only with things can you have money. Money can't be printed casually. It will cause trouble. Bo Qiao understood this better. The Li family Zhuangzi welcomed people to take the exchange coupons to exchange for copper and gold at any time. There were no restrictions. However, the people of the Tang dynasty did not exchange at all. They gave the coupons to the Li family Zhuangzi to buy things. They did not want gold or silver. However, many people found gold, silver, copper, and silk from other places, and went to the Li family Zhuangzi to exchange for the coupons. The price of silk became lower and lower, and the purchasing power decreased. Then the people used silk to pay rent. The Tang dynasty court allowed it. Do you think the Li family Zhuangzi really has so much gold, silver, and copper that can be exchanged? If it is not enough, once everyone exchanges, the coupons will become worthless. The Tubo person who spoke just now thought of a good idea. He was quite smart and knew how to operate. It's no use. How can we have enough money to exchange? The other people of the Tang dynasty listened to Li Yi. They don't need to exchange for jewelry. No one will exchange. Simba did not even think about it. He believed in Li Yi. Chapter 1360. After the meal, the snow turned from heavy snow to moderate snow with no intention of stopping. The wind did not blow so wildly. Li Longji and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the wind would not stop blowing snow. Brother Yi, what are you most afraid of when it snows? Li Longji stood beside a vegetable greenhouse and watched the people sweeping the snow there. Moving south, Li did not say anything about crushing the houses. He was worried that the snow would fall to the south. Why? Li Longji thought that the roads were blocked or the shacks were broken. There is little snow in the south. When the snow falls, the people panic, and it is not easy to deal with it. Traveling is a problem. People in the north know how to walk on ice and snow since young. But they still fall, not to mention the south. There are crops in the south. When the snow falls, the crops are frozen to death, and the livestock are not used to it. Li Yi recalled the heavy snow in the south when he was talking about the situation. They could not walk at all. They did not know how to drive, and had to transfer bus drivers from the north. There were not enough tools to sweep the snow. Who would prepare so many snow removal equipment? They were used to wearing thin clothes and had to buy new clothes. When the sun came out, they scattered the snow piled up by the roadside onto the road. They did not understand why there was snow on the road. It was not easy to clear it. In fact, The snow piled up by the roadside in the north was scattered onto the road after the snow stopped and the sun shone, speeding up the melting process. Later, there were more people in the south who went to the north. When they went back for the new year, they looked forward to the snow because they knew how to drive. Now in the south of the Tang dynasty, the temperature inside was lower than outside. When they wanted to warm up, they had to go out and bask in the sun. When it snowed heavily, it was colder outside and colder inside. They would get sick. Li Longji raised his eyebrows. Will it snow in the south this year? No. There is no need to worry about the drought in the Guangzhou area this year. There are many water networks in the capital, so we have to pay attention to flood control. Li considered in advance. Previously, there was a locust plague in the east of Taihang Mountains. Then, there was a drought in Guangzhou. Because of the wells and a series of measures to eliminate the locusts, the two dangers were resisted. When Guangzhou returned to normal, the water network could easily cause the water level to be too high and unable to drain. It was okay to plant rice, but if they planted other crops soaked in the water all day, their roots would rot. No matter how the net was laid out, the water would eventually flow into the river, and then into the sea. Li Qingqi patted the snow off his body. The ice melts at the beginning of spring, and the canals of the Yellow River will be easier to walk through. Take care. You'll need to do something extra when going up or down, such as the Hookah waterfall. In Li Yi's mind, the artificial canal where prisoners on death row were used to line up duds appeared. Dozens of people had died. Don't think that this was a joke. Only the condemned prisoners would give them a chance. Fortunately, the prisoners on death row, who had to die, were left behind. They could be used to practice their surgeries. Once the canal was opened, the distance would be shortened by a lot, and there would be no need to circle around it. When the canal passed through Chang'an, it flowed against the current. When it reached the mountains and entered the Yellow River, it flowed with the current. From the position of the lower river to the northwest, it was still upstream. The direction was the same. The Yellow River flowed downstream, then upstream, then downstream to Chang'an. In theory, from Chang'an to the place where the shape of the river was, if they took the canal, the countercurrent would be shorter. Otherwise, they would have to go from the Yellow River in the east to the Hookah waterfall. There were many holes in the rocks on both sides of the Hookah waterfall. Someone had taken a video of it and said that they didn't know what it was for. What else could it be for? Of course, it was for the boats to drill holes and insert wood to borrow strength. It was similar to some parts of the Yangtze River. There were holes where the boatmen pulled the reins. The boatmen were not stupid. If there was a place where they could put a stick, why would they not do that? Why did they have to dig the rocks? Third elder brother, big brother, when the train comes out, we can still use the steam engine boats. We can use the steam engine boats to transport the Yangtze River. The Yellow River is fine too. When it's critical, we can relay the boats back and forth. Even if we don't relay the boats, we can still increase the efficiency. As for the boatmen, they have non-steam engine boats and steamships. They can help pull the boats. Actually, it's faster for steamships to go upstream in the Yangtze River. Li Yi spoke whatever came to mind. He chatted with others about trivial matters and poems. His conversations were about the people's livelihood. Ever since he came to the Tang dynasty and supported Zhuangzi alone, he had come up with many ideas for the Tang dynasty. That's how it should be. Li Longji suppressed his impatience. He wished that he could get it done in one go. The Zhang family's village is good. Li Dan was not in a hurry. He was used to it. What he wanted most was to live a few more years and see more of the Tang dynasty. He was reluctant to do so. He had experienced too much in his life. He became the emperor again and again, but he was forced to retire again and again. When he saw his family members die one by one due to internal strife, he was disheartened and had nothing to live for. When Li Yi appeared, he was reluctant to die. Li Yi entered the greenhouse and saw a small cucumber about a centimeter long. He plucked two of them, rubbed the cucumber bones with his hands, and gave one to Princess Yongmu. He took a bite and smacked his lips. Follow the fertilizer, follow the water fertilizer. Pay attention to the temperature. Don't let it get too cold. Princess Yongmu also took a bite. It's not sweet enough. Dongzhu, do you want to go to my greenhouse and try a small eggplant? The villager next to them was anxious. Just one bite is enough. Go to my place, I have more. Actually, it's better to have some my fan stones. Put them around the roots of the cucumbers in the greenhouse and water them. Where can I find more my fan stones? Li walked forward again. He plucked a small eggplant about 2 inches long, wiped it with his hand, and threw it into his mouth. Eggplants were sweeter than cucumbers, and the frosted eggplants were sweeter. Also, the small cucumbers were most suitable for pickling prawn oil side dishes. They were the Jinzhou side dishes of Li Yi's time. The authentic ones were all small things from the market, including beans and screwdrivers. If there are too many, pluck them down. Otherwise, it will affect the growth. There are so many of them. Pluck the small eggplants far away from the main stem and pickle them. They won't compete with other eggplants for nutrients. Li Yi plucked a small eggplant from another plant and gave it to Princess Yongmu. I just can't bear to do it. I know it's written in the newspaper. I think it's enough to get more fertilizer. The villager in the greenhouse was also in a dilemma. Let's take advantage of the Chinese New Year and sell them at a good price. If you feel sorry for plucking the small eggplants, I'll charge you 3 times the price and eat them as fruits. Li Yi liked to eat raw eggplants, especially the small ones. He didn't eat the big ones with hard skin, as they were not delicious. I'll deal with them myself. The villager thought for a while and decided not to sell them. He could eat them himself. Even Dongzhu agreed. When growing vegetables, you need to consider the nutrients. Just like the grapes, the sharp ends can still be eaten. They're sour. Li Yi continued walking. He couldn't visit every greenhouse. He picked this one and told him the problems. The other greenhouses followed this one. He didn't taste the cowpeas, lentils, and peas. They couldn't be eaten raw. Chrysanthemum flower and lettuce could be eaten. They belonged to the category of pickled vegetables. This is a tourist destination. Do you have enough ginger and garlic? I planted a lot of ginger in the north. It's time to bring them back. Li Yi was very patient and considered all the details. Yes, but we don't need the garlic. We can grow it ourselves. Now the garlic stalks and sprouts are all grown by ourselves. The villager answered. Okay. Wait a moment. In the winter next year, you can use the greenhouses to help grow things. I won't sell them. I'll give you the money earned from the greenhouses. Li Yi wanted to grow tomatoes and kidney beans in the same way as the greenhouses to speed up the reproduction. Unlike the eggplants and cucumbers, these two were easier to keep as seeds. Chapter 1361. Like this, keep the seeds. Keep this cucumber. The trunk is thick, and the height is just right. It grows big. Li pointed to a cucumber and said, this cucumber was about 6 inches from the ground, and it should be picked. It could still grow, because it was close to the trunk, and had the most nutrients. At the same time, this seedling looked thicker than the others. It was a good seedling to keep the seeds. If necessary, a small shelf had to be built for this cucumber, and then a red rope would be tied to it as a mark. The blue rope was the same as the other colored ropes and cloth strips. It was easy to identify. For example, when a person was looking for ginseng, he would tie it with a red rope after finding it. It did not necessarily have to be red. In the woods, red was conspicuous. This reason had nothing to do with the ginseng having long legs. Except for red, other colors were not suitable. Black was the color of the soil. Blue and yellow were easily confused with the colors of other plants around. The bigger the color difference, the easier it was to identify. It was impossible for a person to find one at a time. Ginseng was still in the Tang dynasty, and there were still many of them. In the northeast, it was planted later. Some ginseng had been planted for more than 30 years, but it was stolen. Now there was no one planting in the Tang dynasty, so there was no stealing. The problem was to keep the seeds. The cucumbers and eggplants should not touch the ground as much as possible. If they did, they would rot. There was no need for cowpeas. When lettuce and chrysanthemum were planted in the greenhouse, they did not need to wait for the poles to sprout. The little girl Qingdai did not know how to plant vegetables. Now, she was looking at her master explaining, as if he was a farmer. By the time Li Yi came out of the greenhouse, a full half an hour had passed. 1 hour. He kept looking and explaining. He even took a bite of the cowpeas to taste them. In 2 years we will plant big cherries, but they are more sour. Even if the cherries in the north are good, they are not as good as those in the south. Li came out with a basket and talked about cherries. There were no big cherries in the north. They had to adapt to the environment. The best big cherries were in South America, which was Chile. It had a long coastline and territory. Argentina was also good. In Li's time, Peru was not a problem, but the Peruvians were not willing to plant cherries. They were addicted to cocaine and marijuana, including Colombia and Ecuador. This was called the Silver Triangle. In the later period of the Golden Triangle, Li planted less because the China government intervened. The Wakhan corridor was connected to Afghanistan, Iran, Pakistan, and other places called the Golden Crescent, which was also heroin. They were planting poppies. This year, the capital government had planted quite a few poppies. They told the people that this was medicine, and that it was being planted by the roadside. Whoever was willing to take the initiative to help them harvest, it was free to do so. If he wanted to cut the pulp, he would bring the large smoking gourd over as well. That way, the Li family Zhuangzi would give him 1 tael of pulp and 1 caddy of gourd soap. They had collected quite a lot this year, and the commoners were willing to help. Knowing that it was medicine, they didn't dare to casually consume it. Li ate. He used the cut gourd to braise food. It was refreshing. Eating this was not addictive, unless he ate it every day. But to say that he couldn't quit, that was impossible. During the Republic of China, there were so many people smoking cigarettes. If they suddenly stopped smoking, could it be that they couldn't afford to live? They all died because of this. At most, he would suffer for a period of time. If he couldn't buy it, what could he do? Tobacco won't do. This isn't allowed to be passed over. The restrictions are stricter than poppies. Li's thoughts wandered, and he thought of tobacco. The Tang dynasty didn't exist yet. The people of the Tang dynasty didn't say that they wouldn't live if they couldn't smoke. They didn't know at all. Since that was the case, there was no need to bring it over, even if Li used to smoke. He hadn't smoked in the past few years, so there was no problem. I should still plant some, and extract the nicotine separately as medicine. Li hesitated again. He didn't want to smoke, but he knew that tobacco contained a lot of nicotine. Li was thinking about traditional Chinese medicine. Anything could be used as medicine. Was nicotine useful in medical treatment? Of course it was useful. It was nicotine. As long as it stimulated and affected living creatures, it was medicine. What? Cyanide? This was also medicine. It depended on how it was used and how much it was used. Interventional surgery had to be done with thread, right? What was the difference between this kind of medicine and traditional Chinese medicine? Arsenic was also medicine. The difference was that the other party was strong. The strength of a certain period of time was strong, and then the other party set the rules. Traditional Chinese medicine couldn't follow the theories of traditional Chinese medicine. It had to conform to the theories of others. It was a matter of rules and ideology. Yes, ideology was the most important. Some races were like catfish, aggressive. Human society needed them. The Rising Sun City was a representative. They were like this, like human cancer cells always existing. This year's heavy snow probably won't cause too much loss to the people. Li Longji heard Li muttering, but he was concerned about the people. He couldn't get specific data from the distant places. The nearest place was the capital office. If it were historical records, Li Longji would think that it was the Kaiyuan age. He was too powerful. With Li around the Golden Age? Haha. The people of the Tang dynasty lived like the Li family Zhuangzi? They had arrived at the Golden Age. If they couldn't achieve it, where was their face? Li Longji was very low-key now and didn't dare to promote himself. No. Li agreed. Then he saw candied haws made with grapes and yams. When Tian looked, this is good. Grow grapes in a greenhouse. If you sell 1 mu of grapes, you can earn back the capital of 10 mu. Li picked up a non-mainstream candied haws made with grapes and cut out a large piece. Yes, the candied haws were cut out. With a touch, a large piece appeared. There wasn't much sugar used. Just like the people who use sugar to make paintings, the sugar was sour according to the weight. A sugar man and a sugar painting, a little sugar was enough. The reason why it was so expensive was to sell the craftsmanship. Wasn't it easy to buy sugar? If you buy sugar and paint, can you paint by yourself? There were also candied people, one starting from 10 yuan, some more than 30 yuan. Let the children blow by themselves, and then shout slogans. People used to blow candies to sell candies. When it came to Li Yi, what was sugar? Shouldn't everyone look at art? Li Lang, can sweet potatoes be made into candied haws? Princess Yongmu's mind wasn't on the price. Before she met Li Yi, she valued money very much, and was afraid that she wouldn't be able to eat meat. Now she didn't care how much she earned. She could eat red braised pork whenever she wanted. Li Lang could make many kinds of red braised pork. Yes, it's best to eat roasted sweet potatoes. They were very cheap in the past. Oh, when we get them back, I will roast them for you. Li Yi was nostalgic again. The price of sweet potatoes was getting more and more expensive. In the past it was 6 cents per caddy. After that, it was 8 cents, 12 cents, 20 cents, 25 cents, 30 cents, 50 cents, 80 cents, 1 yuan, 1 yuan, 1 yuan, 3 yuan, 15 yuan. 1 caddy. All of them were 1 caddy. It meant that the cost of materials didn't matter, but the cost of labor increased. The key was that in the county and cities, they couldn't roast sweet potatoes themselves. In the countryside, roasting sweet potatoes was a byproduct. Chapter 1362. Meng Haoren and Wang Wei followed behind and listened in confusion. Although the two of them had land at home, they did not know how to farm. Meng Haoren knew that farming was important, but he did not know what kind of crops were. Now that he was listening to Li Yi explain the specific knowledge of farming to the villagers, he felt tired. It seemed that Li Yi was proficient in everything, including the problem of women not having children. The villagers did not have any other thoughts. They were used to it. In a tent of a family, a group of people were listening. After listening, they told the others, if you don't want the chives to be spicier, cover them with 2 more layers of silk. The chives will turn yellow. Without the synthesis of chlorophyll, the spiciness will be reduced. Li Yi came to the field of chives under the shed and looked at the chives. Because of the lack of photosynthesis, the chives were not very green. If they were covered, the chives would be even more yellow. Dongzhu, is it too late? My family did not plant chives this year. The villagers were anxious. When Li Yi said that something was good, they believed that it would make money. Try it. Your family does not lack the silk. Li Yi knew that the villagers were rich. Okay. The villagers agreed. How much is the silk now? Wang Wei asked Meng Haoren. Wang Wei's family was rich and did not care about the value of money. Meng Haoren thought, 500 coins? 130 coins Chang in exchange. Li Yi turned around and gave the exact price. If a bolt of silk was brought to the Li family's farmstead, he would be able to get 130 coins, not the previous 550 coins. Therefore, there were fewer people weaving ordinary silk. The ones outside were used to exchange goods. The imperial court still collected the original amount. The imperial court suffered a loss, and the people benefited. Some people thought that the imperial court was stupid and did not know the problem. The imperial court was subsidizing the people because they were rich. With so much money, why would they bully the people? In the future, the price of silk will drop to 80 to 100 coins. It can't go any lower. Its application value is there. Li Yi drew a fluctuating range for the price of silk. If it was lower than 80 coins, everyone would make clothes. Silks that had been in storage for a long time were of poor quality and were sold at a low price. The commoners took them to see if they could be made into small clothes. If it really didn't work, he could make shoes and boots, layer by layer, and glue them together. Even worse, it can't even be made into shoes. Paper can be sold to paper mills. This is a good material. In the future, we need to plan the planting area for cotton. The local food crops and vegetables must be sufficient before we are allowed to plant cotton. Hashi Jidushi's place didn't count. It was planted there because the climate was suitable and the local fruits were good. The temperature difference between day and night is big, so the yield of rice and wheat is low. Highland barley is fine. Cotton can be planted there, and it will be a key area in the future. As Li Yi talked about the silk, the topic turned to cotton. The Hashi Jidushi was located in the Xinjiang of his time. At that time, there were more Muslim religions. In that kind of restaurant, there were more rules, and it was quite annoying. No drinking or smoking. Many of the rules were added later. When did tobacco reach the territory of Islam? You didn't have it before, but now that you did, you forbade it? Li usually didn't go to such restaurants to eat. He felt restricted. He went to eat, not to fight. There shouldn't be regional attacks, and there shouldn't be ethnic hatred. So we should raise less silkworms? Wang Wei had decided to write a letter home and tell his family not to hire people to raise silkworms. Wrong, we should raise more silkworms. Silk is valuable, and a bolt of good brocade and satin can be exchanged for thousands of stones of grain. Others don't have it, and silk is an honor. Li quickly made it clear. Don't give up, continue to raise silkworms, and we can use them for export. Spices, silk, porcelain, which one of them didn't make money? Do you know how big the trade surplus was before the Opium War? Wang Wei immediately dispelled the idea of writing a letter home. Yes, sell it to outsiders and make more money. Li strolled around and gave pointers to the crops one by one. The villagers used their heads to write, and the palace maids and eunuchs used pens to write. When they go back, they can tidy up and choose useful things to write into a book. The people in the imperial court compared Li to Confucius, and Confucius's Analects were summarized by later generations. Confucius taught the general direction and mainly focused on the rules of behavior. Li was very specific, including the mutual status and means between countries, agriculture, fortifications, medical education, economy. Confucius didn't teach how to grow watermelons to make them sweet, but the impact of watermelons on society. Li directly said what problems would be encountered when growing watermelons, and what methods to use to solve them. The people in the imperial court felt that Li Yi's words were more practical, and every step he took brought about absolute benefits. Of course, occasionally, he would write poems to be romantic when he was bored. When Li Yi finished speaking, he took a long time to walk out. I'm going back, don't send me off. Li Yi said goodbye to the villagers as he came over to relax. He also wanted to solve the small problem of growing watermelons. It was so close, and he didn't want them to send him back to Zhuangzi. Dongzhu, we won't send you off. When you need 1,000,000 people watch, we will give it to you. We can also write 1,000,000 people book for Her Majesty. If you want to impeach someone, we will help. The village chief Zhang Xiao guaranteed Li Yi on behalf of the villagers that the Zhang family's village was close to Chang'an, and they were rich and had many people. If such a village caught an official to write 1,000,000 people book for Her Majesty, the official would have to avoid suspicion, ask for leave, and go home to wait for the results. When I went to Hongnong, I took several million people watches along the way. It's enough. I'll look for you when I'm done. Thank you, everyone. Li Yi clasped his hands. You're welcome. Dongzhu, if you need anything, just say it. If you don't like someone, we will go and block their door. The villagers were full of enthusiasm and clasped their hands. Wang Wei and Meng Haoren. Once again, they felt the importance of the people's hearts, which could help to get rid of political enemies. The most annoying thing was that the more people didn't need it, the more people were willing to give it to them. If Li Yi wanted to get rid of an official, did he need 1,000,000 people watch? How many local officials wanted 1,000,000 people watch, but couldn't get one, because the people didn't want to put their fingerprints on it? Third brother, look at the people's hearts. How many million people watch can I get if I just call them and write it in the newspaper? What kind of official should I be? Li said with a smile as he walked back. Do you want the throne? All the people in the capital government will push you to the throne if you call them. Li Longji was more direct. No. Then I'll be a secondary class rank 2 civil official. I'll also raise the rank of martial official. It's too low. Secondary class rank 9 civil official and secondary class rank 2 civil official, a pair. Li Yi shook his head. What's so good about being an emperor? It's not free. General of the army? Li Longji asked Li Yi. This was the secondary class rank 2 civil official. Okay. Li Yi nodded and looked at the others. The others also nodded. Whatever secondary class rank 2 then. When the time comes, you will be paid. When you retire, you will also have a salary. If you have a child, you can be an official. If you and Princess Yongmu have a child, How can you be an official? Okay. Li Longji looked at Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu smiled. She wasn't happy because Li Yi was promoted. She just felt that it was fun. Chapter 1363. Gao Lisher ran away as fast as he could to the political affairs hall. He had to hurry up and bring the Wu Sanguan over. Gao Lisher had to bring back the documents from the Hall of Governmental Affairs first. This way, the people from the Hall of Governmental Affairs wouldn't have to deal with it. Brother Yi, why is there a battlements on the side facing the Zhang family village? Li Longji only found out when he was on his way back. The other positions in the Li family Zhuangzi were empty. Not only was there a small city wall facing the Zhang family village, but there was also a battlements. The Zhang family village was the most secure position, guarding against the Zhang family village. If there are city walls and battlements elsewhere, but the Zhang family village doesn't, and there is also a small bridge, if someone really wants to attack the Li family Zhuangzi, they will definitely occupy the Zhang family village first. Li Yi gave an answer about love. Everyone suddenly understood. There was nothing wrong with it. With the city walls and battlements, whoever wants to attack the Li family Zhuangzi will not have to go through the Zhang family village. This was the most difficult place to attack. It was useless to occupy it. They can't break in. We know the structure of this bridge very well. We have rehearsed where the explosives can be placed to blow up the bridge. Li Yi gave another arrangement. Brother Yi, you are very thoughtful. Li Qingqi sighed. Everything that could go wrong was arranged properly, even if there were winged knights inside and outside. His brother Yi was already extremely cautious. He did this even when there were heavy machine guns. It was reassuring. Li Qingqi thought of the heavy machine guns and looked at Li Yi. Brother Yi, what else do you have besides heavy machine guns? I found something. As long as you are in a pit or behind a wall, the heavy machine guns can't penetrate it. Oh, there are also mortars. They are like throwing things. They are thrown up, and then fall down and arc arrows are shot from the bow. They will explode in pits and behind walls. I also have a shoulder-mounted fuel air explosive. It doesn't matter where you are. As long as you are in the middle of the explosion range, you will be suffocated to death even if you don't die from the explosion. It can fly out more than 800 meters. Within a radius of 50 meters, there will be no survivors. People within a radius of 100 meters will be affected by the shockwave. Li finally said what weapon he had. Fuel air explosive. The enemy did not scatter their troops, but bombarded a large area. Their rifles had a long range, so they had to attack bit by bit. If they didn't even try to countercharge, it would be meaningless. In that case, Brother Yi, you can rest assured and take Wen Tian out to sea. Li Longji first thought about Li Yi's safety. With this weapon, who could beat him? It sounded even more powerful than the Skycracker monkey. One person was enough, and it was easy to carry around. At the same time, Li Longji felt even more at ease. Look, you already have such a powerful person, yet you don't want to be the emperor? Good. In the future, when our son grows up, he will be under your tutelage. Naturally, he will listen to you. What other good weapons does Li Lang have? Princess Yongmu wanted to know more. Now I have to learn how to operate it. From here, I can directly attack Tubo's base. I can swap it out, but I don't want to use it. Li Yi estimated the distance. From Chang'an to Potala Palace, he didn't need an intercontinental ballistic missile. Mid-range missiles were enough, and he could directly blow it up. When he thought of mid-range missiles, Li Yi couldn't help but think of India. They were shouting at China. India's capital was more than 300 kilometers away from China's border, and China's rocket launchers had a maximum range of more than 480 kilometers. Li didn't understand. At such a close distance, can your defense system withstand it? Ask the Jews if their Iron Dome defense system is good. Do you know what a rocket launcher is? It's not a missile. How can you defend against 5,000 rockets fired at once? Also, Lucio, do you think the rocket launchers at Shannon East Road are not enough to cover your entire territory? The entire territory is more than 300 kilometers away. Some people just don't know what's wrong with them. Li thought and actually said it out loud. Li Lang is right. Princess Yongmu thought Li Yi was talking about Tubo. My husband can directly hit you there. And you still want to be arrogant? Li Lang, can we eat braised pork there? Princess Jinsheng. How sad it is that you can't eat braised pork there. Princess Yongmu thought of the most important problem, braised pork. I sent canned food there. You can eat it after heating it up. There are beef, pork and chicken. Li Yi comforted Princess Yongmu. Don't be sad, we have a way. Okay. Princess Yongmu was happy. She didn't think much of it before. But now she felt that the Tang dynasty had wronged Princess Jinsheng. As a woman, she had no choice. She would marry whoever she wanted her to. And she will choose Li Lang. No matter how she looked at it, Li Lang was the best. Everyone walked slowly, and no one wrote poems. They talked about the national affairs of the Tang dynasty. Li Longji and others were in a good mood. It turned out that Li Yi had such a good weapon. From Chang'an to Tubo. Who can't fight in the future? Turks are farther away than Tubo? They can't kill you. Gao Lisher ran. He didn't need to change horses. He reached the place in a sprint. Let's talk about something. Just now, Li Dongzhu wanted to be an official. But he was only a minor official. Those who want to be an official with a minor official, quickly write the document. Gao Lisher ran to the place and said to the 4 prime ministers who were drinking ginseng. At this moment, he was representing His Majesty. He didn't smile. General of the army? This promotion is fast. Song Jing muttered. He wrote the document himself. Here. The Hall of Governmental Affairs wrote the document, and the Gate of Governmental Affairs wrote the document. The process was completed in 5 minutes. Everything was done. Don't delay Li Yi's mood. His mood can also be delayed. Then I will go back. I will send something to you later. I can't go personally. Gao Lisher was full of smiles. The Gate of Governmental Affairs sent people to deliver the document to Li Yi. If they could get something, they would like to go and fight for it. If they didn't get it, they would have to make up for it. It wasn't easy being an official. Gao Lisher left. The 4 prime ministers looked at each other with a puzzled look. Why is Li Yi thinking about being an official? Sui had never considered Li Yi's position. Any official position was useless to Li Yi. He did not lack that little bit of salary. Even if he went out without money, the entire capital office. No matter where he went, the common people would line the streets to welcome him. He didn't lack power, including himself. He felt that it was time for him to step down. What's the use of being an official? Looks good? Why don't you take the imperial examinations? Get first place in the first rank, or be an outlier and set up a memorial arch for you. You will definitely be an outlier. The national policies were all written by him. Who would dare to find fault with him? He has nothing to do. Shaoi has nothing to do all day. He can be happy for half a month, if he becomes an official. Bai Gu also didn't know. But he could belittle Li Yi. He could belittle him behind his back, but he couldn't do it in front of him. What if he had bad teeth? He still needed Li Yi's help. It's Lunar New Year. If you have a sticky fire spoon, go to Li family Zhuangzi to get it. Also there is spiced beef. He will definitely have beef. Zhang Jiuling was embarrassed to ask Li Yi for things in the past. Now he was used to it. He realized that if he didn't want it, it meant that they weren't close enough. The salary and other benefits of a secondary grade 2 official is quite a lot. Bai Gu suddenly thought of something important. The finance department had to fork out the money. Every year it had to be given. His heart ached. Chapter 1364. Li Yi and the others had just returned to the courtyard when Gao Lisher came back with the certificate. Li Dongzhu, I brought it for you. Gao Lisher wiped the sweat on his forehead. Thank you, General Gao. Li didn't bribe anyone, but there were people around. Bribing in front of others? Gao Lisher didn't care. If he wanted something, he could send someone to Li family Zhuangzi to get it. Usually it was skincare products, perfume and food. He didn't want a mirror, but he did want a thermos. Look, this is a secondary class, second-rank military officer. Do you know what position it is? Li showed off the certificate to Princess Yongmu. Amazing. What is it? Princess Yongmu cooperated. She threw herself into Li Yi's arms and laughed. Be serious. It's an official given by the imperial court. Li Yi emphasized the sense of ceremony. So many people laughed. They couldn't be serious anymore. People need to study, take the imperial examination, and then become outstanding. Rich people don't need to buy good land. There are thousands of millets in books. Don't need to build a house. There is a house of gold in books. Don't regret going out alone. There are many carriages and horses in books. Don't regret marrying a wife without a good matchmaker. There are beautiful women in books. If a man wants to live his life, he must study the 5 classics in front of the window. Li changed one word. The original was 6 classics, but he changed it to 5 classics. There was a big difference between the 6 classics and the 5 classics. There were several different books. Li didn't care. Whether it was the 6 classics, the 5 classics, or the 8 classics of the Ming Dynasty, he could answer them all easily. Good poem to encourage learning. Li Longji praised first. According to modern poetry, this poem was bullshit. But the poem was to encourage learning. It used the simplest words to stimulate the surging heart. When Li Longji heard the content, he knew it was to encourage learning. Being an official was very realistic. There was no such thing as serving the people in the Tang dynasty. It was all about gaining material gains and spiritual gains. Why did so many people want to be prime ministers? It could be recorded in the history books. Seek for the present, but also for the future. The people of the Tang dynasty believed in this, and left something for their descendants. Take Du Fu for example. He had once submitted a petition to the government, but he thought that he was too young. Then he submitted a petition to Li Longji, saying that he wanted to be like his predecessors. The so-called like an ancestor actually meant that he wanted an official position like an ancestor. He had a kind of lofty and unyielding character. He didn't want to be a lowly official, and didn't want to take up the post. Just like Li Yi, there was a literary revolution in history. In order to raise money for his children's school fees, his father sold old books, and put some sand in them to increase their weight. The child saw it. He did not understand his father's painstaking efforts, and the financial pressure of the family. His mind was filled with the word loyalty and so on. So he reported his father. After that, his father was caught and beaten up many times. He was almost beaten to death. After that, there were repercussions, and he passed away after a few years. The child did not think that he was wrong, even if he could not go to school. It could be said that he blamed the era. It was all the era's fault. But in the same era, there were some people who made a fortune and avoided the liquidation. What did that mean? It meant that they did not learn well from Confucius. Confucius's way of being a gentleman was actually the way of survival and promotion. If one understood Confucius's way, there would be no problem. Unfortunately, Confucius's descendants did not understand. They betrayed the country time and time again. In the end, there was one time when they did not play well. But they still understood the principle of living by branching out. The Kong family's southern branch survived, and the Kong family's northern branch became a tourist destination, just like the Zhuge family and the Sima family of the Three Kingdoms. It seemed to be very useful, but it could not withstand the analysis of later generations. So, Zi, if there's anything else the family needs, just say it, Li Yi said to Guozi. Guozi's family was too loyal. Every time he went to carefully analyze the price his family paid in the Tang dynasty, he would cry. This was the true meaning of the mean. If a country has the Tao, it will not change. If a country has no Tao, it will not change until it dies. The mean meant that it was useful. Mediocrity was not vulgar. The mean meant the Tao of heaven, and the mean was used to describe the country. It proved that the people at that time knew that the country was important. In the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, after Confucius, they did monstrous evil in the name of Confucius. They used the sage of their ancestors to show the despicable nature of human nature. Li knew that Guozi's family was different. His family had done everything they could do, and used their lives to explain what loyalty was. Li admitted that he could not do it, so he admired others. No, the children need to learn. Li Dongzhu, can you let my children come over? Guozi did not need anything for himself. He wanted the children of his family to go to the Li family Zhuangzi. He was also from a big family. There were many children in his family, including some children from other relatives, who had not been married for 3 years. They will be sent over after the new year. Send someone to pick them up. When Tian and I come back, I will personally teach them. Your children should adapt to the collective living environment first. Li agreed. Only those who planned for future generations could prove their credibility. For example, many companies were willing to hire people with children. Traditional companies were not like restaurants. The restaurant had to have young, handsome men and beautiful women to attract customers. If you said you were married, especially a woman, the restaurant would not want you. Unless you're cleaning, call the janitor. Big companies were willing to hire people with children, especially in the administrative departments. People would only be stable if they had a family. They knew that those who did not have permanent assets would not have perseverance. The more stable the family was, the more assured they would be to hire such people. The probability of them taking risks was also lower. Big companies were willing to hire such people, except for the public relations department. That's it. There was a job in the public relations department that was to appease the customers. Usually, if the customer was a lady, they would send a handsome man over. If the customer was not a lady, they would send a beautiful woman over. If the customer needed to go on a business trip, the customer would be doing business with a few million RMB. Then how to coordinate this? Haha. In the blink of an eye, it was Lunar New Year, and the snow had stopped. The wind was not that strong, and the governor felt that it was peaceful. After that, everyone started to make sticky fire spoons, which were rice cakes. These things were not delicious, and had a big impact on the stomach. The reason why they were making them now was to make it more convenient to eat during the Lunar New Year. Starting from Lunar New Year, they were preparing for the Lunar New Year. During the Lunar New Year, they would eat and have no time to cook. They would use the prepared food to fill their stomachs. To put it bluntly, there were more cold dishes and fewer hot dishes during the Lunar New Year. There were more hot dishes when there were vegetables in the greenhouse. During the Lunar New Year in the Tang Dynasty, people would eat more staple food. If they could cook cabbage, it would be a good dish. But now, the people of the governor's office were different. They had higher goals. If they want to eat hot pot, they will eat hot pot during the Lunar New Year. During the Lunar New Year, they must make dumplings. Get ready to set off firecrackers. This year, the Li family Zhuangzi is in charge of the 22 counties in the governor's office. Li knew what the people were waiting for. In the past, they were preparing for the Lunar New Year and did not set off firecrackers. Now they did not set off the firecrackers. They were waiting for the Li family Zhuangzi to set off the fireworks. The people's thoughts were very simple. They just wanted a lively atmosphere, especially when there was someone leading them. Chapter 1365. At night, the snow had stopped, revealing bits of starlight. Fireworks bloomed one after another, and the sound of firecrackers echoed in the buildings and people's hearts. Everyone in the capital government ate hot pot. This included the unemployed people, who had rushed over from other places in the autumn. They rented cheap houses everywhere. Needless to say, there was not only hot pot, but the older people were also served. Li might have been uncomfortable from the wind during the day. At this moment, his upper and lower eyelids were fighting, and he was dizzily picking up slices of mutton and cooking them in the pot. Princess Yongmu helped Li cook other things and put them on his plate. Li Lang, why don't you go back and rest first? Princess Yongmu saw Li Yi's appearance and persuaded him. Li Yi picked up a slice of meat and drank a mouthful of white wine. After exhaling the smell of alcohol, he immediately became energetic. He fed the slices of meat to Princess Yongmu and ate the boiled oysters himself. With coal, it's easy to make a kiln. Non-citizens of the capital government should have more pottery at home. Li was talking about the capital government's hot pot. The Li family Zhuangzi's hot pot was copper. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. They used pottery hot pot, which was like copper hot pot with a chimney. The advantage was that it was cheap, but the disadvantage was that it was slow to heat up. But in the end there were still some. For ordinary people in other places, it was already good enough to have a clay pot for cooking. In the past, the kiln burned wood and charcoal, depending on the temperature. If it was pottery, wood was fine, but there was less porcelain, so charcoal was needed. The cost of making a kiln was not low. The same volume of wood and charcoal burned less than coal. Since there was coal, the price of pottery should be reduced. Li Yi forgot that he didn't pay attention to the situation of the pottery kilns outside the capital government. Now that he remembered, he prepared to write in the newspaper that the imperial court ordered. Every kiln that burns coal must provide a certain amount of cheap pottery, according to the size of the kiln. This will be implemented after the new year. Li Yi ordered that no refusal was allowed. Who will supervise? Will the supervisor line his own pockets? Li Cheng was the first to think of the problem of corruption. Li Dan put down his wine glass. We were supposed to offer 1,000 sets of cheap pottery, but the officials requested 1,500 sets. Or, if 1,000 sets of pottery were offered, the officials would not distribute them to the commoners who needed them, and would instead sell them elsewhere for a higher price. Wealth and silk move people's hearts. We must guard against it, investigate it, and think about it. If they do well, allow them to have a meal in the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen when they return to Chang, and to report their work. Li Yi picked up a piece of lettuce leaf and dipped it in the seasoning bowl. He didn't want to rinse it. He wanted to eat raw pickled vegetables. Realization dawned on everyone's faces. Li Longji smiled. Good idea. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Noble consort Lu commented. No one objected. They all agreed that it was correct. If he did a good job, he would go back to Chang'an to report his work. He would be given a chance to have a meal in the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen. He might meet Li Yi there. Up until now, all the officials in the Tang dynasty knew how powerful Li Yi was. Whether he could be promoted or not depended on this one opportunity. If the officials who wanted to fake met Li Yi would probably send someone to verify it. If he didn't do a good job, he wouldn't be promoted when he ate in the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen. Once the officials left the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen, they would receive a kind of proof that there was nothing wrong with them. At the same time, the imperial examination officials would feel less pressure. Generally, officials with problems wouldn't want to eat in the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen. They were afraid that they would be found out. Other people would spend a lot of money to investigate, but the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen wasn't short of money. Being able to eat in the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen without any problems was better than having a 10,000 people's watch. And the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen became a sacred place for honest and capable officials. It could be considered a shortcut to Zhongnan. Eat, don't keep asking questions. Xiao Yi is like someone who specializes in answering questions. Li Dan saw that his granddaughter, Princess Yongmu, was unhappy, so he quickly emphasized the rules of the meal and told her not to ask questions. He thought back. It seemed that every time he ate with Li Yi, there would be all kinds of questions. Now the 4 prime ministers couldn't answer all these questions. In the end, Li Yi could. Even if there were no questions, Li Yi would still take the initiative to come up with ideas. Yes, don't ask. This year is the best year in recent years. People who are far away don't know. But we already know about the people in the imperial government. Li Longji scooped soup into the soup bowl with a spoon. He was in a good mood. The imperial government's population had increased. Everyone who could work was assigned a job. The sick and injured were taken care of. They were all people of the Tang dynasty. The main reason was money. When the imperial government had more money, everything would be easier. He still didn't know that in history, he put Li Linfu in an important position for money. Then, not to mention how much money he got, even the capable officials were persecuted. The person who Li Linfu cheated the most was Du Fu. When Du Fu took the imperial examination, Li Linfu cancelled the results of that batch of examinees. In the Honglu temple, people from different tribes were eating hot pot. They didn't need to celebrate the new year of the Tang dynasty. However, even if they couldn't celebrate the new year, they still had to eat. Fireworks rose into the sky, and the roar of the fireworks entered their ears. They all showed an envious and jealous expression. The Tang dynasty is getting richer and richer. There must be people who are suffering from the cold. There are also cows and sheep. If it snows heavily, some of them will freeze to death. Sigh. A Tubo man looked through the paper window and saw the light of the fireworks outside. He was homesick. When it snowed heavily in Chang'an, it would be cleaned up immediately. There were ice lanterns all over the city. In Tubo, if it snowed heavily, sheep would die if they didn't prepare enough hay. Even if they learned the method of preparing silage, they couldn't use silage as the main material. The prosperity of Chang'an was incomparable to their own capital city. They couldn't compare with it in the past, let alone now. Such prosperity was influenced by the region. When would the Tang dynasty become Tubo? I heard that many people from different tribes submitted to the Tang dynasty and went to live in the city built by the Tang dynasty by the Yellow River. Another Tubo man wanted to blame others, but he couldn't say it. The rule of Tubo was to submit to the strong. The weak had no right to criticize others. When the young people who had obtained status slowly grew old, they had to give up their position to the young people who came later. Sometimes I think that if the Tang dynasty treated us equally, it wouldn't be wrong to submit to the Tang dynasty. Another Tubo man spoke his mind. After saying that, he suddenly realized that he had said something wrong. He shouldn't have thought that way. However, the people around him lowered their heads and ate as if they didn't hear him, including Buozhu and Isimba, who always wanted to die together with Li Yi. They had completely given up the idea of exchanging one life for another. Li Yi didn't give them a chance at all. Seeing that the Li family Zhuangzi kept putting out good things, Li Yi came up with one plan after another, but he couldn't find any way. If we could have seen through it directly at the beginning and exposed it, maybe things would have changed. Buozhu blamed himself. He thought that when Li Chengqi and Li Longji concealed their identities at the beginning, he should have revealed their identities and forced Li Yi to bow to them. Then Li Yi would have been restrained by the other prime ministers and officials, and couldn't be detached. It doesn't matter. Li Yi promised that he would have a way to deal with it. Isimba poured cold water on him. Chapter 1366. The night of Little New Year passed, and the sun shone on the earth again. The Qingyi Alliance, Jingyi Alliance and Rongyi Alliance started selling clothes at special prices. They rushed out a lot of clothes to sell before the end of the year, mainly because Li Qingqi wanted to take care of Baigu. They also wanted to increase taxes for the government and let the people have a good new year. Everyone was happy that the people of the Qingyi Alliance could get the year-end bonus. The Li family Zhuangzi continued to provide loans, and the people slowly repaid them with low interest rates. Isn't the currency depreciating? Zhuangzi's interest rates are low, and when the currency depreciates, Zhuangzi will have to compensate. Princess Yongmu looked outside through the glass window when she was having breakfast. She was having breakfast with Li Yi in Wentian Lanxiang Pavilion. Today, Wentian Lanxiang Pavilion is open for business, and there are 2 more days. The two of them ate on the 4th floor. The newly built attic was connected to the opposite building by a 2-way zip line. Once the situation is bad, they will run away immediately. Her people were busy downstairs. There were so many rich people in the capital, and they all came to buy things. There are many factors that cause currency depreciation, such as lack of goods, demand exceeding supply, and inflation. Also, there is a world where money is deposited in banks, and it has some similar business to gold and silver shops. It's like this. Li Yi explained to Princess Yongmu about banks. They have many more functions than the gold and silver shops in the Tang dynasty. After introducing the situation of banks and other credit institutions, Li Yi explained the details of operations. When the interest rates of deposits and loans are high, it means that inflation is serious. The bank's reserve ratio must be increased, and this is called tightening of the money supply. The country's reverse repurchase will stop, and the interest rates will increase. On the other hand, if there is deflation, the reserve ratio will be lowered, and the interest rates of loans and savings will be lowered. The central bank will increase the reverse repurchase. There are also midterm and standing loan facilities. At the same time, banks and other financial institutions will have overnight loans. Li Yi controlled the currency system. Why would there be depreciation? When we lend out money, it will depreciate. Princess Yongmu listened attentively and understood. Currency depreciation is also a factor of productivity. The increase in raw materials and production technology will cause the price of goods to decrease. When the price of goods fell, the purchasing power of money would increase. The increase in purchasing power would exceed interest. Not only would money not depreciate, but it would also increase in value. The appreciation and depreciation of the currency depends on the price of necessities, such as food. Li Yi explained in a simple and profound way. He was just saying, not saying anything. The purchasing power of a country's currency was the most important thing. If there was a shortage of goods within the country, then it would be transferred to other countries, using technological advantages to form an absolute trade surplus, thereby stabilizing the domestic currency value. That was why the North American currency depreciated less than other countries. The more technology they lacked, the more their currency depreciated. When a country's currency could be adjusted to another country's currency, it meant that the country's overall economic strength was not much worse than the other countries. Generally, a country's GNP could barely reach 60% of the other countries. However, if he had a complete industrial system, he wouldn't have to force himself to do it. Instead, he would be able to do it with ease. The country that Li Yi was in at that time did it. Against the world's strongest economy at that time, the exchange rate increased and decreased at will. Trade war devaluation is good for export. When there is a large-scale disease, the exchange rate will increase immediately and stop you from buying things from me. If you want to buy, spend more. Princess Yongmu stopped eating and stared at Li Yi with her eyes wide open. This is only a small part of governing a country. It's very small. Governing a country is difficult. To think of it in a good way, governing a country is like cooking a small fish. However, you also know how many kinds of dishes there are. If one aspect is not taken care of, the taste will be different. If the dishes are bad, they can be thrown away. If the country develops in the wrong way, many people will die. Li Yi concluded inside. He knew too little. When he had nothing to do, he had to look for information from the system to learn. Princess Yongmu laughed foolishly. She wanted to see Li Yi's face when he was giving advice. When Li Yi finished eating a circle, Princess Yongmu came back to her senses. So you're saying that the money we lent out will be earned in the future? Yes, but the money earned from lending will be subsidized. Not to the ordinary people, but to the industry, the E-Alliance. Li Yi drank a mouthful of milk and talked about technology investment. If he cooperated with the E-Alliance and the Workers' Alliance, he would give extra research funds. It was mainly in the form of rewards. Whoever came up with a better management method and technology would be given money. If anyone came up with an idea and thought it was feasible, he would be given money to conduct research. He was not afraid of failure. If he succeeded once, it would promote the development of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi would not only make money, but also increase his lifespan. Li Lang Lil Miss, there's a foreign merchant here. He said he has something good to sell to us, and asked if we want it. Xiaolan ran up from downstairs. There were cake crumbs at the corner of her mouth. Obviously, she had eaten the cake for guests after breakfast. Did you bring it up? Li Yi asked. He's outside the door on the first floor. He's a man. He said he will only take it when he sees the boss. Xiaolan stuck out her tongue and licked the cake crumbs off her mouth. Tell him not to. Princess Yongmu scooped a spoonful of egg soup and put it in front of Xiaolan's mouth. Xiaolan opened her mouth and ate it, then turned and ran down. Princess Yongmu waited for a few seconds and then asked Li Yi, who was eating with his head down. Li Lang, don't you want to know what it is? No, I can have anything I want. If there's danger downstairs, it will affect my mood. It's just after the little new year. I don't want to kill anyone. Li Yi didn't want to take risks. You said you have something good, so I'll go and see you? I'll go out to sea after the new year. I have a yacht. What can't I find? I don't need foreign merchants. When I gather all the seeds, you can only think of ways to get cheap food. I don't want jewelry. Not long after, Xiaolan ran up again with a tray in her hand. On the tray was satin, and on the satin was a porcelain plate. In the plate was a black dried abalone. This, he said, he has a few. It's black. It was black when it was alive. He said this was given to us by God. Xiaolan had never seen this color of dried abalone before. She was quite curious. Where the kangaroo and koala came from. He's been there. Brush and ink. Li Yi pursed his lips. You lied to me. And you said it was given to you by God? What isn't given to you by God? It's just Australia's black gold abalone. Do you think I don't know? Then my satin and porcelain decorations from the Tang dynasty are valuable? Why don't you use a gloomy wood box with gold edges? It's best to decorate it with a few pieces of Lantian jade. Xiaolon happily took out the 4 treasures of the study and watched Li Yi paint. Li Yi used a brush to paint the koala. The color of the koala was mainly gray and white. It was easy to paint. He just needed to adjust the ink. When he finished painting, Xiaolon and Princess Yongmu's eyes lit up. Li Lang, why is it so fun? The two of them said at the same time. Chapter 1367. After the new year, I'll take you two out to play. If you have time, you can bring this thing back. It's not easy to raise. Li Yi handed the painting to Xiaolon and asked her to take it downstairs. Tell the barbarian that I don't like your dried abalones. I know that black gold abalones are not easy to get. But so what? I have a wetsuit and an oxygen tank. When Xiaolon heard that she was going out to play, she skipped downstairs. Li Lang, the animals you drew are cute. Princess Yongmu thought that koalas were interesting. Pandas are cute too. As long as they're clean, small pandas and red pandas are fun to play with. This is called a koala, and it usually only eats eucalyptus leaves. Eucalyptus is not easy to grow here, unless we build a greenhouse. As for pandas, at least we have many kinds of bamboo in the Qinling Mountains. Pandas can eat other things occasionally. Li Yi thought of the giant pandas in South America that ate cacti. There was no bamboo, so they were used to eating cacti. Yes, our giant pandas are round. Princess Yongmu self-taught herself to call out another name for the giant pandas. Koalas, they usually drink little water and rely on eating leaves to absorb water. However, when there is a drought, they will also find water by themselves. Pandas are cute because of their dark eye circles, smoky makeup, and they can always put themselves in dangerous situations. Koalas are cute because they are dependent. Koalas are smarter than pandas and are willing to be hugged by people, but their eyes are smaller. Li Yi laughed as he spoke. He felt that if he wanted to get a koala, he could put on makeup for it and draw big dark eye circles. Giant pandas' eyes were actually not big, but they were surrounded by dark circles, giving people the impression that they were big. Giant pandas were cute when they were exercising, even if they were sleeping while sitting. Then, they would lean forward and suddenly wake up with a somersault. Koalas, on the other hand, gave people a sense of dependence and always looked wronged. It was a kind of static beauty. If one had to say which was better, it would be like whether northerners or southerners were more afraid of the cold in winter. In fact, if a southerner wanted to have a heater, it was best to add a dehumidifier. Northerners experienced the same temperature when the heater was turned off at the end of March. Then there was a sudden cold in spring. It was cold and wet. This was the norm in the south during winter. Li Lang, I want to hug them. Do they bite? Princess Yongmu looked at Li Yi expectantly when she heard that she could hug them. She had hugged pandas before. Pandas were not very obedient and were very clumsy. Under normal circumstances, they don't bite. Just like pandas, pandas don't bite people after they are full, especially pandas that have been fed since they were young. Li Yi had hugged a koala before and spent money to do so. This was the tourist attraction. Some koalas would lose their fur, but they didn't look good. If the tourists didn't want to carry them, the staff would immediately carry them. There was a time when neither the staff nor the tourists hugged the koalas. The koalas became depressed when they saw other koalas being carried around. My boss drew a picture for you. How much does your abalone cost? Xiaolon went downstairs with a sense of superiority. She had seen the black abalone just now. She had never seen it before, so she felt that she was being suppressed by the other party. Now she was very confident. There was nothing that Li Lang didn't know. The barbarians were not stupid at all. They knew what people in every place needed. When they encountered rare things in the Tang dynasty, they would pay a higher price. He was on a boat and encountered a strong wind. The wind blew, and the boat was blown to a place. There were things that were using their thick tails to support themselves and kicking like big rats. There were also grayish-white things that stayed on trees all day. He fished out a different kind of abalone from the sea. It was black. When he brought it to Guangzhou in the Tang dynasty, the people in Guangzhou did not like it. He had other things that he wanted to sell. When he went to Chang'an in the Tang dynasty, he brought a lot of things. In Chang'an he still couldn't do it. He didn't want pawnshops or restaurants. He felt that when Tianlanxiang Pavilion could buy it, the things sold there were expensive. He might be able to cheat them if he packaged the black dried abalone. He tried to persuade the other party, but the other party didn't even give him a chance to look. When he saw the picture that Xiaolan unfolded, he was stunned at first. Then he sighed and asked, "Do you want it? How about 10 yuan each?" He was calculating the cost of fishing and transportation. If it was 10 yuan each, he could still earn 4 or 5 yuan. 1 yuan. Xiaolan made the decision to bargain. 1 yuan is not enough for me to catch and transport it over. The barbarian told the truth. You transported a big stone over. Do I have to pay you a lot of money? Xiaolan did not give in. I don't care how much you paid. 5 yuan. The barbarian wanted to save his money. 1 yuan. I don't want it anymore. You can sell it to someone else. It's black. Do you think it's expensive? Look at the picture. If you have the ability, bring this over. Xiaolan pointed at the koala. She guessed that these two things were in the same place. Why didn't the barbarian bring this cute thing over? Obviously, he couldn't bring it over. Li Lang had already said that it was not easy to raise it. I caught a few, but they died. They died on the way. I can't raise them at all. They died as soon as they left that place. The barbarian looked worried. Xiaolan puffed out her chest proudly. Look, the barbarian said that it was not easy to raise them. And Li Lang said that it was not easy to raise them. Not easy to raise meant that it was possible to raise them. The difference was huge. 2 yuan for 3 yuan. You can't talk anymore. You still have other goods to sell. Why don't you go somewhere else to look? Xiaolan observed his expression. 2 yuan for 1. The barbarian made a final struggle. 2 yuan for 3 yuan. We won't stop you from selling other goods. If you don't agree, I'll make sure you can't sell any of your goods. Xiaolan forced. I can't bring boxes and satin. The barbarian compromised. I don't want them even if you give them to me. I only want these big ones. The small ones are counted separately. For example, 2 yuan for 3 yuan. Xiaolan bargained again. Okay. The barbarian agreed. When he was fishing, he threw all the small ones into the sea. Okay. It's not easy for us to sell these things in the dark. Forget it, forget it. Since you've already brought them here, I'll treat it as helping you. Xiaolan was smarter than Princess Yongmu in this aspect. If it wasn't for the fact that she really didn't care about this little bit of money, and felt that it was a waste of time, she would have continued to bargain. She considered the number of goods that the barbarian could bring, and then weighed her precious time. It wasn't worth it to continue bargaining. If she had the time, she could just sit down and take a nap. She would be sleepy after eating. 5,000. The barbarian accepted. No one else would accept them. They said that they were spoiled. Were they supposed to throw them away? 7,500 yuan. I'll get someone to take a look. Xiaolan agreed. 7,500 yuan was less than the price of a small bottle of perfume that she sprayed. Of course, her perfume didn't cost any money. Li paid for it. Both parties exchanged documents. Remember to pay the tax. Your customs tax is different from the tax for selling goods. It's a 10% tax for luxury goods. Oh, I'll deduct it for you. Xiaolan stopped him again. The tax. She gave him a receipt. This tax would not be paid to Baigu, or the Li family Zhuangzi's donation. Who would dare to collect taxes on Princess Yongmu's property? Wouldn't they make a profit? After the transaction was completed, Xiaolan grabbed a handful of watermelon seeds from the reception room on the first floor and ran upstairs. Li Lang, Lil Miss, 7,500 yuan and 5,000 dried abalones. Do I pay for them? Xiaolan was worried that she would lose out. Li Yi. Chapter 1368. The women who came to Tianlanxiang Pavilion to buy things lined up and walked out with big and small bags. They knew the price, and since it was the new year, they quickly bought. While others were calculating their savings to buy more meat for the new year, these women did not care about the price at all. If they sold it cheaply, people would not buy it. Otherwise, how could they show their status when they wore it? Li looked at the pile of dried abalones in a daze. The taste was not good. The foreign merchants who came here did not know how to make dried abalones. It was a pity that the good black gold abalones were wasted. Dried directly? Cook sigh. Li Yi did not think that he had lost money. He felt injustice for the abalones. The abalones were not processed well, and had a fishy smell, so they had to be reprocessed. The quality of the reprocessed abalones was definitely not as good as the ones that were processed immediately when they were first harvested. They had to be soaked, washed, and dried again. If they were fresh, such a big abalone would cost 100 carvings, and they would have to be transported from there alive. If they were to use the technology one provided to make dried abalones locally, they would also cost 100 carvings. This kind of abalone is not easy to get. God knows how they got it. I guess there are a lot of them. Li Yi asked someone to take away 5,000 abalones and return to Zhuangzi for reprocessing. How much are they worth now? Xiaolong was still thinking about the price. How much did she make? 100 for one. Zhuangzi buys them normally and sells them for 1 carvings. It also depends on the identity. After processing them, they will be placed in heaven for 5 carvings. Li Yi considered the rarity of the black gold abalone and gave a series of prices. Xiaolong smiled. She made a lot of money. 10 for 1 carvings, 5,000 for 500 carvings. She bought them for 75 carvings, not 60 carvings and 75 carvings. She helped the other party deduct the tax. This item can't be placed in heaven for fear that the merchants just now will know. Eat it in Zhuangzi. It's Xiaolan's contribution. Li Yi originally planned to give Xiaolong money, but when the words came to his mouth, he changed it to contribution. If he did not advertise the black gold abalone, the other party would not go to that place again. In fact, the seafood there was very good, just behind Canada, Japan, Russia, the United States, and other countries near the Arctic Circle. Australia was south and close to the South Pole. The price of seafood in the cold water area was higher than in other places. For example, in the waters near the equator, the seafood did not taste very good, but it was big. Li Yi was very envious of other people's places. Was it a problem if the taste was not good? In China, we can make any dish taste better. It wasn't the kind of whale. It was an ordinary fish that weighed a few hundred catties. It was enough to last them for a long time. No matter what, it was meat. The Tang dynasty lacked food. If they were in Africa, wouldn't they be able to eat as much as they wanted? Only the desert areas in Africa lacked crops. The land in other places was good, and they did not need to care much about growing fruits. One belt, one road. Use the high-speed rail to transport seafood from Africa. By water, it could only be made dry. It was first washed, boiled, dried, and sent to the Tang dynasty to soak in water. Then it could be eaten. Throwing rabbits to Australia? At that time, there will be a lot of rabbit skins. Li Yi mumbled. He thought of the rabbit problem in the past. Australians did not eat rabbits, and their population was small. People could make money by farming other things. Why should they raise rabbits? Li Lang, are there people in the place where there are koalas? Princess Yongmu was still thinking about cute little animals. Yes, there are people there. There are rich resources there. We need to occupy, no educate. The world is big, and I feel that there are more resources than our Tang dynasty. The people in those places are too ignorant. As people of the Tang dynasty, we have the responsibility and obligation to help others. Li Yi's face was filled with compassion. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolong laughed together. They did not believe him. What do you mean by helping others? It was clearly snatching things. Li Lang, when are you going to operate on Qingdai? Princess Yongmu thought of the cute little girl again. Let's go back and try it on pigs today. The day after tomorrow, we will use the death row prisoners. Before the new year, we will operate on Qingdai. I wanted to let her spend the New Year's Eve in bed after the operation. We will leave after she is stable after the operation. Aya, let's stop the operation and continue to practice. We will go out with Qingdai. We will also bring a few nurses to help our people see the patients. Li Yi originally wanted to leave after the operation, but he was worried that something would happen to the little girl. Then he could not do it unless he did not leave. The best way was to go out to sea with her. He would be in a good mood when he went out to sea. If there were any unexpected situations, he could take care of them. We will leave on the second day of the new year. In the next few days, we will use pigs and death row prisoners to practice. When we come back, we will continue to use death row prisoners to practice. Li Yi set the schedule and time. It did not matter whether it was the 15th day of the new year or not. It was the most suitable time to plant the useful seeds back in advance. If they came back after the navy, they would not be able to plant the seeds this year. Of course, crops such as kidney beans and tomatoes could still be planted. Xiaolan yearned for unknown places, but she was afraid of the sea. Li Lang, will you be seasick? Don't be afraid of seasickness. You will get used to it after vomiting. After staying on the ship for a long time, you will not be able to adapt to the ground. Li Yi knew how much the navy had suffered, but they had to continue to suffer. Without a strong navy, there would be no status. Princess Yongmu put down her chopsticks and finished eating. Who will be in charge of the navy in the future? She asked a very important question. Who would be in charge of the navy? The stronger the navy, the more important the loyalty of the generals. Of course it's my brother. He will be in charge. He will arrange the generals. The captain of each ship will be arranged separately. Then, the head of a fleet will also be arranged separately. Li Yi did not put down his chopsticks and waited for Xiaolan. Xiaolan was busy with other things just now, and was eating with all her might. Princess Yongmu looked at Li Yi's hand, and picked up her chopsticks again. She casually ate something, and did not put down her chopsticks. She was also waiting for Xiaolan. She thought that Li Yi was going to put down his chopsticks. According to the rules, when Li Yi's chopsticks fell, it was the end of the meal. When Li Yi ate, the people at the table were not allowed to leave first. Xiaolan eat slowly. Li Lang, why isn't it arranged by His Majesty? Princess Yongmu asked. If His Majesty arranged it, those people will be arrogant and despotic. When the time comes, His Majesty will be suspected of not knowing the right person. Ask someone else to take care of it, and remove His Majesty from it. If anyone has a problem, His Majesty will take action. This is called wise decision. Li Yi taught Princess Yongmu how to play tricks. Then what about brother? Princess Yongmu thought that she had sold out her uncle. Brother beat his chest and stamped his feet. He trusted me in vain, and decided to investigate strictly. Who asked the captain, or the leader's deputies not to report it? Deal with them together. Promote a group of small officials, and give them heavy responsibilities. Let them know how their predecessors were abolished. Li Yi continued to teach. It was normal for there to be problems. The key was how to deal with it. Xiaolan stopped eating, and looked at Li Yi with fear in her eyes. Hurry up and eat. We're all waiting for you. Don't eat too fast. Chew it up and don't choke. Li Yi glanced at Xiaolan. Oh, I'll eat. Xiaolan lowered her head obediently. She was indeed afraid. She had to be obedient. Otherwise, Li Lang would do something to her. Chapter 1369. At first he planned for Zhuang County, then Chang'an. Then he planned for the capital, Tokyo, and the nearby provinces. In Xingqing Palace, the 4 chancellors, and the people from the Revolutionary Youth League, were all present. Li Longji was talking about the new year. He wanted to celebrate the new year well. He was talking about Li Yi. Li Yi had changed every year. He was very hardworking. In the beginning, he improved the living standards of the people in Zhuangzi County. Now the income of the people in Luoyang, Chang'an, and the surrounding provinces had increased by several times. The people in other parts of the Tang dynasty also improved their living standards a lot because of the new technologies. Especially at the border. Yao Chong, who had always wanted to suppress Li Yi, finally spoke his conscience. He had become Li Yi's fan because he had retired and joined the Revolutionary Youth League. He didn't need to fight for power anymore. As long as one's heart wasn't blind, they would know whether Li Yi did well or not. Yao Chong had been in charge of military affairs before. When he was outside, he didn't have any great achievements or major omissions. He wanted to say that the imperial court didn't have money when he was the chancellor, so he couldn't be blamed. But he couldn't say it now. Li Yi was operating. How was the war at the border? It was like beating up whoever they caught. Only a few people died. Was there money? Yes. Where did the money come from? Don't mention it. Yao Chong was convinced that he didn't have the same ability. The front line occupied such a large territory, and had an endless supply of logistics. In the end, the imperial court still had to think of ways to spend money. Yao Chong sometimes thought about it and felt quite disappointed. He used to think that he was a talented chancellor. Later on, he became a chancellor several times. He also thought that he was a talented person who established the country and did some things. But when he met Li Yi, oh my God, how could there be such a person in the world? Oh my God, what are you trying to do? Yao Chong thought for a while and said, another county magistrate? You can't. Song Jing was alarmed and opposed. I'm currently the chancellor's assistant. If Brother Yi doesn't want it, then I won't give it to him. Li Longji supported Song Jing. There was no point in being a county magistrate. How many benefits could a county magistrate obtain? Can the child inherit? There's an additional salary? If Brother Yi has a child, no, at that time, he should be called son-in-law. Once he has a child, it's fine as long as he doesn't fight for the throne. Everything else will be given to him. Who would want to mistreat a child? Your Majesty, please distribute some dried seafood. My child wants to eat them. Lu Youqiu asked for food. If she wanted to eat seafood, she could just cook it at home. Send. Take back 5 caddies of all kinds of dried goods from the sea. You can't miss out on the necessary social activities. Li Longji became more generous now that he had money. Wasn't it just something from the sea? Yes, there were living things. Lu Huaishan's family didn't lack anything. He even received dividends from the cooperation. He was concerned about the soldiers at the source of the Yellow River. Your Majesty, are there enough things at Sister Lake for the new year? Yes, Li Longji nodded gently. A lot will be sent there before the new year. The treatment is more than 10 times better than the treatment of the provincial governors in Heshi and other places. Then I'm at ease. Lu Huaishan cupped his fist. As the prime minister who accompanied the food, he actually had a strong heart. It was just that he knew how to retreat for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, Li Yi's attitude towards him was completely different from his attitude towards Yao Chong. Yao Chong was capable, but he lacked morals. Yao Chong's child took bribes, embezzled, actively interfered with the discipline of other prime ministers, and protected those who were bribed by foreign intelligence agents. The key point was that not only did Yao Chong know about it, but he also suppressed the prime minister, who didn't give face to his son, and cooperated with the foreign officials who were bribed. If not for the fact that Yao Chong was still useful, Li Yi would have killed all 9 generations of his family. This was equivalent to the duty of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection of the People's Bank of China, who was also a prime minister, to investigate corrupt officials. Then the son of another prime minister not only took bribes, but also told the prime minister not to investigate some people. The prime minister investigated this matter, and came back to tell His Majesty, "Look, I did this for the country. I offended that prime minister, so I had no choice." Then the prime minister relied on His Majesty's ability, and complained that he was the one who promoted the prime minister, and that he didn't know what to do. He was wrong. This was called a threat to His Majesty. His Majesty had no choice but to get rid of the other prime minister. In the end, this prime minister whose son had a big problem interceded for a subordinate, who was bribed by foreign intelligence agents. He could even plead for a traitor? He thought he could. Unfortunately, Li Longji said no at this time, and asked him to step down. Ordinary people didn't know what the imperial court was like, but Li Yi knew very well. Just like that, Wei Zhigu survived. Lu Huaishan didn't die either. Yao Chong's son Li Yi was saved in exchange for Yao Chong's concession. Your Majesty, there are more and more members of the royal family. If they don't pay taxes, there will be a danger of them depending on you. Bai Gu wasn't in the mood to think about anything else. He stared at the money. In the past, no one paid taxes. Now both sides started to collect taxes. The royal family didn't pay, such as Princess Yongmu. Then there was a possibility, or rather a certainty. If someone did business, they should pay 10%, 20%, or 30% of the tax, according to different products. For example, the person who should pay 20% tax found a member of the royal family and attached the business to him. Give the member of the royal family 10% of the tax, and he would earn 10%. The imperial court lost 20%. When others saw this, They promised to find a way to ask the royal family for tax exemption. What should they do? The imperial court couldn't afford it. This year no one reacted. The tax was too sudden, especially Luoyang's Henan prefecture. Next year, others would understand. The imperial court would suffer a loss. Does anyone have a good plan? Li Longji frowned slightly after hearing this. Then he relaxed and asked. Now and in the past, the worst of you were ministers of several ministries. The rest were all ministers. Speak, I believe you. The group of people looked at each other. What should they do? Su Qing. Li Longji called out Su Yi. I think that those who don't think for the soldiers and provide support to the best of their ability should be severely punished. Su Yi said something ambiguous. When he said soldiers, it could be understood that he wanted others to donate as much money as possible. It could also be seen as giving the soldiers financial and administrative benefits. He didn't mention the royal family and avoided it. What a sensitive topic. Zhang Qing. Li Longji asked Zhang Jiling. The need for sea trade cannot be stopped. The tax has its own reason. Convince people with reason. Zhang Jiling followed. This line was not easy to cross. The border was a 30% tax. Song Qing. Li Longji looked at Song Jing. Officials and members of the royal family should not do good things because of small things, and not do evil because of small things. Restrain them with virtue and control them with tests. Song Jing was in charge of the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Rights. He had no choice but to speak from these two departments and not mention the specifics. Without waiting for Li Longji to ask again, Bai Gu took the initiative to speak. 3 of the 4 ministers had been asked, and he was the only one left. I have worries in my heart, and I have worries. It is difficult to resolve, and I cannot abandon it. I suggest that we go to the Li family Zhuangzi and ask Xiao Yi. He has a good plan. Bai Gu's face was not red at all. He was very direct. Don't ask me, ask Li Yi. He knows. What about the others? Li Longji's expression was calm. I agree. The group of officials said the same thing. It was not an ordinary kind of tacit agreement. That's why I am not worried. Li Longji was in a good mood. Look, I value Brother Yi. You all spoke ill of me behind my back. What about now? Chapter 1370. Keep 3,000 after processing. The rest can be used to make various types of food. The processing methods are different. Leave 100 for me as snacks. Before the sky turned dark, Li Longji returned. Li Yi was there asking people to make snacks. The dried black gold abalone products were soaked first, and the rest were stored. Li Yi wanted to give some to Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, and his disciple Qing Dai. Usually, only small abalones and dried abalones were eaten as snacks. Li Yi did not care much. There were too many seafood products in that place, and there was no need to protect them. After soaking the big dried abalones, they were cooked with seasonings and dried a little. They were snacks. Of course, the processing methods of the barbarians were too rough. Historically, the country that produced dried abalones was the Japanese Empire. One was the sea region, and the other was the variety. As for the processing methods, they learned from China. China had a processing method for a long time. However, China lost too much of its territory in the cold waters. Without Li Yi, how could they control the Bohai Gulf? Bohai, Khitan, and Shi were the real owners there. History was followed by the messy 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, followed by the Song dynasty. There was no Bohai Gulf during the Song dynasty. Not to mention, there was a little. The Song dynasty did not develop a navy during that time. Li Yi realized why China was unwilling to develop a navy in history. Were they afraid that people would establish forces outside? Or did they feel that they were strong enough and did not bully others? The latter argument was not valid. They were already fighting, so how could they not bully others? In the process of historical evolution, he learned too many useful things from the Japanese Empire. Li Yi always knew that if you wanted to know about the food culture of China, you just had to look at the Japanese Empire and South Korea. What these two countries learned was part of the food rules of China. After that, they did not develop much. As the food of China became more abundant, it finally exploded again. The food of China improved along with the improvement of the material and spiritual civilization of China. It never fell behind. When the military was not good, the food aspect continued to develop. When the political power was finished, the food aspect continued to develop. Therefore, don't mention eating to Chinese people. Eating is normal, and there is nothing to show off. We don't apply for any patents or cultural heritage. It is meaningless. Did pandas need to apply to act cute? Will koalas apply for dependency? Little brother E, I heard that you got 5,000 abalones that are not good in color? I want it. Li Qingqi rushed over as soon as he received the news. Li Yi looked at the other party. Brother, are you shameless just because you want black abalones? When Tian, look at our elder brother. He's so considerate of us. Li Yi refused. The taste of fresh black gold abalone was very good. Even if it was a dried abalone, it was still very fragrant. Princess Yongmu covered her mouth and laughed, but she didn't say anything. Brother E, I ate one just now. It's slightly bubbly, and I'll put some oyster sauce on it. It's delicious. Li Qingqi stopped joking. He was craving it. You ate it as soon as it was cooked. Did it feel like chewing dried beef jerky? Do you want to stuff your teeth? Li Yi was convinced. You promised to cook it for 2 days and 2 nights, but you. Give me 200 abalones, the kind that you have processed and reprocessed. I'm here to deliver you the big prawns frozen and sealed in ice. It's the big pair of prawns you mentioned, but they can't tell if it's a pair of female prawns. They can't survive, but they won't spoil because they are sealed in ice. It's quite cold along the way. What did you say just now? Li Qingqi first mentioned what he sent, and then asked for the rest of the things. Li pretended to be confused. What? Brother, when Tian is my witness. I just said that you don't want black abalones, right? When Tian, look at our elder brother. He's so considerate of us. Li Qingqi. Okay, little brother E, I admire you for this. You can even say the same thing when you lie. Li Qingqi smiled. Brother, I'll go out first after the Lunar New Year. The navy of the Tang dynasty will wait for me to come back later. Part of our ships are steam engines, and the rest are sailboats, steamers, paddle boats, and integrated ships that can be abandoned. Let them practice more. When I go out, I can bring back the things faster. Don't fight with me about this. I don't want any merits. Tell the soldiers that I'll give them extra subsidies. Amidst the laughter, Li Yi talked about serious matters calmly. When Li Yi said this, he finally understood the thinking of a small number of leaders who really cared about the country and the people. He realized that at the beginning after World War II, the starting point of many countries' leaders was peace, mainly because of trade. Then, as the economy of some countries, including Russia and the Japanese Empire, began to be suppressed. Why were the Russians being suppressed? Was it really because of its economy? In fact, if one looked at it from the root, socialism and communism were once prevalent in Europe and America. Then, some people found that their interests were weakened, so they started to counterattack. Just like kindergarten children, a child said, "We should unite and love each other." The other children followed and said, "Yes, let's play together." At this time, some of the children played better and were more united and friendly. The child who started this was dumbfounded. You don't want to listen to me anymore? Luckily, I have a weapon. I can hit you. Find a group of children who also found that they were not good enough and hit them together. So the essence of the world was not about doctrines, but about former neighbors. If you always hit the neighbor's children, the neighbor was weak. One day, the neighbor's children had a knife. Quickly find other friends who had hit the neighbor before, and scare the neighbor together. You can't stab us with your knife. Then he stabbed. The knife came out. The one who was stabbed said, "You guys hit him. He dares to stab me. I can't take it anymore. You guys follow me." The other children stepped back. "No, I can't do it. I will also be stabbed. Why don't we talk with our mouths?" Li knew that this was the relationship between countries. It was simple. Look at the kindergarten. In other words, when an expert who had studied a lot of international relations found that he could not understand the current international relations, he could go to a bigger kindergarten. See how the children play and instantly understand. The bigger the kindergarten, the deeper the understanding. What other good things are there in the military? Li Qingqi listened very naturally. Understood how to operate. Brother, ask His Majesty. Ask His Majesty who he wants to choose. Then you find a person to propose and decide on the person. Once there is a problem, His Majesty will not know. And you will not know. The person you find is too weak, and the person who executes the plan will be killed. Li Yi patiently instructed. In fact, Li Qingqi also knew what to do, but he could not express it so clearly. It felt like a grid. How to deal with each situation. Brother Yi, have you arranged a program for Nanku? 2 of them are married. Li Qingqi suddenly changed the topic. I know. I will send gifts later. Li Yi was happy. Someone had found his other half. Chapter 1371. Look at those dots. They consume a lot of oil every day. Li Longji stood aside and looked into the distance. There were nearly 40,000 captives of the Southwest barbarians in the distance. They were allowed to burn kerosene lamps at night, but they were not allowed to sell them. The ownership of the lamps belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi. A family was given 5 caddies of oil a month. Occasionally a little oil was enough. In winter there were ice lamps. In order to save oil, they used the light of the ice lamps to do things. They mainly learned Pinyin and Tang dynasty characters. The Southwest barbarian area is good. Except for Nanzhao. The 6 Zhao and river barbarian tribes were all lured or forced by Tubo to fight against the Tang dynasty. Li Yi looked at the light spots, and a map of the Southwest appeared in his mind. The Southwest barbarian area at this moment belonged to Yunnan and part of Myanmar. There was little wheat planted there. More rice and sorghum were planted there. Sometimes, barley was planted after a crop of rice was harvested. In Chang'an, people gradually adapted to eating wheaten food. There was more wheat in Chang'an, and wheat was the main food crop in the Guangzhou area. Nanzhao is good. Li Longji thought that Nanzhao would not fight against the Tang dynasty, so he praised Nanzhao. Before Li Yi came to the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Longji made the leader of Nanzhao a county king. Many times, disasters were caused by the generals at the border. The Tang dynasty declared that it was a great country, but the Jadushi at the border had too much power. Every time there was a dispute, it was usually caused by them. Li Yi began to instill the problem of the border generals in Li Longji's mind. In fact, Tubo's case was caused by the generals of the Tang dynasty, who always stirred up trouble. The other side did not want to do it, so they kept fighting. Nanzhao was attached to the Tang dynasty. Then they unified the 6 Zhao. The governor of the Tang dynasty bullied them. In the end, they led the army to fight. They bullied the women in the army of the Nanzhao king. They were not satisfied after bullying and asked for money, but the other side did not agree. So the governor sent people to scold them, and at the same time, made up a list of crimes for them. After the battle, there was no need to care about who was right and who was wrong. They just had to defeat Nanzhao. But in the end, they couldn't win the battle. The local environment and climate were not suitable for the Tang dynasty soldiers. At the same time, the economy of the Tang dynasty was not doing well. As the war continued, the Anlushan rebellion broke out. Many years later, Li Shi ascended to the throne. Bang bang bang. Even Tubo and Nanzhao were defeated. Both places suffered heavy losses at once. However, the first king of Nanzhao was forced to fight against the Tang dynasty. He was forced to do so. After he won, he was even willing to seek peace. However, he died and his descendants did not listen to him. Therefore, it made sense for Song Jing to restrict the power of the generals at the border. Otherwise, if the generals at the border always took the initiative to stir up trouble, how could the country develop after years of war? After a few years, the winged knights can be sent to important places. Li Longji nodded. Li Yi had mentioned this before. After talking about this, Li Longji changed the topic. Baggage is now the most important thing at the border, but there are signs of it in the Tang dynasty. The princesses and the kings don't collect taxes. How should we deal with outsiders? As soon as he finished speaking, Princess Yongmu opened her mouth, but did not make a sound in the end. She wanted to say that she could pay taxes. After all, her Wentian Orchid Pavilion made a lot of money. There was a 30% luxury tax, and a lot of profits. That's easy. Li Yi lightly spat out 2 words. Li Longji waited. You continue. In the future, There will be a lot of land outside. Let them report the scale of their business activities and how much money they have. In the future, we will sell them the land outside. It's good for them. For example, Wentian. If she is a princess, she will report the money Wentian Orchid Pavilion makes. When we choose a place outside where there is no one, next year, we will divide a large piece of land. When Tian has a lot of money, she will pay 1 million yuan to buy the land. If she doesn't want to buy it, she will pay taxes. We can also ask His Majesty to give the land outside to Wentian. After the land is given, Wentian Orchid Pavilion will pay a certain amount every year. The imperial court will take care of it on behalf of Wentian Orchid Pavilion. Li Yi had already thought about it. He wanted to get some people out of the Tang dynasty. They would not be able to afford it. After saying that, he looked at Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu nodded. Okay, I agree. Oh, if I am a princess. What if others don't agree? Li Qingqi felt uncomfortable. Don't agree? The 5 princes of the 5 princes' residence will take the lead. Once they agree, who will dare to oppose? Aren't they afraid that Princess Taiping will chat with them at night? Li Yi said with a smile. Let's start with you. Yes, Brother Yi is right. As the eldest brother, King Song is the most reasonable. He will definitely support it. Li Qingqi remembered the fighting power of the Winged Knights. With the Winged Knights, the Tang dynasty would be saved a lot of trouble. Besides this plan, are there any other good plans? Li Longji was not satisfied. He wanted to ask more. Yes, there is a limit. Different princes and princesses enjoy different amounts of tax exemption. For example, Princess Yongmu's tax exemption should be set at 10 million yuan per year. If Princess Yongmu donates again, deduct the donation amount. As for people who falsify the accounts, it's an audit problem. Just investigate it. Li gave another idea. For example, the county duke and the prefectural duke enjoy different amounts of tax exemption. Arrange it according to this. Princess Yongmu's head was like a chicken pecking at rice. Okay. Anyway, as long as it was Li Yi's idea, she felt that it was correct. Is there anything else? Li Longji was addicted to asking. Yes, go and investigate now. Ask each family how much business they have, how many people they have, and how many acres of land they have. At the same time, you can also investigate a group of people who forcibly occupy other people's land. Clean up what should be cleaned up, and return what should be returned to the people. In the future, if those who affiliate with us don't tell us who they belong to, they will have to pay taxes. According to the tax exemption account, directly investigate the source. If you catch them, you will demote those who affiliate with us and punish them to death. Li Yi gave the most direct method, which was to talk about the accounts. Good that. Li Longji agreed. And then, there is another way. When the Li family Zhuangzi comes out with a new product, if others want to buy it, they will have to take the tax receipt, and I will even issue a ban order. If there are overseas merchants, as long as they pay enough taxes, the navy of the Tang dynasty will protect them. As mentioned before, the children of those who pay taxes will be given preferential treatment in the imperial examinations, including going to Chang and to see a doctor. Or we can add a person who has been cheated by the local government and is allowed to pay a certain amount of taxes to go to Chang and to file a complaint. Li Yi did not need Li Longji to ask bit by bit. He told him all the ideas he could think of. There are so many methods. At this moment, Li Longji wished he could send someone to call back the people who were in the meeting earlier and have another meeting. It took a lot of effort to ask you one thing. There are so many methods. Let's eat. Li Dan called the children, who were all his juniors. He looked a lot younger. His face was rosy, and the wrinkles on his skin were not so obvious. Tonight, there was beef and stewed radish for dinner. The cow was the Li family Zhuangzi's cow. It died of old age and couldn't eat anymore. Finally it collapsed. It was not sick, but its body function was not good. Before it was fed medicine for the digestive system, and it persisted for 3 more months. It was really a natural death. When it was bought, it was old. It worked slowly for the Li family Zhuangzi with the other old cows. It was not killed by a hammer smashing its head with a knife, and then cut its neck to bleed to death. Chapter 1372. Due to the decline of bodily functions, the dead cows were thinner and provided less meat. However, there was no problem with his skin. It was still very impressive. The cow's hooves were turned into medicinal herbs. The cow's life could be considered a good ending. Many people sold their cows to Li family Zhuangzi when they retired, especially those who developed feelings for them. The price could be lower. He really couldn't bear to see the cows being killed. If he wanted to raise them until they died, he felt that they couldn't be sold. He was conflicted between interests and feelings. Fortunately, the cows were taken in by Li family Zhuangzi and raised until they died. This included horses, but donkeys weren't. The people basically didn't have any feelings for donkeys. Donkeys had a bad temper. The dead cows were made into soup for the children in Zhuangzi and Princess Yongmu's students. The rest of the meat was naturally left for Li Yi and the others. There's still leftover beef. Why don't I exchange it for some potatoes? Li Yi wanted to eat beef and potatoes. No, brother Yi, don't exchange. Radishes are delicious, but no one likes potatoes. Li Longji quickly waved his hand. He knew that he would have it soon. There was no need to exchange his lifespan. He wouldn't feel comfortable eating it after exchanging it. I told Wen Tian that we will leave on the second day of the new year. We will go to the seaside first. Bring the nurses, winged knights, officials, and Qingdai. Don't let the others catch a cold. Remember to keep warm. Li looked at everyone and reminded them, don't look for your own illness. If you can't treat it, I won't be able to come back. I know. Disinfect diligently. Wash your hands frequently. Don't eat raw food. Don't stay up late. Drink warm water. Maintain the airflow. Keep the temperature in the house at 26 degrees Celsius. Li Dan talked about how to maintain health, like a primary school student. In order to live a few more years, he attached great importance to it. He didn't even return to his own palace. He stayed in Li family Zhuangzi. He still wanted to have a child. The Baifu Palace in the palace was like a big coffin, waiting for death inside. There were many people in Li family Zhuangzi. It was lively, especially with many children. They were chattering all day long. The key was that there was no need to scheme. Other than the manor lord, there was also the winged knights. Yes. Before we leave, I'll do a body check for all of you, starting from the first year of junior high, including the older people in Zhuangzi. Li Yi was relieved. He was afraid that someone would seek death. Check Bao, and Sister Lu too. Wu Jiyu quickly reminded them. She suddenly realized that Li Yi's existence was irreplaceable. Usually His Majesty was in charge of political affairs, helping to deal with military affairs, foreign affairs, finance, agriculture, industry, service industry, and so on. However, what was truly inseparable was medical skills. It was considered a luxury for others to seek out an imperial physician when they were not feeling well. If it were someone like him, he would definitely look for Li Yi. Sister-in-law too. Li Yi nodded. Empress Wang also had a little princess in her belly. Li Yi said as he scooped some beef and radish into a soup bowl for Princess Yongmu. A skinny cow has less fat and is not suitable for stewing radish. That should be made spicy. Princess Yongmu's face was filled with sweetness. She could not say a word. Like her aunts, Princess Jingxian and Princess Yuzhen, there were naturally men who went to flatter them. Unlike her, the men that her two aunts came into contact with were not good enough themselves. They hoped to gain favor through talent, and then be recommended to His Majesty. Li Yi obviously did not need it. The others were talented in poetry and music. Li Yi was talented in governance. They were eating and drinking. At the bridgehead outside Li family Zhuangzi, someone knelt there and cried. It was the person who insisted on using a horse to pull the sleigh. He needed compensation. Along with him, there were also people at the relay station and shed on the road. He only needed to pay money. The others had to pay more than him. However, he still felt wronged. He wanted to use his own pitiful appearance to get the compensation in the contract. Could he not pay? He knew he was wrong. He would not dare to do it again. Obviously not. Li Yi had forgotten about this matter. After Songde gave the order, he did not pay attention to it anymore. The junior steward of Li family Zhuangzi stood in front of the other party and refused with a cold face. It's useless for you to kneel here. Hurry up and pay. I know your family can afford it. You can share it. It's not much. If you continue kneeling, more people will see. If you want to earn money again, no one will look for you. You want to use your own mistake to frame the owner. Do you want the next horse to make up for it? The junior steward understood everything. He just thought that Dongzhu was soft-hearted. After he finished speaking, the kneeling person did not move. Someone help me spread the news. Just say, I'm up. Don't say it. The kneeling person directly sat on the ground. As he spoke, he got up with difficulty. After kneeling for an hour, his legs were numb. He finally knew fear. It was too scary. If this spread, no one would ride his sleigh in the future. Although it was the new year, there were not fewer people at the bridgehead. In fact, there were even more people. They watched and heard that this person was disobedient. He replaced the two-horse sleigh with a single horse, but the horse died of exhaustion. It was the people of the 16th Guard who went to help. Every one of them disliked this person. What? How could they not listen to owner Li's words? Pei, Li Dongzhu is such a good person. You're still playing tricks. Is it because of the horse? A two-horse sleigh is harmful. That's Li Dongzhu. If it was a few years ago, who would save you? A few years ago, no one rented animals in the winter. They were afraid of freezing to death. You'll lose weight. Cows and horses have to work in the winter. They can't eat fine grain. The silage is not bad. Li Dongzhu is kind to the common people. In the midst of the condemnation, this person ran away. He limped away, his legs still numb. No need to add coal. It's hot in the house. At home, Lu Huaishan was wearing the pajamas designed by Li Yi. It was loose, warm, and light. He told the hired people not to add coal. In front of him was 100 grams of white wine, 60% medicinal wine. He drank 100 grams every night. The wine was provided by Li Yi. All the wine was provided by Li Yi. Lu Huaishan didn't eat staple food at night. He only ate some lean meat and vegetables. He didn't touch the fatty meat or the chicken. He had a small furnace welded with iron at home. He connected the small furnace with water in the middle to a radiator. This furnace was commonly used in the northeastern countryside during Li Yi's time. It was about 400 to 500 millimeters in diameter. It was like a round beaker with a big belly. It was welded with an iron plate. It was hollow inside and connected to a radiator. The radiator was filled with water. When the fire was lit, the small furnace would be heated. The cost of the furnace was quite high according to the current productivity of the Tang dynasty. The material cost was about 300 yuan for a radiator. For his family, the material cost was about 400 yuan. The technical cost was not included. Otherwise, how much was the technology of welding worth? In fact, Li Yi used electric welding at that time. A small furnace without a radiator was about 50 yuan. Some of the furnaces only cost about 30 yuan. The radiators were bought by themselves. As for the other materials, they could choose by themselves. Of course, Lu Huaishan's house was so big that he couldn't bring a small furnace with him. It was not enough on the first floor. So he burned one furnace on each floor. The others quickly removed the fire. They couldn't suppress the fire. Suppressing the fire would lead to soot poisoning. I have lived for another year. Shaoyi said that I can live for a few more years. Lu Huaishan was satisfied. Chapter 1373. Both of Lu Huaishan's sons were still alive. His eldest son was preparing to pass the Jinshi exam. He was previously a registrar in Henan province. In history, Lu Huaishan's eldest son Lu Huan should have been a rank 4 imperial censor. Lu Huaishan was a prime minister. If he didn't die, his son could get an official position. If he died, his son would be a rank 5 imperial censor. It was impossible for him to be a rank 3 imperial censor. A rank 3 imperial censor had too much power. It was even more impossible for his son to take over his position, unless he achieved something in the future. A rank 5 imperial censor was the starting point for a prime minister's son. In history, because of his death, his son Lu Huan was given a very good position. He was a rank 4 imperial censor. The key was that he didn't die. If Li Yi didn't let him die, his son couldn't jump up and become a small registrar. The official registrar of the Henan prefecture was still one rank higher than the official registrars of other places. As an imperial censor, He still had to prepare for the imperial examination. If there were questions, he could just ask Li Yi for them. The key was to write down the questions from memory. Lu Huaishan's second son was still too young, and was still learning. In history, other people's second son Lu Yi wasn't very successful. But his son was. His son was called Lu Qi. He was the emperor of Tang Dizong, Li Shi, who had just become the emperor, and then beat Nanzhao and Tufan, until they knelt and cried. Of course, that had nothing to do with Tang Dizong. It was the generals at the border who took the initiative to attack. Among Tang Dizong's prime ministers, there was a traitorous Lu Qi. He had cheated a lot of people. Each generation of prime ministers was worse than the previous generation. Li definitely didn't protect Lu Huaishan, because he thought that his family would never have a prime minister. Li Yi would never agree. He saw Lu Huaishan as a good person, and needed him alive to contribute his strength. If one compared the future generations, one would realize that some people were worthy of respect, such as Guozi. Li Yi wouldn't give Li Linfu a chance. Li Linfu's position was not only because he was slick, but also because he could make money. If it was anything else, Li Yi would still respect him. But when it came to money, he didn't need Li Linfu. Li Linfu's skills. Haha. How could Lu Huaishan's family know what his family was like in history? Old Lu was already dead. At this moment, they were very happy and had a warm feeling. Their eldest son had even married a wife, but they didn't have any children. He was also incorruptible, just like his father. He was influenced by his upbringing. Her second son was studying hard. He was not young and did not have a wife, nor did he have a child who was a traitor. The family could be said to be happy and harmonious as they waited for the new year. Father, I heard that Li Yi monopolized the imperial favor in the current imperial court. How much harm has he done? If someone mentioned it, they would secretly refer to him as the external minister. What's the problem with using a loose official outside the imperial court to exercise the power of the chancellor and assistant within the imperial court? Lu Huaishan's eldest son, Lu Huan, didn't know Li Yi well enough. Usually, Lu Huaishan didn't talk much about Li Yi. He was worried that something would happen to the Tang dynasty with such an existence. Xiaoyi doesn't want to be the emperor. He thinks it's too tiring. Princess Yongmu is beautiful. He spends all his time coaxing Princess Yongmu. It's fine. Lu Huaishan used the most straightforward words to say that he didn't have to worry about Li Yi. Not only him, but everyone in the imperial court who was qualified to meet Li Yi understood Li Yi's character. Sometimes Lu Huaishan was jealous, who didn't want to be in Li Yi's position. When he didn't speak, he would play by himself in Zhuangzi. He was very happy. Once he thought of something and came up with an idea, the entire Tang dynasty would follow. The retired emperor, noble consort Lu, Empress Wang, Wu Jiyu Lu Jiyu, the future crown prince, the princess, and even His Majesty himself lived there. Oh, I'm already a member of the imperial court. I'm also willing to sleep in Li family Zhuangzi. It's too peaceful, and I don't have nightmares. I want to too. Lu Huan didn't hide his pursuit of improvement. Yes, it's the pursuit of improvement. This is positive propaganda. Looking at it from another angle, it's ambition. The Chinese culture is broad and profound, and it's said to give you more burdens. There are two types. One is to provide resources and responsibilities. That's called nurturing. The other is to not provide resources. That's called exploitation. Of course, there is no exploitation in socialism. It's just that the division of labor is different. There's no difference between a dung digger and a mayor. It's just that the type of work is different. Both are serving the people. Look at New Zealand, Switzerland, Norway, etc. What? Canada? Denmark? Bullshit. Canada and Denmark are looking at China with colored glasses. They're like dogs. Dogs. It's said that the old are the same as the old, the young are the same as the young. This is called empathy. It feels good, but it's not practical. Without class, there's no development. Humans pursue comparison, arousing the people's desire to compare, and at the same time, giving them the opportunity to work hard. This is what a ruler should do. When promoting to the people, you can't say this. You have to say that happiness is obtained through hard work. That's right in theory, but the process is different. Fraud is also a form of struggle. Don't thieves need skills? Li Yi was full. He held his chopsticks and waited for others. He is not teaching to the people. It's a different kind of teaching to the people. Now he was dissecting them and separating them out. He had been farming them step by step. Was this a struggle? That's useless. Even if you farm till you die, you won't have any money. Struggle is about wisdom. Other people are planting tomatoes in greenhouses. Damn, you all don't want to plant green onions? Then I'll plant. Those who plant tomatoes and cucumbers can't say they didn't work hard. They planted a large area, but they didn't make any money. Those who plant green onions made money. It's also a form of struggle. Li Yi is instilling this knowledge into others, but he is also at a loss. He was thinking, sweeping the streets with a broom is a form of struggle? Everyone says that happiness is obtained through hard work. In his country, sweeping the streets can bring happiness? That's because one's mental state has reached a certain level. It's the same as Bhutan. The medical and transportation conditions are useless. The aviation is only a small broken airport. Eating seafood is a joke. Third brother, there are fewer government officials in some areas. In other areas, there are actually redundant officials. This shows that there is a problem with cognition. The price of refusing to take up the position is too small. Increase the content of the law. It's like conscription. Have the same requirements for the officials. Li thought of the problem of the officials in the Tang dynasty as he ate. Give someone an official position, and that person can choose not to take up the position, like Du Fu. The officials can choose not to take up the position, but can the soldiers not fight? Obviously not. The soldiers of the House of Subjugation will die faster if they don't fight when it's time. What's wrong with the officials? I have to talk about it. Brother Yi, should we be punished? Li Longji frowned. He already knew, but he was used to it. Now that he heard Li Yi mention it again, he wondered if the Tang dynasty would be abolished if those people were not the officials. He found that it wouldn't be, because at least Brother Yi was nurturing talents. Then how should those who are given official positions, but don't take up the position be punished? Chapter 1374. Once you refuse to take up the position, you will not be able to become an official for the rest of your life. You will not be able to become an official for 3 generations. Li Yi directly told him how to deal with this matter. It was the same as a deserter. Currently, in Chang'an, many people who passed the imperial examination were waiting for a suitable position. The Ministry of Personnel had arranged an official position for him, but he felt it was too far away. The local government was still poor and had a small population. He had been asking for help and using his connections to get an official position near Chang'an or Henan province. Yao Chang's son was in Henan province previously. If an official did not take up the position, the Ministry of Personnel would wait, and there would be a vacancy in the local government. Luckily, the officials were hardworking. It was fine even if there was no county magistrate. After the Lunar New Year, give this order. Li Longji decided to listen to Li Yi and chase the officials out of Chang'an. Who was he going to waste time with? There is one more thing. The Ministry of Personnel will teach the officials. Most of them will have to do with official documents. Ask the people to do things according to the rules. Also build irrigation works and roads. Not enough. Li mentioned another situation that needed to be changed. After passing the imperial examination, the students could not become an official immediately unless they had an official in their family. The rest of them must learn from the officials in the Ministry of Personnel. They must learn how to write letters to pacify the people, notify the people, review cases, and remember the harvest time. Under normal circumstances, if a county magistrate could do all these, he was considered a good official. Just like last year, Li Longji received a tip-off from Zhang Juling and conducted a test on a large group of county magistrates. In the end, a large group of county magistrates failed, and dozens of them were sent home to learn. I need to learn. Li Longji uttered these 2 words and stopped asking. He knew what Li Yi meant. The officials in the county magistrate should learn from Li Yi. Not only can they understand the situation in the county magistrate's office, but they can also carry out specific tasks, including what vegetables the people grow, whether to repair their houses. If the county magistrate was in charge of public security, he must help the people build fences and teach them how to avoid danger. He must also teach them how to use weapons to hunt dangerous beasts in the woods and mountains. Of course, if Li Yi were to go down, he would also look at the surrounding counties and help the state government think of ways to work with other counties. Difficult. Li Longji did not get carried away. He understood. Expecting all the officials to do it was harder than ascending to heaven. If he wanted to go up into the sky, he had a hot air balloon. It would only take a little effort. Every single one of the officials had the same ability as Li Yi. Don't joke around. It's not difficult. Both batches of students can do it. Li Yi said. The first batch of 41 A-ranked students, and the second batch of 220 A-ranked students. They were specially groomed and taught everything. Even the students who were sent to the village to write the poem of sympathy for the two ducks, and their peers were not a problem. Before he passed the examination, he became a village official and learned the governance strategies given by Li Yi in the village. When they returned from the village, the examinees exchanged ideas with each other. Every village developed in a different way. The new batch will continue to be sent to the village. They will study for a year and be sent back to the village for the imperial examination next year. Li Longji suddenly realized that he was short of capable officials. He went out for a walk and passed by so many counties. Everywhere he went, Li Yi provided him with solutions. Li Yi seemed to be doing things casually. No, there was only one Li Yi in the world. Let's give the batch of students who are helping the people a chance. If they can't do it, we will give them the title of Grand Scholar. Li Yi did not forget about the students who were living in the migrant workers' house. They had contributed a lot. In the future, being an official would not depend on one's literary skills. Whoever could solve the problem would be promoted. Whoever could improve the public security and economy would be promoted first. It did not matter if they were greedy. The aim was to increase the income of the people. Of course, after the new year. Li Longji nodded. That's right. After talking about the new year, Li Longji had a new question. When will the merchants celebrate the new year? Not necessarily. It depends on where they are from. For example, Tubo. They celebrate the new year during the autumn harvest. There are different arrangements outside. Li Yi could not say how the people celebrated the new year. This included religion. The current situation was that religion came before the country, including Christianity and Islam. Will they celebrate the new year of the Tang dynasty in Guangzhou? Li Longji always wanted others to listen to the words of the Tang dynasty. They will celebrate the new year if we let them. However, trade is not allowed. In reality, whoever is powerful will be willing to celebrate the new year. Li Yi did not care what the merchants celebrated the new year. He only wanted to make money. The people of the Yen family have been sentenced. Since no one died because of them, they were not killed. They are just disciples. Li Longji thought of the Yen family in Kaiyuan County. Actually, no one died directly. However, it is not easy to convict those who died indirectly. Li Yi did not care much about the Yin family. Rest early. It is the end of the year. Do not tire yourself out. Li Longji yawned. The Kaiyuan County mentioned by Li Longji was lit at night. There were no ice lanterns. It had just rained 2 days ago. The temperature was lower today. It was 23 degrees Celsius. Before it rained, it was 28 degrees Celsius. Everyone wore cool clothes. Jian Qing brought 1,000 winged knights to work with the fifth steward of the Li family, Zhuangzi Li Feng. Li Feng got a lot of mountain people. He used the profits from buying things to build houses for the mountain people. He also built roads. The houses were at the foot of the mountain. The roads led to the mountain people's village. When the mountain people went down the mountain, they would not go back. They had a place to live and could cultivate terrace fields. The people in Kaiyuan County had a better life. In the few months that Li Feng came, the people's income increased by more than 10 times. Not only Kaiyuan County, but the entire Guangzhou government, the people's income increased. Before Li Feng and the others came, when Zhang Jiuling was in charge, they had already earned more money. Now they earned even more. We will celebrate the new year here this year. It is warm. Jianqing actually wanted to go back to Chang'an. Seeing the people have more money is the happiest. When I go back, Li Dongzhu will definitely praise me. Li Feng did not care whether it was warm or not. He also did not want the Li family Zhuangzi. He was full of results. His original intention was only to get Li Yi's recognition. As long as Li Yi praised him, he felt that all his efforts were worth it. If Li Yi said something bad about him, he would seek death. He was a slave of the Li family Zhuangzi. He was bought by Li Yi to Zhuangzi and lived a good life. Like slaves in other places, the slave would take the initiative to protect the slave master. If someone said to overthrow the slave master, the slave would not agree. That was a slave in a place where he lived a normal life. Unless he was always the slave master, and his family was starved or beaten to death, the slave would not be willing to betray him. The slave did not know anything, and relied on the slave master to lead them. Li Feng was now separated from the Li family Zhuangzi, and could live a good life. He learned a lot of skills. The more it was like this, the more he felt that it was better to be a slave. When he went out to live, which court official would treat him well? In the Li family Zhuangzi, he was a steward and could see the officials. Usually he could see the emperor, the empress, the retired emperor, and others. Of course, the key was that he could not go out. He wanted to earn money to redeem himself. No, he had to tell Dongzhu, and Dongzhu would let him go. Go and live a free life. Then after crossing the bridge he would lose his life. Dongzhu could let him go, but the court would not give him a chance. Chapter 1375. Li Feng, you can make paper shells and fire caps. Why don't you make fireworks? Jianqing didn't know what Li Feng was thinking. He wanted to see fireworks himself. The Li family Zhuangzi's people who came with Li Feng actually knew how to make bullets. As a winged knight, he didn't know how to do it. He only knew how to use it. Dongzhu didn't teach us. Dongzhu only taught us how to make bullets. He was afraid that 1,000 bullets wouldn't be enough for each of you. The fire caps are still made of copper. Li Feng lied with his eyes wide open. He knew how to make fireworks secretly, and added some metals and chemicals. The chemicals were all bought from the local mines and pharmacies. They wanted to give others a surprise. The dried seafood here doesn't feel as delicious as the ones in Bohai. Jianqing changed the topic gloomily. The seafood in the cold water area is special, but the people by the sea are willing to eat fresh, especially here in Guangzhou, because the weather is hot. When it came to seafood, Li Feng had a smile. He bought a lot of local dried products, including the ones in the mountains, and shipped them back in batches. He also taught the locals to use fish bone powder to feed livestock and poultry, especially poultry. The chickens didn't go into the water, the ducks did. But the ducks ate it themselves. It couldn't be compared to manually grinding it and feeding it. Needless to say, the geese couldn't swallow it if it was bigger. During this time, he taught the people to hatch poultry and raise them. New chicks, ducklings, and geese came out. He taught everyone not to catch fish, but to sink to the bottom of the sea to catch seaweed and feed it to pigs. The geese also ate it. The chickens ate a little less. The ducks didn't need to be fed this. If the ducks had food, it would be better to feed them. If not, the ducks would go to the sea to eat. In addition to the grass in the mountains, the people now saved a lot of eggs. They used boiled salt to marinate them, and transported them elsewhere in batches. When he thought of the boiled salt, Li Feng was quite confused. Dongzhu has a way to make salt. His eldest brother is controlling it. It hasn't been used by the sea for the time being. I also don't dare to release it. Why? Li Dongzhu didn't ask you to use it? Jianqing didn't suspect that there was a good method. He was just confused about Li Yi's behavior. He said that starting next year, he will adjust the industrial structure of the Tang dynasty's salt products. His Majesty had salt wells in Shu. If there was more sea salt, His Majesty would earn less money. At the same time, there's a simple way to get sea salt. The people who cook the salt will lose their jobs. Cooking salt is hard work, but it's still an income. As the fifth steward, Li Feng knew a lot of things. Li Feng, if you go out alone, you can also earn a lot of money. Jianqing said casually. Yes. Did you get the order? Once we try to break away, they will kill us. We know, including Songda. Li Feng was already used to it. He was very clear that he knew many things, and the influence these things would have on the Tang dynasty. Jianqing shook her head lightly. The order I received was that as long as one of us is not dead, I cannot let you get hurt. You won't kill us? Li Feng was surprised. His Majesty said it doesn't matter. We're just here to protect you. Since you've been captured, Li Dongzhu will naturally take care of you personally. Take Lu Zhou's Tan family's stronghold for example. If Tan Shui captured all of you, we would all die in battle. If news of this spread, Li Dongzhu would destroy the Tan family's stronghold. He wouldn't ask the Tan family's stronghold to hand over the culprit. If someone faked it and handed over one, Jianqing, how dare you slander the Tan family's stronghold? Tan Shui shouted from behind. Amei stood behind her and glared at Jianqing. Let me give an example. Jianqing was shocked. Take my clan as an example? Do you think the Tan family's stronghold is stupid? If others hear this, they'll think that the Tan family's stronghold is rebelling. Tan Shui did not back down. She could not say that. Jianqing was all smiles. Yes. I was wrong. I apologize. Don't mobilize the troops to attack me. Do you think I'm stupid? Mobilize the troops to attack the Winged Knights? I've already spoken to the stronghold here. We'll provide the coal, and we'll craft the tools together. Tan Shui got down to business. According to the administrative division at Li Yi's place, Luzhou was in Guangxi. Guangzhou was in Guangdong. The government had to look at the locals and the mountain people. The mountain people were the hardest to interact with. In the past, the mountain people would only send people to trade when they needed something. The government had a headache, but they did not have any good ideas. When Tan Shui arrived, she actively interacted with the mountain people in the stronghold. Since they were all mountain people, they were closer. Moreover, her family could organize a team and had more resources. Over the past few days, Li Feng had gained trust, and the Winged Knights had gained recognition. Lu Zhou had opened up all the mountain people's channels to the Tan family's stronghold. Without the Li family Zhuangzi and the Winged Knights, the Tan family's stronghold could move unhindered. This had nothing to do with the court. The Li family Zhuangzi was not the court, and the Winged Knights were His Majesty's private army. This meant that the Tan family's stronghold was on par with the Huang'an family. They could even beat someone up if they wanted to. This was normal. After all, Li Yi's clan in Guangxi was already powerful. If they wanted to flip over a police car, they would flip it over. If they wanted to set it on fire, they would set it on fire. If a dog thief tried to steal from their stronghold, they would beat him to death. Some people even raised children. Previously, they did not slow down 16-year-old children. They beat people up. Not slow down 14-year-old children. They killed people. That was why the country changed the law. It was not targeted at a few cases of children killing people. The real target was Guangxi, and then the whole country. The punishment began at the age of 12. Since the people in Guangxi were not that tall, the punishment at the age of 12 was less harmful to adults unless they used guns. At the same time, the law emphasized self-defense and improved many aspects. It was no longer a case of killing a thief for stealing. Once the two were combined, they would understand. Even if a teenager violated you, you could just kill the other party. The prosecution would prosecute you, and the prosecution would need to provide evidence. They were more powerful than the Northeast during Li Yi's time. In the Tang dynasty, they were mountain people. They were even more powerful. If it were a few years ago, Tan Shui might have arrested the officials. However, she had learned her lesson. The key was that she could directly contact the Li family Zhuangzi. Since she could solve the problem through non-violent means, why would she kill people? We still have to build roads. The land route is faster than the sea route. Ships from other places will dock at the port here. Li Feng knew some things. He did not know that Li Yi would leave on the second day of the Chinese New Year. But he knew which was more convenient. Are there any pigeons over there? Tan Shui still could not forget Li Yi. No, but there are many pigeons over there. Maybe they will fly back after the Chinese New Year. Li Feng also missed pigeons. He was now working with the Li family Zhuangzi and a few people here. He was afraid that he would not be thorough enough. Oh, Tan Shui lowered her head. She wanted to go to Chang'an. In the past, she thought that there were many outstanding men and that she could find a good one. However, after meeting Li Yi, her definition of outstanding men was that they were not outstanding enough. Even in her dreams, she dreamed of her marriage with Li Yi. It was a wedding that was held according to the standards of her village. In terms of good looks, she knew there were better-looking men than Li Yi. However, those good-looking men were not good in literature or wealth. She was in a dilemma. Chapter 1376. Tan Shui was only conflicted about finding a man, but some people were conflicted about their family matters. Guangzhou's Huang family, Huang'an, and the others were preparing for the new year. They mainly ate poultry and livestock. They didn't eat water buffaloes and kept them to work. Pigs were good. They also ate water chestnuts and rice cakes, which they used to fry with sesame oil. If they wanted to eat more, they would eat seafood. There were no dumplings or glutinous rice balls. They also knew how to make sausages. The rich could do it, and the poor could continue to eat fish. Now that all the people in Guangzhou were rich, the Li family Zhuangzi sent people to the counties to be officials and set up the state government. Under the gentle protection of the winged knights, administrative orders were sent out one after another. Everyone obeyed. The people mainly made money because the roads were built and easy to travel. Then a batch of goods was sent to Chang'an. The Li family Zhuangzi bought them at a high price. Even after deducting the travel expenses, Li Yi's profits were less than 100%. There were many barbarian businessmen coming over. To target them, all the docks where boats could be docked were built new beautiful hotels. The barbarian businessmen could spend a little money to enjoy the service. For example, a bowl of noodles with chili sauce. A spoonful of chili sauce was about 5 grams, and was sold for only 500 yuan. A bed with springs could be slept on for only 5 grams a night. There was also fried dough sticks and soy milk for breakfast. Then the service staff's wages were higher. Their previous income couldn't be compared. Children could also get some wild fruits to make juice and sell. They could also use saltpeter to make ice and ice fruit juice. Of course, it wasn't frozen solid. Saltpeter was used to make ice mud. How much saltpeter did it take to freeze solid? In Guangzhou's temperature, a large glass of about 200 milliliters of ice fruit juice only cost 3 grams. It was cheap. Under normal circumstances, a barbarian businessman would need to stay for half a month to do business in Guangzhou. In this half a month, one person could spend 100 grams. A boat wasn't for one person. This didn't include the money they spent on finding women. The local people in Guangzhou looked for women in the brothels for around 10 to 100 grams. There were also those who wanted to spend more. When it came to barbarian businessmen, the women who usually charged the locals 10 grams would get up. Everyone had the same rule. Barbarian businessmen looked like that. When the women in the business of sending love made money, they would give a portion of it to the county school. She could also add some accessories to her boudoir, so that she could raise the price next time. Guangzhou had become so prosperous. For example, Dongguan County's county magistrate Huang Luan had discovered that his income had increased. With more money in Grieffield Square, they could take care of more elderly and disabled people. The money for the children's education was sufficient, thanks to the young ladies. Speaking of the people from the Li family Zhuangzi, they are really different. They can even think of the female officials of the Tang dynasty. Wearing clothes that looked similar to those of female officials could actually increase the price by several times. The barbarian merchants liked this. Sure enough, Li Dongzhu has the ability to make money. Huang Luan and Huang'an were talking about economic development. The two of them were drinking and waiting for the new year. Don't always stare at women. Think of something else. Huang'an felt that Huang Luan's vision was too small. Yes. Let's not talk about women. There are actually some Yishang merchants who like men. I heard. Let's change the topic. Don't talk about men or women. Huang'an interrupted Huang Luan's words. Oh, understood. I found out that some barbarian merchants are even willing to do something on the boats designed by Li Dongzhu. They said that when they move, the water ripples circle after circle. I don't know if the blood can ripple if the head is cut off. Huang'an was ready to draw his sword. I am saying that Li Dongzhu is amazing. How could he think of? He can also make you a mere figurehead. This is even more amazing. Huang'an gasped. He was furious. He felt that he should change this person. What was he thinking all day? Money moves people's hearts. I don't think about these things. I am afraid that I can't help but reach out. Huang Luan told him about his situation. There was a lot of money that he had never seen before. It was flowing into the Yaman's account. Even though he knew that someone was watching, he was still tempted. You have to think more about the Yen family in Dongyuan County. Once you think of them, you will understand. Huang'an did not think about the money. He was counting on being promoted. Only by being promoted could he bring glory to his ancestors. The officials cultivated by the Li family Zhuangzi are really amazing. They can even be officials like that. My extra salary is so high that I can actually sell my calligraphy. Huang Luan blushed when he mentioned the word sell. When the Li family Zhuangzi's people came to ask for calligraphy, they could write anything. 10 CUN. If they wrote a few more words, 50 CUN. The key was that the soap and toilet water were free. They were all prepared. They also added cotton and silk blended socks, and put them on to wash their sweat. Huang'an picked up a glass of cold wine, and took a sip. What is given to you is yours. If it is not given to you, you can't take it yourself. He finally understood. When he corresponded with Song Jing said what kind of life the officials in the capital government lived. The Li family Zhuangzi gave some benefits. The emperor also gave some benefits. Any one of the benefits was several times more than the salary. After taking the things and money, they could not reach out anymore. If they reached out, it would not be their hands that were chopped off. Now that they were in Guangzhou, the officials were raised and did not cause any trouble. Their team came over. Oh, it was called the Baishui Corps. All the affairs of Guangzhou were handled clearly and clearly. If he had the same group of people, Huang'an was envious, jealous, and helpless. The most important thing is to nurture the team. A good team is the sharpest knife. The sun shone on the snow. There were still 2 days before the 30th. But Li Yi had already performed surgery on 3 death row prisoners. The interventional surgery was carried out according to the procedures. The nurses cooperated. The 3 death row prisoners were all alive. They were so excited that they could not stop crying. They were alive. They were really alive. There was no need to die. Li Yi was happy. He emphasized the team to Li Longji, who was having breakfast with him. You need a team to open a restaurant? Li Longji suddenly wanted to argue. It's the same. A good team can make the restaurant develop quickly. For example, the Li family Zhuangzi provides people to run the restaurant. Li Yi began to introduce the restaurant. He chose the hot pot restaurant to introduce. There was a group of people. The women were beautiful, the men were handsome, and the salary was high. When they went to a place and bought a restaurant that was not well run, it was usually a 2-story building. They would renovate it and give it a discount. Then, the service staff would be able to patiently serve it with a smile. There were no problems with the ingredients used, including the complimentary dishes. Under normal circumstances, this restaurant would be popular. Some people would be willing to enjoy it for half a year or a year. After it became popular, some people would want this restaurant. It was obvious that it was profitable. The hot pot restaurant would give a price and help train the service staff who would take over. It cost 6 million to buy the restaurant and renovate. If others wanted to buy it, it would cost 10 million. The service staff would take care of it one by one for a month. The entire team would leave because another newly bought place had been renovated. They would continue to do the work. The people who took over were doing well in the first 2 months. Later, they realized that the business was getting worse and worse. What was wrong? In fact, the method of earning profits was different. It was much worse. The people who led the team did not earn much in half a year or a year. They only hoped to sell it to make a profit. Chapter 1377. Li Longji was stunned when he heard this. Li Yi said that the person who took over the restaurant had a salary of 300 to 500 renminbi a month. The previous waiter had a salary of at least 2,000 renminbi. If the results were good, there would be additional bonuses. Of course, the waiter would do his best to serve the restaurant. This business would not make much money. With this salary, it would take at least 8 to 10 years to recoup the investment. However, the waiter could make double the profits by selling the restaurant. Actually, even 50% would be fine. If the restaurant could be sold in half a year, 30% would be fine too. If the waiter changed in half a year, it would be 190 times the profit in 10 years. As long as the waiter was trained and paid well. How much interest would the bank loan be? How much would the return be? It was very cost-effective. There is another business model. It is a long-term business model. Do not sell but rent. The waiter is also good. Li started to talk about another business model. If the waiter was good, he could earn back 20% of the cost in a year. After that, he would change locations. He would rent the house and buy it with a loan. With the previous profits, the rental fees would be enough to cover the repayment. If he had more money, he could borrow for a long time and repay for a short time. After that, he could use the house to get a loan and go to other places to buy restaurants. The more he did, the more properties he would buy. Depending on the situation, if the business was good, he could do it for 2 years. After the novelty wore off, he could do it for a year. Those who took over the business would realize that they were not making money. That's right. One was that the waiter was not good enough, and the other was that the customers did not like to eat. If that's the case, why don't Brother Yi do it? Li Longji had learned how to do it. What I said just now is that the brand is not strong enough. My Li family Zhuangzi's restaurant is not for sale or rent. Just like Drunken Immortal House. I don't even open a chain. I want to make sure that my Li family Zhuangzi's restaurant is the brand of the place. This is called brand value. If a chain was opened using the franchise model, the end result would be the same. Others can go bankrupt after making enough money. Can Li family Zhuangzi do the same? If Li family Zhuangzi goes bankrupt. Li Yi pretended to count money as he rubbed his fingers together. Li Longji sweated profusely in an instant. Yes, Brother Yi, hold on. He came to his senses. If the Li family Zhuangzi fell, what would happen to the coupons? It's steady. Look at my business in Zhuangzi in the south of the city. The profits are not small, and the people are happy. Li Yi smiled and nodded. He didn't dare to be reckless. Every step he took had to be steady. The Li family Zhuangzi was not Zhuangzi. It was a continuous mountain range and a boundless sea. Li Qingxi took a sip of wine. He had been drinking since early in the morning. He lowered his head and muttered. Brother Yi, the business in the south of the city has affected both the east and west markets. Both the east and west markets have collapsed. The low prices in the southern part of the city impacted the profits of foreign merchants. Our Chengnan city is suppressing the price, and the prices of the eastern and western cities can't be raised. They can only suppress the price of the foreign suppliers. The unit price of the foreign suppliers is low, but as long as the quantity is large, there is still enough profit. If you don't sell in Chang'an, you can sell in other places. Can the throughput of goods there support such large-scale sales and purchases? If there are no restrictions, the polarization will be serious, and the Tang dynasty will inevitably have hidden dangers. Li Yi continued to teach others political and economic lessons. If you want to make more money, you have to research new technologies, reduce costs, and improve the quality of goods. This includes luxury goods. Whoever can establish a brand of luxury goods has the ability. Daily necessities can't exceed the average consumption level. Li Lang, are you talking about food and oil? I can choose not to eat other things, but I can't not eat these too. Princess Yongmu was studying hard. She lived freely and happily. Unlike some women in Li Yi's time who wanted to buy bags, sports cars, and preferably yachts. They needed to improve their social status. There was nothing wrong with that. Since ancient times, those who couldn't get status for themselves in other aspects spoke with their face and figure. Why was the price of Nanka so high? Everyone was talented and rich. Princess Yongmu didn't need it. She was a princess. What social status did she want? To be Princess Taiping? How did Princess Taiping die? When she married Li Yi, what status did she want? Was the status of Li Yi's wife enough? When Princess Yongmu did things with her identity, someone would keep an eye on her. If there was a problem, the people from the censorate would dare to impeach her. When she did things with the identity of Li Yi's wife, others chose to be blind. They didn't hear or see anything. The people from the censorate were busy, so they didn't have time to find trouble with her. If someone was stupid enough to impeach her, the prime ministers would see it in the secretariat. Damn, stay in the secretariat. That's it. Staying in the secretariat, and not releasing it was called staying in the secretariat. At the same time, Someone hurried to the Li family Zhuangzi and told Song De that someone was impeaching his wife. He ran there and rode a bicycle back. There were many things hanging on the handlebars of the bicycle, and there were also things piled up on the back seat. The bicycle and other things were the informants. There was also a stack of coupons in his arms. The Li family Zhuangzi wrote in a small corner of the next day's newspaper that because the Zhuangzi was losing money, the benefits of the Li family Zhuangzi were gone. That day, the person who impeached Princess Yongmu died in society. Unless he was farming himself, he was truly dead. The officials wouldn't talk to him. When his family went out to buy vegetables, no one in the entire capital would sell vegetables. It's the same for other non-staple foods, such as scallions, ginger, garlic, and meat. Li Yi shook his head slightly. Then if others buy in bulk, should we catch them? Hoarding and profiting. Princess Yongmu playfully blew the bangs on her forehead. Bangs wasn't a person's name. It was just a girl's natural drooping hair before the age of 15. Lu, it referred to the flow of tassels. The child of tassels was called Lu Hai. Tassels were the tassels of some things. When used on a hairpin, it was called a dangling hairpin. The dangling hairpin was usually called a half-dangling hairpin. When the left foot stepped in, the right foot stepped in, and the left foot stepped in, it was called a half-step. No need. For example, the price of scallions suddenly increased by 3 times. I'll write in the newspaper that the scallions can't be eaten recently. People will die if they eat them. Li Yi said casually as he picked up scallions with soy sauce for Princess Yongmu. The people of the Tang dynasty believed in the newspaper. What was the use of the newspaper? If you dare to hoard scallions and sell them at a high price, I'll let you rot there. Ah! Princess Yongmu's eyes widened instantly. She looked very cute. Eat it. After eating, suck on a piece of mint candy. Otherwise, when you kiss me, you'll let me smell the scallion. No, I'll eat it too. It's good to eat scallions in the morning. Be good. Open your mouth. Okay. Li Yi suddenly realized that he couldn't dislike his wife, although they had never kissed before. Under normal circumstances, if one ate scallions, ginger and garlic in ancient times, they couldn't get rid of the taste with salt. What should they do? Simple eat fruits. What should they do without fruits? Chew tea leaves. Even if one didn't die from the spiciness, after eating a head of purple garlic, the tea leaves could still get rid of the taste. Even if one used the standard technique of chewing garlic and chewed it with one's front teeth, it would still be spicy. Yes, Li Longji said. He was anxious. As a father, seeing his daughter kissing other men was usually quite uncomfortable. However, if Li Yi didn't kiss, he would feel even more uncomfortable. It was best to cook the rice so that he could be at ease. Chapter 1378. There was still one day before the 30th. Standing on top of Li family Zhuangzi and holding binoculars, he could see that the commoners were bustling with activity. They were rich and wanted to have a good new year. Tomorrow was the 30th, so it was not convenient to buy things. They would buy things today and let them sit for a day. There were many people setting up stalls at the bridgehead, so they did not charge fees. The children ran here and there. As they ran, they couldn't find their parents. The children hurriedly looked where they were going and stood at the side of the tent. When the parents found that their children had suddenly disappeared, they were not anxious. They bought some things and looked for the tents next to the tents. They told them in advance that if they got lost, they could go to the tents. The children had folded papers with their home addresses. If they could not find them, the 16th guard would help to send them back. Because of Li Yi's couplets, the Tang dynasty became popular, and spring festival couplets with horizontal scrolls were written. Next year was the year of the horse. Usually they would write spring and horses. The first line was, spring is full of joy. The second line was, Ma Sui Feng. The horizontal scrolls were, year of the horse. Li Yi wore a hat and mask. He held Princess Yongmu's hand and walked in the crowd. There were many guards disguised as commoners around them. Xiaolan held Princess Yongmu's hand on the other side. Her eyes darted around from time to time. Do you know what spring festival couplets are? Look at the spring festival couplets. They are not even spring festival couplets. There are rules for couplets. It's called heaven and earth. As the three of them walked, they heard someone talking loudly. There was a circle of people around them. Li Lang, are the rules for Spring Festival couplets strict? Princess Yongmu knew how to write couplets, but she was not sure if it was wrong. It can be strict, but it can also not be strict. He is a little provocative. Writing couplets is just to make a living. He just needs to be himself. Li Yi observed from outside, and knew that the person who spoke just now also wrote couplets for others. He probably wrote letters to home, or lawsuits in the past. Business was not good. Students could help with lawsuits. It was free. For things like letters to home, if there were really distant relatives, the people of the capital government would write them. The handwriting might not be good, but the content could be written. If he was too old to write, he would look for his neighbor. So the letter writers were put out of work. They could work as bookkeepers, or go to the villages to teach children. Teach children calligraphy if their handwriting is good. Seeing that it was the new year, they thanked Li Yi for bringing the Spring Festival couplets. They thought of them in advance and wrote them for others. Some even drew pictures of them. Which expert made such a comment? What do you mean by strict or not strict? The people inside actually heard him. Swoosh. The onlookers in front of Li Yi all turned around and opened up a path for him. Li Yi pulled Princess Yongmu and hid with Xiaolan to the side. He turned his head and looked back. The people behind him were stunned for a moment and also looked back. Ha 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 ha, Xiaolan couldn't help but laugh. Princess Yongmu also laughed. This was too fun. She could actually do this. Everyone looked around, but they couldn't find him. The person dressed like a scholar, who was writing for someone else, was embarrassed. Who was it? Why didn't he stand out? He saw Xiaolan and Princess Yongmu at a glance. Both of them had their eyes exposed. Usually, ordinary women would look good with a mask, not to mention that they were already beautiful. Ladies, do you want to ask for Spring Festival couplets? I'm not talented, but I'm willing to give you a brush. The scholar was prepared to give couplets for free. It was normal to see beautiful women. Huh. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan widened their eyes in tacit understanding. You're writing Spring Festival couplets for us? Are your literary talent and handwriting good enough? Li Yi. He felt offended. I'm holding hands. Are you sure you won't be beaten? Brother, please. The scholar only saw them now. They were holding hands. So his gaze swept past Princess Yongmu and looked at Xiaolan. Xiaolan was holding Princess Yongmu's hand. Lady, what kind of Spring Festival couplets do you want? The scholar asked Xiaolan and nodded to Li Yi, meaning that I won't fight with you. Don't draw your sword. Li Yi smiled. At the same time, a pile of information appeared in his mind. I'll name a few. You write down the names you need. My Xiaolan doesn't lack. Xiaolan quickly let go of Princess Yongmu's hand and ran over to Li Yi's other hand. She blinked at the scholar. Yes, my Li Lang will write it for me. The scholar looked at Li Yi with a different gaze. There was admiration in his eyes, as if to say, Brother, how did you do it? Teach me. Li Yi understood and said to the scholar, It's fine as long as you have money. I'm slightly talented. I'll take the imperial examination. I'll pass the imperial examination. The scholar puffed out his chest. I'm talking about the word bei and the word saifu. Li Yi told the truth. Why couldn't Meng Haoran compare to Wang Wei? It was a matter of money. Of course, family power was equally important. Wang Wei's family had many officials, so he could drink with the Prince of Qi. I don't believe it. When I become a grand scholar, I'll naturally get what I need. The scholar obviously didn't have much money and wanted to resist. If you become a grand scholar, you won't be able to make a lot of money. Say, when did the Turks want to make peace with the Tang dynasty? Did the Tang dynasty agree? Li Yi was so bored that he actually asked about national affairs. Why did the Turks want to make peace? The scholar surnamed Ma thought for a while and asked Li Yi. Do you know the current situation of the Turks? Li Yi asked. I know a little. The newspaper said that the Turks were silent and died. The Turks were in constant internal strife and had no time to attack the Tang dynasty. The scholar recalled and answered. Li Yi nodded and pulled the two people closer. He let go of their hands and picked up the pen on the table and started writing couplets. There was a lot of information, so he copied it. After copying 10 couplets, he thought for a while and threw the information away. He wrote the first couplet, a smile on the face of a new horse in spring. The second couplet, Yuexing grows older and dismisses the old snake. The horizontal scroll, glory in the horse. After he finished writing, he put down the pen and pulled the two people away. My writing is not as good as the 10 couplets above. The word embrace is not good. It should be welcome. And the second couplet should be changed to go. The scholar surnamed Ma was very unhappy. He felt that he was being suppressed, and did not know what was going on. He found fault with Li Yi's couplets, and changed the words. A few old men walked out from the crowd. They were wearing masks. One of them looked at the couplets, and then at the scholar. If this is the case, you don't have to take the exam next year. We asked you about national policy but you did not know. Now you can't even write. Another old man did not speak. He picked up the pen and wrote the first couplet. A smile on the face of a new horse in spring. The horizontal scroll, glory in the horse. The third old man said, you changed 2 words. Can the contents of the couplet match? Is there a problem with the original couplet? Let's go, let's go. Let's continue to walk around. It's more interesting than staying in the south of the city. Another person who did not look too old said. The group of people left, leaving the scholar surnamed Ma in a daze. Another person came over and picked up the pen. Swish, swish, swish. He copied 10 of the couplets Li Yi had copied and copied this couplet. He placed the newly copied couplet on the table, and kept the ones that Li Yi and the old man had written. I'm rich, I'm rich. Ha 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 ha. My eyes are sharp. The calligraphy is mine. Old Bai's handwriting is not bad. It's all thanks to him running back from Lantian County. Ha ha ha. The person laughed and ran away like a lunatic. Who is that? The scholar finally reacted. I think it's Patrol Officer Zhang Sun from Lantian County. You've profited. Patrol Officer Zhang Sun's calligraphy. Someone at the side recognized Zhang Sun Xian and congratulated the scholar. The scholar frowned. But why do I feel like I've lost out? Chapter 1379. Actually, we can also print the Spring Festival couplets and the word fortune. There are also other items that can ward off evil spirits. Li Yi saw that everyone was writing and drawing, so he mentioned this to Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. How much does it cost to print one? Xiaolan threw down a 10-tael coupon and pulled out 3 candied haws that were sold for 2 taels each. The paper and ink cost is 5 sets, and 1 tael is enough. 1 set is sold for 5 taels, and there are many people in the capital who are willing to buy it. Li Yi estimated the cost, and there were many people who wanted it. If a household bought 1 set, the average cost would be 3 taels. If 1,000,000 households bought 1 set, it would cost 3 million taels. Should we print it? Xiaolan calculated the printing speed of Li family Zhuangzi, and thought that if they printed it today and sent it to other places, they could earn 10,000 taels. Leave a way out for those who make a living from drawing. Otherwise, Li Yi was distracted and thought about the problems of the industry and unemployment. Otherwise, what other good ideas do you have to make money? A very awkward voice sounded, and it sounded like a woman's voice. Li Yi was distracted and did not react, and said yes. For example, writing now is basically black and white. The paper in Xian County is yellow, and there are dark lines. After it is made into wax, it is good for painting. Paper can be dyed with dyes, and it can be made into multicolored paper. The red color is festive, and the ink can be made into gold. If the Li family Zhuangzi or the imperial court produced the paper and ink, they could make more than 1,000,000 taels a year. How do you do it? The voice sounded again. Easy as long as Li Lang, eat the candied haws. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan spoke at the same time, and Xiaolan passed him the candied haws. When 2 women spoke together, their voices were very pleasant to hear. Li Yi took the candied haws and turned to look at them. He took a deep breath and said, Old Bai, I will fill your mouth with teeth when we get back. Why? Bai Gu licked his teeth. They were all there, and the places that were missing before were filled up nicely. Because you're shameless. You even pinched your throat to speak. Li Yi said as he bit off a hawthorn. He chewed hard, and the rock candy made a crunching sound. Give me the method. You can pluck any of my teeth you want. Remember to embed them in this old man's mouth. They must all be made of porcelain so that they look white. Bai Gu looked like he was ready to die. Isn't it possible to bleach? Xiao Yi, how are we going to get the ink and paper? Zhang Juling tried to smooth things over. It's almost Chinese New Year. Wouldn't it be better for you to go home? Li Yi sighed. There was nothing he could do. We came out to buy New Year's goods. The bugs in the Li family Zhuangzi are bigger than those in other places. Sui was carrying a small basket made of rattan. Inside the basket were roasted chestnuts. He lifted it up to show Li Yi that he was indeed buying New Year's goods. Li looked at the chestnuts. There's an oven at home? We have to heat it up when we go back. Otherwise, it won't be easy to peel the chestnuts. Cold ones won't taste good. Yes. Songda brought someone to install an oven. There's also a fireplace. Sometimes we use it to barbecue skewers. Sui smiled and nodded. Oh Bai, are you planning to dye the ink for the imperial court? Li Yi said as he ate another hawthorn. Xiaonyang, I didn't give you the change just now. I won't give you the change. I'm going back. I don't know anything. The candied hawthorn seller ran over with a 4 renminbi coupon in his hand. Suddenly, he saw Li Yi eating the candied hawthorn with his mask down. He recognized him and hurriedly walked back. He set up a stall here all year round. He sold candied hawthorn in winter and bean flour and cakes in summer. He also sold crabapple and crabapple which were actually steamed. If the amount of sugar was not adjusted properly, some of the fruits would be overcooked. He had seen Li Yi a few times. In the past, he would buy 1 renminbi of black bread and eat it from morning to night. He also drank free soup. He had enough EQ to know that Li Yi did not want others to know his identity. He ran away and did not talk too much. He earned an extra 4 renminbi as a reward for Li Dongzhu. Li Yi, will you set the questions for the imperial examinations next year? Song Jing also carried a small basket. Inside were sesame crisp candies and fried seeds. Old song, people should use their talents, not their achievements. If one's conduct is improper, it is a matter of the law. Some people want to take the shortcut because they are lacking in various subjects in the imperial examinations. Therefore they contribute. Of course, those who want to seek the truth cannot become an administrative official. I agree with this point. It doesn't matter if it's a simple question. It's just recitation. The same goes for poetry questions. Why don't you go to poetry this year and add in policy questions? 10 questions for policy questions. The newspapers have already reported them. They include border military, foreign affairs, pacifying the people, inland economy, production, technological concepts, customs, trade varieties, taxes, and active exports. Let's add another official's corruption. Li Yi did not avoid arousing suspicion. If you ask me, I will say, yes, I will set the questions for the imperial examinations next year. What's the use of reciting things? Ask Wu Zhiyun if he can recite it? But is he good at fighting? And Zhang Xiaosong, ask him, don't ask him. He is a general with a background of Jinshe. Another one, ask Guizi, and another one. Song Jing looked at Li Yi and was not happy. The questions for the imperial examinations had to depend on Li Yi's mood. But thinking about it, Li Yi was indeed more pragmatic. Li Yi, lower your voice. The questions must be kept secret. Song Jing reminded, don't. I will write in the newspapers and tell them the scope of the questions. It will let the students know what kind of talents the Tang dynasty needs, so that they will be more concerned about national affairs. If the people can be used, let them be. If they can't be used, let them know. Cultivate patriotism, and let the people participate in it. Didn't they build a monument to the Tang dynasty heroes, and enjoy the incense of the Tang dynasty? As long as the Tang dynasty is not destroyed, the incense will continue, just like the soldiers of the Tang dynasty. As long as the commander's flag does not fall, they will not retreat. Li Yi objected to keeping it a secret. What was there to keep secret? Wasn't this publicity? Tell everyone the scope of the questions, and print it in the newspapers. At that time, the ordinary people would also discuss it, especially the people of the capital. The people of the capital donated a lot of money, and the children in the schools also received patriotic education. But what else could Song Jing say? His words did not count. If Li Yi did not participate, he could only take responsibility. Li Yi said the questions would be answered. If he objected, he would join the league. In the past there were 2 chancellors, but now there were 4. The key point was that the real chancellor was Li Yi, the foreign minister. How infuriating. Li Lang looked, there are sugar blowers. Princess Yongmu did not want to talk to Song Jing. She felt that Song Jing was not real. There were sugar blowers in front. The bad ones used molds, and the good ones used their hands. Some people used talc powder to prevent the sugar from sticking to their hands. At that time, Li Yi had all of them because starch was expensive and easily dissolved. Now it was all glutinous rice flour. Talc powder was not allowed. It was said in the newspapers. And the lower the level of the people, the more they listened to Li Yi. If he said not to use it, they would not use it. Blow 2, 1 for each person. I'll do it. Li Yi took out money. The sugar figurines were different in size and complexity, from 3 to 1 yuan. Then he squeezed the stall owner to the side and did it himself. The main thing was to lick the white powder, to see if it was talc powder. If it was, it could not be eaten. Master, master, I'm coming. I want a big horse. It's going to be the new year. Li Yi had just made a small sugar figurine for Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. When he was about to make it big, Feng Qingdai ran over. Chapter 1380. The little girl blew slowly, not daring to use too much force. Li Yi's hands moved quickly. With the help of a small bamboo piece, he made the horse. The sugar blower was stunned. He realized that this person's hands were more dexterous than his own. Most importantly, his hands were rougher, while this young man's fingers were slender, white, and tender. They were more feminine than many women's hands. Young man, do you use your hands to draw? The sugar blower saw that Li Yi was almost done with the horse and asked, the one with the knife. Li Yi told the truth. He was the one with the knife. It's almost the new year. Don't lie to me. How can such tender hands hold a knife? The sugar blower was a little angry. He really uses a knife. A scalpel. Xiaolan was anxious to prove it. Hand tree? Hand tree. Drawing. The sugar blower didn't understand. There are worms in the stomach. Cut it open with a knife, take out the worms and sew it up. This is called surgery. Xiaolan tried her best to explain the surgery in a more understandable way. Li, Dongzhu. The sugar blower's voice was loud at first, but then he lowered his voice. How did you know? The little girl finished blowing and turned to look at the sugar blower. So I guessed right? They said that Li Dongzhu can cut open people's stomachs to save lives, right? Isn't that right? The sugar blower whispered. Yes. You're amazing. The little girl took the horse and smiled happily. Li, well, how do I adjust the shape? The sugar blower looked at Li Yi and pointed at the horse. Every sugar-blowing man had his or her own skills. How a particular animal would pinch was different. It looked simple, but in fact it was quite complicated. Usually the skills were not taught to outsiders. If you could stand at the side and understand it, you would definitely be a genius. If it was someone else, he wouldn't ask. If he asked for the secrets of his peers, they would promise not to teach. Li Dongzhu was different. Why would Li Dongzhu care about a horse? Not to mention a sugar horse. So what if it was a real horse? Therefore Li Yi taught the sugar blower how to make a few animals. He learned anatomy and painting. At the same time, his manual skills were strong, so it was easy for him to make things. The little girl was holding a large horse in her hand. She couldn't stop laughing as she watched her master make cute animals. What Li Yi made were all very cartoonish. In fact, it was even more difficult to make a cartoon than a real one, because the people of the Tang dynasty did not understand it. Smuff, this is a smuff, I know. A little boy came over and saw the sugar figurine made by Li Yi and shouted loudly. The real skill is to let the child control his breath and blow it. This way, people will be more willing to eat it when they buy it. Li Yi taught him how to make some things, and told him how to make more money. Most sugar blowers would blow by themselves. They would pinch as they blew, so that they could adjust their strength. However, at that time Li Yi, if you boasted, how could I eat the food I bought? I'm just going to watch. Therefore, some people studied how to have customers blow candy. When the customers blow candy, the person who blew candy would shout, Harder stopped lighter. In such a situation, it was easy for problems to arise. The child would not be able to control it and blow it out of proportion. What to do? Of course, they would pinch a new one and let the child blow it. Then they would give it to the child. Candy was not worth much. At that time, Li Yi's sugar figurine was very expensive. Could candy be worth money? It was for the child to eat and play with. It was the same now. A sugar figurine did not have much candy. It was to sell the skill. The sugar blower learned how to make several things until he could make a smuff by himself. He stood up straight and faced Li Yi. He patted his clothes with his hands and tidied up his clothes. Then, if you dare to kneel, I will ban you. Ban means that no one will buy your sugar figurines from you. Li Yi threatened. No, no, no. Why would I kneel? I am just tidying up my clothes. The sugar blower quickly responded. If you did not want to kneel, then so be it. It was quite scary. Let's go. I will shake some candy. Li Yi took out 2 small bamboo sticks and dug into the sugar mixture. Then he moved them back and forth. The 2 sticks moved the sugar mixture around each other. He shouted again. There are more sugar. The more you shake, the more sugar there is. He gave people the feeling that he was selling sugar figurines. He was so professional. The sugar blower practiced by himself. He blew more than 20 Smurfs in a row. He only knew one style. He did not know how to do anything else. He also shouted, Smurf sugar figurines. Blow it yourself. 1 for 5 coins. If you buy 1, you will donate 1 coin to the Tang dynasty. If you sell 1, I will remember it. If I donate less or not, my 8 generations of ancestors will not be able to rest in peace. I will be dismembered by evil dogs. Li Dongzhu taught me. If I don't donate, he will destroy my whole family. Everyone just looked at the swearing at the beginning. When they heard Li Dongzhu, they surrounded him. Bye bye Smurfs. The people who dared to shout out Li Dongzhu at the head of the Ba River Bridge swore this oath. The people all believed it. Because a person from the 16th Guard came over and stood beside him. He counted. Didn't you say that Li Dongzhu asked you to sell, and then you would donate? The 3 words Li Dongzhu were not so easy to shout. Moreover, it was a special reference here. Don't say that the Li Dongzhu I said was another Dongzhu with the surname Li Dongzhu. It didn't work. In the entire capital government, the name Li Dongzhu only represented one person. Xiao Yi, can you take out your smuff and sell it to the children? Bai Gu snatched the candy and shook it himself. After shaking it for a while, he could not shake it anymore. It was frozen. This is called a peripheral. The Li family Zhuangzi will use a water screen to show children cartoons. Then he will make the same thing. There will be things like pillows and wood, and then he will sell them. Li looked at Bai Gu and said, Smart. He even knows how to sell peripheral products. Yes, yes, yes. Can we make money? Bai Gu's mind was full of money. As long as he was the Minister of Revenue, he had to think about money. Yes, and Li suddenly stopped and shook his head. No, some money can be earned and some can't. Li thought of the blind box. The blue spirit set had many characters. Through the gambling method of opening the blind box, they would definitely make a lot of money. 105 characters. According to the Smuffs characters, how many blind boxes could they make? The key was that no one would pursue the copyright issue. The essence of the blind box was gambling. Then through this gambling, capital would be concentrated. It belonged to the category of luxury goods. It sold feelings. People who were addicted to collecting had no resistance to this. However, this kind of commercial behavior was not very helpful to the progress and improvement of society. It was not practical. If rich people were willing to collect it, it was fine to sell it to them. Some children clearly did not have money, but when they saw others collecting it, they also wanted to buy it. Li quietly told the situation to the chancellors. His method was to make money. Bai Gu and the rest were stunned. So it could be done like this. Li, there was nothing you could not do that you could not make money. If you were placed in other places, you would help others develop. Wouldn't the Tang dynasty be ruined? Li, there is nothing wrong with what you said about the imperial examinations. I support it. Song Jing said. He was scared. Chapter 1381. Song Jing wasn't afraid of Li Yi, but he was afraid that if he offended Li Yi would defect to the enemy, even if the probability was very small, so small that it could be ignored. Song Jing himself was quite depressed. He knew very well what he was afraid of. He was afraid that Li Yi wouldn't say anything. He felt that as long as Li Yi spoke, it would either be money or the border. He really wanted to ask Li Yi if he was tired of living and always cared about so many things. Then, he instantly dispelled this thought, because Li Yi was squatting there and playing chess with someone. Yes, chess. Someone was setting up an endgame in the cold weather, and then Li Yi went over and broke all the endgames. The other party took out 417 yuan with a bitter face and wanted to write an IOU with the remaining 2,000 yuan. It was clear at a glance that Li Yi wasn't tired of living. After a while, New Year's Eve arrived. Li Longji went to the imperial city and had to be there. As for Li Yi, he and Princess Yongmu made an excuse and brought Xiao Lan to the imperial city. They went through a special passage and said that they would be allowed to observe from afar based on how much they donated. Li family Zhuangzi donated 500 yuan and obtained 60 spots. On this spot, it was written that they could walk freely, which meant that they could go anywhere. Some people donated 500 yuan and obtained a spot. This spot could only be limited to one area. 500 yuan and 500 yuan only differed by one word, so it wasn't a big deal. Li Yi was very lucky to get 500 yuan to walk freely. He brought Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan to participate. He was already 30 years old. This was the first time he stood on top of the imperial city, and he was so confident. Why do I feel that many of these people look familiar? Li Yi was in charge of directing the fireworks show. He looked around and said to Princess Yongmu, "What a coincidence, Xiao Yi, so am I." Bai Gu popped out of nowhere and stood beside Li Yi to join in the fun. "Old Bai, I'm just saying. I don't care if I know him or not." Li Yi was depressed. "Hurry up and do your work. Why are you following me? I'm just teasing my future wife. What are you doing? Xiao Yi, you're so open-minded." Bai Gu didn't plan to leave and continued to stay. The Li family Zhuangzi's men stood guard around Li Yi, including Songda. Songda was very excited. It was his first time standing on top of the imperial city. Then, those who were qualified to stand on this side greeted him one after another. They all knew each other, and every month, he would arrange for things to be delivered to them. However, many people did not recognize Li Yi. For example, some assistant ministers and physicians had never seen Li Yi before. "Steward Song, why are you here?" The assistant minister of the Ministry of Works saw Songda and asked enthusiastically, "I'm here with my family's Dongzhu." Songda gestured to a position a few steps ahead. "Li Dongzhu is here too." The assistant minister stuck his head out and saw him. He saw Princess Yongmu, Bai Gu, Yao Chong, Lu Huaishan, and a large group of people. He didn't see Li Yi. "Do I need to go over and greet them?" The assistant minister asked carefully. He was a fourth-rank official with real power. He hesitated. If he didn't go over to see Li Yi, what if Li Yi got angry when he found out? There were so many people, and he was the only one lacking. The people who joined the group looked quite scary. "No need. Go back and stand at your position. In a while, they will also leave and go to His Majesty's side." Songda said as he took out an exchange voucher from his pocket. It was worth 20 taels and handed it over. The assistant minister accepted it without hesitation. He didn't dare to accept other people's money. If he was caught, he would lose his position or even his life. He didn't care about the Li family Zhuangzi. "Then I'll go somewhere else first." "Thank you, Li Dongzhu." The assistant minister thanked him happily and turned to leave. 20 taels was 20,000 yuan. It wasn't a small amount. He had to thank Li Dongzhu, not Songda. "Old Bai, let's go over there. The view there is better." Li Yi pointed to where Li Longji was. He wanted to go to the building over there. "Bai Gu, Xiao Yi, it's all the same. Don't you have binoculars? Just use the binoculars. Why do you have to go there?" Bai Gu felt that he should collect more taxes from the Li family Zhuangzi. He was too worried. "Well, when Tian, I'll have to trouble you. I want to take you to the best place and show you the majesty and grandeur of the imperial city of the Tang dynasty." Li Yi apologized to Princess Yongmu. He looked as if he wanted to take her to see the world. Princess Yongmu chuckled and nodded her head. It's getting stronger year by year. This year, I deliberately slept in the afternoon for the sake of the night. I'm afraid that I can't endure it. In such a prosperous era, I should keep watch at night. Lu Huaishan put his hands in a big sleeve. It was a fluffy cover to warm his hands. He took out a small thermos bottle and used it as a thermos cup. He took out the gelatinous cork and took a sip. It was wolfberry honey water. It was good for health. I'll sleep when I'm supposed to. I don't want to endure it. When I go home later, can I squeeze out? Li looked downstairs. There were more people. Li Lang, stay in the imperial city. I heard there's a good place. Princess Yongmu wanted to take Li Yi to see her house in the imperial city. She had 2 houses. One was in the imperial city. She lived there before she moved to Xingqing Palace. Later, she moved to Xingqing Palace and had another house there. She also kept the one in the imperial city. If she didn't give it to anyone else, who would she give the princess house to? That's fine too. Li Yi agreed. Xiaolan, go and ask where we can find it. If there's no other place, we can give them money and let them put in a good word for us. Princess Yongmu was happy and asked Xiaolan to do it. Okay. Xiaolan agreed and ran away. She had to go and explain the situation first. She couldn't say anything that she shouldn't say, especially the way she addressed Wen Tian. Otherwise, a group of people would call her princess, and Li Lang would have to pretend that he didn't hear it. How troublesome. After waiting for a while, the song and dance performance began. Zaifu and the people in the group ran to Li Longji's side. Several kings were there. Then, Li Yi took Princess Yongmu and ran to the building where Li Longji lived. They were upstairs, less than 20 steps away from Li Longji, squeezing other people to the side. See, I told you it's okay. We've spent money and can walk freely. Where can't we go? Am I right? Li Yi took Princess Yongmu's hand and said very naturally. The officials who were squeezed to the side looked at Li Yi and Princess Yongmu and sighed. They were speechless. They felt that this was the most bizarre thing in the world. Everyone in the Tang dynasty, who knew the situation, was pretending to be stupid. The key point was that they were not tired of it. How could His Majesty and Li Dongzhu be so calm? Princess Yongmu tilted her head and leaned on Li Yi. Yes. She had never seen such a fun thing in her life. She felt like she was living in a cartoon. It was too unreal. Gao Lishir came over, followed by Tao Hong, and the others with trays in their hands. Li Dongzhu, what a coincidence. Someone suggested sprinkling candy for the people. You guys keep a few trays. Gao Lishir pointed at the candy on the tray. Which idiot came up with the idea? No, if we throw candy down, the people will fight for it. If they fall down, they will be trampled to death. Send someone down and tell the people to stand still. Tell them that His Majesty is worried that people will be trampled. Li Yi took 2 candies and fed them to Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. I'll go right away. Gao Lishir was stunned for a moment, then turned and ran. Don't punish the person who came up with the idea. He had good intentions, but he didn't think it through enough, Li Yi shouted. Chapter 1382. The crackling of firecrackers sounded, and fireworks bloomed in the night sky. The people in the palace ran out to give candies to the people, but only those in front of the imperial city. Those who were too far away were not given. Li Longji stood there with his hands behind his back. He did not look at the sky, but at the people below. They must be separated, and not allowed to be crowded. Sure enough, with Brother Yi around, he is thoughtful. Li Longji was actually quite angry. He was angry at the person who came up with the idea, but he actually agreed. If he trampled a few people to death tonight, would he still be happy? Your Majesty, Li Yi said not to pursue the person who came up with the idea. Your Majesty, do you want to eat dumplings? Gao Lishir reminded Li Longji first, then changed the topic. Yes. Li Longji snorted softly. He let go of the person who came up with the idea. He was angry because he felt embarrassed. Why didn't he consider this situation? Naturally, he wanted to blame the other person. The cooked dumplings were served, and everyone sat down. The people of Li family Zhuangzi were not far away. They looked at everything strangely, and had never been to this place before. However, they were not afraid, nor did they feel inferior. They were full of confidence. Some people had already seen Li Longji and the others. They were wearing different clothes in Zhuangzi, but their faces were the same. It was indeed His Majesty who lived in Zhuangzi all day. Try 3 delicacies stuffed with chives, eggs, and shrimps. I didn't ask them to make chives dumplings. I'm afraid that people's stomachs won't be good. Just eat a few. You'll feel uncomfortable if you eat too much. Prepare tomorrow. We'll set off on the 2nd day of the new year, and go to the beach first. Li picked up some dumplings for Princess Yongmu. Xiaolan took care of the little girl Feng Qingdai and had to follow them. The little girl ate the beef and onion dumplings, which were delicious. The dumplings were fragrant, and there was a lot of oil inside. After eating, there was a layer of solidified oil on the plate. Li did not like to eat dumplings. When he was young, he used to eat dumplings with a lot of oil. The poorer he was, the more so. Later, when he made dumplings at home, there was very little oil. The people who had just received the candies also ate the dumplings, which were given by Her Majesty. The Li family Zhuangzi's people were in charge of organizing the dumplings. Everyone was given 3 dumplings and placed them in a small ceramic bowl. They were then sprinkled with sesame oil and vinegar. Those who wanted to eat soy sauce could ask for it separately. Then he would take the small bowl home and keep it for His Majesty. What kind of dumplings are they eating? Princess Yongmu swallowed a dumpling and looked down. Pork with green onions, pork with cabbage, egg with shrimps and radish. Li knew clearly what dumplings were for the people. It didn't matter what was given. As long as they could eat it, the commoners would feel that it was delicious. Just as Li had said, the people who ate the dumplings took small bites and tasted them carefully. It was as if they had never eaten such good food in their lives. If not for the fact that the dumplings could not be stored properly, the commoners would probably keep them and not eat them. Li Lang, you don't drink. Princess Yongmu looked at Li when she saw that everyone else was drinking. I'm afraid of delaying things. If someone is already staying up late and gets agitated and falls, I will have to treat him. Li shook his head. He didn't want anyone in his place to have problems. He didn't want them to get treated because he drank. After the fireworks, the singing and dancing continued. Li and Princess Yongmu went home. They went back to Princess Yongmu's house. A group of people were already prepared. When they saw Princess Yongmu, they were all overjoyed. Then, when they saw the princess and Li Dongzhu sleeping in separate rooms, they quickly went to report that the 2 of them were not together. It's okay. They will go out to sea together in 2 days. When Li Longji heard this, he didn't care. Anyway, Li didn't seem to have any problems in that aspect. He didn't like men. A night passed. On the morning of the 1st day of the new year, Li and Princess Yongmu ate at home and returned to Zhuangzi. Li Longji was going to hold a court meeting. After that, it would be the real holiday. There were 10 questions in today's newspaper. They were all questions about policy. After the new year, the imperial examination would be held. The general content of the questions was first released for the students to think about it. It was an early preparation. If they didn't do well, they couldn't blame others. On the night of the 1st day of the new year, Li Longji returned to Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi was already prepared. They would set off tomorrow. Many people would escort them to the seaside. 20 winged knights, 10 officials, 10 nurses, a group of palace maids and eunuchs, plus Li, Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan and the little girl. Brother Yi, if you reveal the questions in advance, will there be more people who pass the examination? Li Longji thought that there were too many people to be allocated. Li was busy the whole day. He checked the bodies of the students one by one. How many students will there be in the imperial examination? I want to let the people of the Tang dynasty, or at least the people of the capital, to participate. Li didn't care about the imperial examination at all. He set his purpose. The people were willing to read and discuss the things in the newspaper. The more people participated, the more subtle the influence would be. The people would learn to think from the perspective of the imperial court. They would think that they could also know about the country's affairs. Correspondingly, they would have a greater sense of identity and belonging to the Tang dynasty. No matter what orders were issued, the people would take the initiative to participate. Now the focus was on family, country, and world. Cultivation, family, governance, and peace. First family, then country. How to change and reverse it. Naturally, it was done through the means of propaganda. Slowly, the people would know that without a country, there would be no home. If the country was destroyed, the home would be destroyed. Sigh. Brother Yi, why don't you not go out? Li Longji was reluctant to let Li Yi go overseas. He wanted to stay by his side and ask about politics at any time. If you don't go, you will be delayed for a year. The crops must be planted. A year earlier, we will have a lot of time and opportunities. This year, the Turks will probably come to ask for peace. Don't agree. They won't have time to deal with their internal problems. The internal strife is very fierce. The Turks are also united by many small tribes. Li Yi was going to leave and bring back the seeds. He arranged the affairs of the Turks. The Turks had to settle their internal problems first if they wanted to resist foreign aggression. In history, the Tang dynasty had just defeated Tubo, but did not occupy any land in Tubo. When facing the Turks, they were afraid that too many troops would be divided, and their finances could not keep up. Therefore, they agreed to the Turks' request for peace. The Turks took the opportunity to stabilize their internal situation. They killed those who should be killed and captured those who should be captured. The situation now is different. The Tang dynasty was rich and had many troops that had not been sent abroad. The 30,000 recruited soldiers had been catching rabbits before the new year. They had combat power. Why should we make peace with the Turks? I don't agree. You want to use external means to resolve internal conflicts? The premise is that you can beat me. You want to send troops in the middle of winter? Try. Do you have enough food? Can the horses bear it? Okay, don't make peace. Li Longji agreed. Listening to Brother Yi was the right choice. Also, we can't stop communication with the northeast region. It is very important. They can't start farming immediately in spring. There is also nothing to eat. Use the medicine to treat typhoid to exchange for food. Once the medicine is sent over, the flowers will bloom in spring. The main thing is to exchange the medicine. Li mentioned another matter. He was calculating the time. He had to contact the other party now. Okay, what else? Li Longji wanted to cry. Third brother, I am still coming back. Don't look like I am dying. I can't die outside. Li Yi was helpless. He remembered that when Zhuge Liang died in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he asked Zhuge Liang who would take over the throne next. Chapter 1383. The 10 officials stood in a row. Li Yi held the information in his hand and compared it with them. They were all between 23 and 26 years old, and all of them were admitted to the imperial examination. In addition, they knew a lot of foreign languages and exercised regularly. Have you all written your wills? Li Yi's gaze swept across the faces of the 10 officials. The 10 of them were stunned almost at the same time. Then, 6 of them reacted and nodded vigorously. The other 4 looked hesitant and nodded one after another. Third brother, I just remembered that I need to bring along craftsmen. I'll bring 4 of them. Li Yi casually eliminated the other 4. The 4 of them were stunned again. One of them was anxious and shouted at Li Longji, Your Majesty, it's useless for His Majesty to send you here. I'll write a letter to His Majesty. You may leave. Do you want to cause trouble for your family? Li Yi interrupted him. Yes. The clothes of the official who had shouted just now were drenched in sweat. As soon as he finished his sentence, the 4 of them turned around regretfully and left with their heads bowed. The other 6 officials had joy in their eyes. When they looked at Li Yi, their eyes were different. Li Longji did not show any emotion. Li Yi had been talking all this time. He was relieved. Li Yi did it on purpose. He was afraid that someone would not listen to him because he was personally chosen by His Majesty. When the time came, he would kill them. The team was short of manpower outside. If he did not kill them, other people might have other thoughts. It would not be good for Li Yi to lead the team. Just now, Brother Yi clearly told the 6 people who were left behind that His Majesty would not protect them in front of him. Li Dongzhu, no Dongzhu, shall we write our wills now? One of the 6 asked. No need to write. I guarantee that you will live. You can call me Dongzhu on the ship. Outside, I am officially known as the Tang Dynasty's Overseas Pacification Envoy, Rank 1. Li made himself an official temporarily. In a while, he would ask someone to find Bai Gu and the others, and quickly send them over. The 6 officials were speechless. He made himself an official just like that? Can't you just come up with an official's name at will? Admiral of Heavenly Strategies, Li Longji said. When the 6 officials heard this, they felt that this official position seemed a little familiar, but they couldn't remember where. Civil and Martial Saint Emperor Li Shimin. Li Yi told the 6 of them. Don't even think about it. That's right, I said his name directly. The officials looked at Li Yi again. They stared at him and asked with their eyes. Are you crazy? You dare to ask for this official position? You want to rebel? I'll use it temporarily. When I come back, I'll replace it with my own 2 secondary class too. Li Yi wanted it. He represented the Tang dynasty, so he had to be the most prominent one. Why not the Grand Preceptor and the other 2 Grand Preceptors? Li Yi felt that the General of Heavenly Strategies was better. He could set up a manor and appoint officials overseas. He was appointed on behalf of himself, not the emperor. There was one advantage. If the appointed small tribes attacked other tribes, the Tang dynasty would not have to take responsibility. If I appoint officials on behalf of His Majesty, and someone is beaten up, will the Tang dynasty send troops? He could attack or retreat. In fact, it was just a trick. The 6 officials didn't want to talk. This kind of official position could be changed back and forth. You can change it. After all, you're Li Yi. Songda arrange arrest. Li Yi drove them away. He still had something to say to Li Longji. The 6 people left. Li Yi took out a box and opened it. There were many letters inside. Third brother. I don't know how many things will happen in the Tang dynasty after I leave. I've made a list of all the things I can think of. If you encounter something you can't decide on, take a look. Maybe it can provide you with some ideas. Li Yi handed the box over. Li Longji hurriedly hugged it and didn't look at it at all. He looked at Li Yi and was about to cry. Is it a plan? Princess Yongmu thought it was fun. She read it from the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. There were similar plots in the novel. It was very enjoyable. You also sleep early. We'll be on the road early tomorrow morning. We'll be very fast. We won't rest much until we reach the sea. Li Yi said to Princess Yongmu. He knew that Princess Yongmu was excited. She could go out to play and look at the sea. In fact, if you look at the sea too much, you'll vomit. It's not interesting at all. Princess Yongmu pulled Xiaolan and the little girl away and went back to sleep. Some of the winged knights outside had already set off in advance with many horses. Some were resting. They needed to recover their energy. The bridge and outside the city were still lively. The people didn't want to sleep. During the new year, many lanterns were hung. It was such a bright night. If they didn't go out for a walk and eat something, they would feel sorry for the candles. The 2nd day of the new year arrived. Since last night, the southwest wind had been blowing. The wind was especially bad. The snow and ice had begun to melt. It was not good for sleds to move. The road was also wet. The shoes of the people were soaked as soon as they touched the water. However, the ducks and geese were happier. They could go to the river after the snow melted. In fact, it was still early. It would take at least more than a month for the river to open. The capital magistrate's office, as well as the ice on the surface of the rivers in the northeast and northwest, were still standing horizontally. In a few days it would become vertical. It would be dangerous. People and animals were not allowed to go on the ice. Li Yi and the others had breakfast and set off amidst the sound of farewell. The 3,000 winged knights were in charge of protecting them. They traveled on land and moved forward quickly. Li Yi's ambulance was surrounded in the middle. Li Longji stood on top of the Li family Zhuangzi and looked through the binoculars. It's better to love the soil of one's hometown than to love thousands of taels of gold in another place. Li Qingqi looked and said the words in the Journey to the West that Li Yi copied. This happened during Li Shimin's time. Old Tang Xuanzang. Li Qingqi liked to read the Journey to the West. It mainly mentioned his elders. It was the elders who asked Tang Xuanzang to go. In fact, at first, the imperial court didn't let him go. It had nothing to do with the emperor. Why would the emperor meet an unknown person? Later, When he became famous and returned to the country, the treatment was different. Dongzhu will go out for a while and bring back good things for us. We must make Zhuangzi more stable than when Dongzhu was here. Songda shouted through the loudspeaker in Zhuangzi. It was the same as the loudspeaker in the village. Eat, sleep, don't do anything else. The people who just got off work heard the shouts and became serious. Otherwise, they would have to play for a while. They didn't want to sleep. They were afraid that it would affect their normal work. They slept when they needed to. They couldn't force themselves to sleep. The children were also sensible. They didn't have classes now. They went to study by themselves, or put together the building blocks that were not completed. In the future, the small court meetings will be held in Li family Zhuangzi. Li Longji announced. In his opinion, when Brother Yi was here, he was in charge of Chang'an. When Brother Yi left, he would help to take charge of Li family Zhuangzi. Gao Lishir went to pass the message. It was mainly to tell others not to make Her Majesty angry, especially not to have any ideas about Li family Zhuangzi. There were still many winged knights around. They were enough to destroy any family. Li Yi's team moved quickly. They changed horses every 30 miles. The horses that arrived early yesterday were taken back. When they reached Henan, there were many horses available. Then they went all the way to Haizhou. From Haizhou, which was the place where Lianyan Harbor was, they walked along the shore for a while, bypassed Japan's Kyushu Island, and went straight to Mexico. Chapter 1384. Husband Meng, did Li Dongzhu go somewhere far away? Meng Haoran's wife held her son's hand, and was a little dazed. She was picked up by the winged knights from home, and ran all the way. Finally, she ran to Li family Zhuangzi at noon on New Year's Eve. She hugged Meng Haoran, and cried for a while before taking a bath, and sleeping with her son. The program at night was very lively. Pyongkong Square's big shot was indeed worthy of its reputation. It was better than her. Looking at Li family Zhuangzi, the newspaper was wrong. It did not describe Li family Zhuangzi clearly. The place was too big, and the villagers were all educated and reasonable. Her husband chased all the way to Li Dongzhu and arranged for an official. After the new year, he would go to Lantian County to be the county deputy, an official of the capital government. What was more frightening was that the retired emperor, the emperor, noble consort Lu, Empress Wang, and the others usually lived in Li family Zhuangzi. This time, I can enter the genealogy. Meng Haoran seemed to be a different person in Han Xiangke's eyes. He had the aura of I have the final say in this family. No one could stop him. Yes, Han Xiangke held her son's hand, tears welling up in her eyes. She just wanted a status. Without this status, when others talked about her, she was Han Xiangke, a singer. With a status, she would not be called Han Xiangke but Meng Hanshi. After the new year, I will be an official. You will take the imperial edict, lower 7th rank. Meng Haoran was happy. In the past, the county deputy of Lantian County was lower 8th rank. Now it was lower 7th rank. It was a jump of 2 small ranks and 1 big rank. Lantian County was too rich. Many people from outside came to live in Lantian County. In addition, the road conditions were good, so it was easy to get to Chang'an. It became a very important Jingji County. The difference between 7th and 8th rank was too big. It was equivalent to 5th and 6th rank. According to Li Yi's time, a deputy minister was 5th rank. Even if it was lower than 5th rank, it was still a deputy minister. 7th rank was equivalent to a minister. It was a national level, not a local level. Naturally, the hall was of the 6th rank, but the division was even finer. Han Xiangke received an imperial edict that was lower than the 7th rank, and he had an official salary. Han Xiangke's tears finally fell. For the past 2 days, she had cried several times. She even cried when she woke up in the middle of the night. Mother, don't cry, don't cry. Meng Yifu, who was 6 years old this year, and a little over 4 years old, was sad. Seeing his mother cry, he also wanted to cry. Don't cry. Mother is happy. Han Xiangke wiped his tears. She did not care what rank her husband was now. She knew what it meant to live with the emperor in Zhuangzi. The provincial governor of Xiangzhou was of a high rank. Could he meet His Majesty every day? Yifu, are you here? I brought some firecrackers. Let's go play. The little fellow ran over. He had cannons that Li Yi had made for him, but they were not for sale. During the new year, he gave the little guy 10 of them a day and a bunch of firecrackers. Okay. Meng Yifu liked to play and ran with the little guy. Han Xiangke was even happier. This was the future crown prince. He wouldn't trade for this, even if he was offered a third-rank official. How could a child of a third-rank official play with the crown prince, since he was young? Did he think that the crown prince was a cabbage? Meng Haoran looked at his son's happy face and smiled. I used to think that I was a genius who could rule the world. Until I met strength and gentleness, I knew what a national scholar was. He said that Li Yi's characters were both strong and gentle. When combined with his name, it was very mysterious. Han Xiangke thought for a while, and comforted her husband. Conquering the world is not a matter of one person. Guarding the world is not a matter of time. Ruling the world is not a matter of time. If we fight for the first place every time, how can the Tang dynasty prosper if the nameless people don't do their best? I am willing to be one of the people who educate the people. Just like the shafts and hubs of the wheels, I am willing to be recorded in history. She was persuading her husband. What she said was the same as what Li Yi said at that time. Success does not depend on me. She did not praise Li Yi, nor did she compare her husband with Li Yi. She also did not ask Meng Haoran to compete for the first place. She only told Meng Haoran, "In my heart, you are very important to the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. It's a bit boring now. It's not interesting to travel. The scenery on both sides is not very good. The snow is melting. When we get out of the sea, you will find that it's even more boring. Everything you see is the same every day. Think about it. Isn't it very annoying? But we have to learn to get used to monotony and dullness." Li Yi was giving Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan a heads up. When the time came, he would find a way to make every day interesting. Princess Yongmu looked at Li Yi. As long as I am with Li Lang, I am happy. Me too. What do other things have to do with me? Xiaolan echoed. And me. The little girl was afraid that she would fall behind. What does it have to do with you? Hurry up and drink the medicine. Other people think that medicine is bitter. Do you think it's tea? Li Yi tapped the forehead of his first disciple and asked the little girl to drink it quickly. Other people drank medicine when they were sick and thought it was bitter. The little girl drank it as tea. No, she drank it as coffee. She took a sip and smacked her lips. She couldn't bear to drink all of it at once. Master, the coolness of the medicine doesn't affect the taste. It's delicious. The little girl took a big sip as she spoke. She felt a little sad that she had drunk too much. This was medicine. She couldn't drink it casually. Now that she had drunk it all, she could only wait until night to drink it. She brewed the medicine herself. Every time before she brewed it, she would smell and bite a little to taste. Then she would look at the appearance, color, size, and texture of the medicine. After she brewed it, she would take a small sip and compare it with the last time she drank it. Usually, doctors would say that medicinal herbs that were 3, 5, or 8 years old were good. She was not. She could distinguish the concentration and age of the medicinal herbs that grew in different places. The same medicinal herbs picked in autumn, winter, spring, and summer were different. The medicinal herbs in Crouching Bull Mountain were picked in the same year and season. There was still a difference between them and the ones in Lantian County. Drink it slowly. Wait for the latitude to change. Go to a warm place and collect the local plants. I will teach you how to analyze them. Li Yi made up his mind. He would definitely treat his first disciple's congenital heart disease. He would bring her to other places, collect the local medicinal herbs, and teach the little girl how to use them. For example, the cinchona tree could treat malaria, but the side effects were very big. There was a period of time when the economy in the West was good. Therefore, Li Yi's countrymen thought that the cinchona tree's extract was the best material to treat malaria. Later, as the country's economy improved, new medicines appeared at the same time. Only then did they understand that the cinchona tree couldn't be compared to artemisinin. The so-called miasma in the southwest could only be solved by boiling the branches of the cinchona tree. Nonsense. His country could do it many years ago. They didn't have to use Artemisia annua. There were other medicinal herbs that could have the same effect, including prevention. It was just that in the past, he was used to licking the moon of other countries. There were some people who promoted it this way, until a disease related to human beings appeared. Then the countryman woke up. So this is what your freedom and democracy are like. Haha. Li felt that the epidemic was very important. It changed the world. It caused those who felt that they were amazing to be at a loss, and it caused those who were once at a loss to be confident. There are some ginseng over there. Some of the effects are the same. After we go over, I will teach you how to harvest it. Quickly drink it. Even I want to drink it for you. I'm so greedy. Li thought about it and wanted to snatch the bowl of medicine from the little girl. The little girl was badly frightened. She picked it up and gulped it down. After that, she pouted and looked at her master. How could he be like this? It wasn't easy for her to drink medicine, but he didn't let her taste it slowly. Chapter 1385. A few days later, Li Yi's team arrived at Hunan province. Zhang Shua got the news in advance and waited by the roadside. He had to thank Li Yi. Li Yi's existence made it impossible for Yao Chong to get rid of him directly. It was not until Yao Chong also went down and needed a new governor that he moved to another place. The place he moved to was not bad. Luoyang was called Dongdu, and he could return to Chang'an any time. Zhang Shua stood in the spring breeze with a large group of officials behind him. They knew who was coming. Xiao Yi, are you tired from the journey? When Li Yi's ambulance stopped, Zhang Shua did not care that he was older than Li Yi. His initiative and enthusiasm were just short of kneeling and licking his boots. Old Zhang, your Hunan province looks good. You'll make a great contribution if it develops for a few more years. Li Yi observed for a while and chatted with Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua paused for a moment. A few years. The train will be through this year, and Hunan province will be very important. Depending on the situation, it will develop well in 2 to 3 years. It will also develop well in 5 to 6 years. Li Yi did not give a specific number. Who knew when Zhang Shua would return to Chang'an? When he returned would mean when Hunan province developed well. Is there anything else to do in Hunan province now? Zhang Shua wrote down 2 numbers, 2, 3, 5, 6. First, prepare to plant new indica rice. There are many people and cows. After planting a batch, immediately soak the ground with water and dig out the roots before raking them away. Pile it somewhere else to compost it, and in the process of composting, new rice seedlings would grow. Let's see how many batches we can plant this year. Lastly, we'll plant cabbage. Li thought about the local climate. They could plant in a month. Now, he had to pile the compost into the ground. There were many places to plant wheat in Hunan province. Oh, there was also a lot of wheat in Shandong province of Hunan province in the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, it depended on the location. Where there was little water, wheat would be planted. Where there was more water, rice would naturally be planted. The growth cycle of indica rice was short, and it needed temperature. The area near the Yangtze River had a high temperature, and the area near the Yellow River had a high temperature. The spring festival had just passed. On the 6th day of the first lunar month, some places in Chang'an were still below zero. At this moment, it was 24 degrees above zero. The water melted and flowed out. This section of the Yellow River exposed the riverbed. Before arriving, Li Yi saw many people reinforcing the river bank in preparation for the spring flood. Once the river opened upstream, the impact would be huge. Taking this opportunity to reinforce the wall and clean up the mud at the same time. In the past, they would clean up the silt once every few years and repair the river banks. The main reason was that they didn't have the money. If he had money this year, he would have a share of the tax. Got it? Zhang Shua turned his head to look at his followers. Everyone nodded their heads. They got it. It was just a small matter. Xiao Yi, what do you think of the construction of the riverbank? Zhang Shua puffed out his chest, waiting to be praised. In the past, whenever the embankment was repaired, it was guaranteed that there would be officials who would find people they knew and cheat to get some money. This year there wasn't any. He would make a surprise attack almost every 2 or 3 days. He didn't know which section of the river he would go to. The junior officials helped to keep an eye on him. There were also the commoners. They told the commoners that once they found any materials that were expensive or shoddy, they would be rewarded if they reported it. The quantity and price of wood, stone, rope, baskets, and sacks were all made public. We need to take the opportunity to get rid of the ants. Li didn't exaggerate. He only thought of one thing. As for how to get rid of the ants, the people of the Tang dynasty knew that there were many local methods. Okay. Hurry up and get out of the way. It's time to rest. Xiaoyi needs to rest. Zhang Shua greeted him personally. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his humble attitude. He still wanted to go back to Chang'an and enter the political affairs hall. Li didn't agree. No one could change his mind. A group of people entered Luoyang. Li didn't refuse. They would stay in Luoyang for the night and leave early the next morning. Li opened the door of the ambulance and started to check the bodies of the officials of Hunan province according to their grades. If their grades were too low, they would miss the opportunity if they didn't get checked when they were waiting for dinner. Old Zhang, eat more fish. Cook it well and exercise your body. For example, go to the mountain I bought and climb it in the name of inspection. Li busied himself until dinner time. Some of the other officials who were not in good health wrote prescriptions for them. There was braised pork and soy sauce on the table. It was Princess Yongmu's favorite dish. The key point was that Zhang Shua ate one piece after another. Li reminded him. Zhang Shua immediately started to eat other dishes and stopped eating meat. Will there be a flood this year? Zhang Shua ate a mouthful of cucumber and swallowed it. He looked at Li. No. If we have the manpower and money now, we need to level the road and lay railway tracks. While there is little water, we need to build bridges quickly. We need to use reinforced concrete to build bridges. We need to build big barges. If the bridges are not built by then, we can use the barges to transport carriages one by one. It's also a technical job. The grain transport boats of the Tang dynasty weren't small. They could carry several carriages. How to transport the carriages? Levers. The levers on the ropes were also levers. The people beside him quickly recorded everything down. No matter where Li spoke, they had to record it down. On the morning of the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, Li woke up early and checked the bodies of the officials again. He drank a bowl of milk and ate 2 eggs for breakfast. The team set off again and headed to the seaside. The distance from Luoyang to the seaside was twice as far as the distance from Chang until Luoyang. Fortunately, the journey was relatively easier. A few days later, Li still hadn't reached the seaside. The news of another seaside had spread to Chang'an. Huang'an wrote a memorial to Song Jing. He said that there were foreign merchants who wanted to enter Chang and to pay tribute on behalf of their leader. This place was called Puluozang. It was said that there were many people who were willing to have friendly relations with the Tang dynasty. Song Jing got the memorial and sent people to check where Puluozang was. After checking for a while, he found out which island it was. It was recorded in a book from the Three Kingdoms period. It said that the locals were good at swimming, but they were not educated enough. Moreover, some of their technology could not be compared to the countries of the Three Kingdoms period. There were no other records. Now there was only one place to pay tribute. What should they do? Song Jing looked for Baigu and the others to discuss. The 4 of them sat together and worried. Should they agree or not? They didn't know enough about that place. They had to find someone who had done business there. Did they have Chang'an? While the 4 of them were discussing, Li Longji came over. Li Longji was upset. He hadn't seen Li for a few days. Your Majesty. The people at the door called out. The 4 of them stood up and bowed. Everyone, please take a seat. Is the government affairs hall safe? Li Longji sat on the main seat and asked casually. The 4 ministers hesitated and looked at each other. Song Jing answered. Everything else is fine. However, the governor of Guangzhou, Huang'an, wrote a memorial to the emperor of Puluozang. The leader of the tribe wants to pay tribute to your majesty. Li Longji nodded gently. To meet or not to meet? I think that it's a small country. No, it can't even be called a country. It's not worth meeting. Song Jing gave his own answer. I suggest that you find a merchant who is familiar with the local situation and understand more before making any plans, especially the local military strength. Sui said. Zhang Jiling followed. We can find someone from Guangzhou. What do you think, Minister Baigu? Li Longji nodded and took the initiative to ask Baigu. Find Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi knows. Baigu said out of habit. As soon as his voice fell, the five of them were stunned. Li Yi had left. He wasn't at the Li family Zhuangzi. Where could they find him? Chapter 1386. Reporting. When the five of them were thinking about Li Yi, a voice came from outside. Reporting. Li Longji ordered. Reporting, Your Majesty, there is a report from Yuzhou. There is a team of Turks gathering, and they want to go to the Tang dynasty. The scouts have contacted them, and it is the Turks asking for peace. The messenger said as he handed in the memorial. He knew the content. Who is here? Sui asked. I don't know. The messenger shook his head. Go and rest. Li Longji looked at the messenger's tired face and said gently, Thank you, Your Majesty. The messenger left happily and called his brothers to receive a massage. Now even the Express News could enjoy this treatment. They could even find women in some places in Chang and to sing and dance. Song Jing opened the envelope and took out the letter. After a few glances, he handed it to Zhang Jiling beside him. Your Majesty, the people sent by Mojilian. The current situation of the Turks is unknown. It should be one of Mojixi's sons succeeding the throne? Baigu also didn't know about this. The intelligence personnel couldn't infiltrate. Peace is absolutely impossible. Our dynasty is rich and can't give the Turks a chance to breathe. Zhang Jiling didn't care who was the leader over there, but he didn't want peace. Are there any movements from other tribes? Baigu joined in. He was in charge of money and didn't have to worry about not having enough money to fight. Lisher, bring the box of gizzards. Li Longji was silent for a while and ordered Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher turned around and borrowed a box from a eunuch. It was left behind by Li Yi when he left. It was more of a box than a box. It could hold a lot of things, but it was full of letters and a catalog. Baigu and the others didn't understand. They were puzzled. What was the use of the box? Gao Lisher held the box with his head and knelt beside Li Longji. Li Longji took out the catalog and began to search. Overseas Puyo, number 41. Li Longji muttered. He put down the catalog, rummaged through the box, and found the envelope with the number 41 on it. He pulled it out and continued reading. The place where Pulozong is located is very important. It is where the supplies for crossing the straits are located. Its combat power is insufficient, and the tribe is unstable internally. The material of their clothes was not as good as that of the Tang dynasty. Some people used leaves to cover their bodies. Most of them ate fish and rice, and there were many spices. If we contact them, we can only trade with them, but we can't take them as vassal states, so as to avoid being caught up in peripheral wars and prevent the Tang dynasty from being able to transcend. Li Longji read it aloud. After reading it, he let out a long sigh. He knew what to do. The four chancellors also knew that it was possible to pay tribute, but it was impossible to gain official recognition. At most, he could give more gifts in return, such as precious things like glass mirrors, floral water, and so on. Now that we've finished using them, we can trade more. Don't you have a lot of rice and spices? Bring them over and we'll trade. Li Longji put the letter back and picked up the catalog again. Finding the place where the Turks were. The Truth Chapter 21. He found 21 SD's envelope and took out the letter. Moji's son Little Khan is dead. Special Agent K is in charge of military power. His brother General Moji has taken the throne. The Turks want to establish a new Khan. Now that the scattered tribes want to return, we can't let them be stable. The people behind them, Moji Valley, are resourceful. Before I return, we can't send troops to fight the Turks, so as not to force the Turks into a desperate army. If the officers and soldiers of Yuzhou are active, they can refuse to make peace, and then send a large group of men and horses into the prairie to hunt. The Li family's manor will take the furs. Li Longji finished reading and looked at the four chancellors. Song Jing and the others didn't look at Li Longji at all. Their eyes were fixed on the box. What do you think? Li Longji smiled. Your Majesty, is there a financial chapter of the Tang dynasty? Let me see. Baigu stretched out his hand. Gao Lisher reacted quickly. He knelt down and used the great shift. Swish, he jumped out. Soldiers are allowed to move, but not to attack. Discord. Li Longji had already planned for discord. Now he wanted to let the soldiers of Yuzhou walk around. In the letter, it said that many of the previous tribes were moving closer to Moji Company. He had to scare them. They must not be united. But if they don't fight, they will probably lose. Wait for Brother Yi to come back. Without Brother Yi, he was not confident about the war. Li Longji waved his hand. Gao Lisher knelt down and came back. Li Longji closed the box. Gao Lisher handed the box back to the people behind him and blocked it with his body. The four chancellors' eyes were too scary. Ahem. Li Longji coughed. The four people came back to their senses. They were still reluctant to leave the box blocked by Gao Lisher. You have worked hard. What do you want to eat for lunch? I will order the Li family Zhuangzi to make it. Li Longji left a sentence and walked out. When he reached the door, he closed his feet and jumped 3 steps. Then he remembered to be dignified and walked slowly. Why is it like this? Su Yi's mind was filled with images of the box. The box was just a box made of ordinary bamboo that had not been painted. If you bought it outside, it would only cost you 2 yuan. You couldn't pay more. The bamboo was not finished yet. But why did he feel that the box was emitting golden light? It feels like it is filled with gold. Zhang Juling also wanted to have it. A box of gold cannot be exchanged for the things in the box. There must be a financial chapter. There must be. Baigu was very sad. He had lost a few 100 million. If he was faster, he might have gotten it. Song Jing's eyes were dull. He thought that he was numb to Li Yi's ability. No matter what happened, it was natural. Today he found that he was still full of ups and downs. According to the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Zhuge Liang wrote the Shibiao so well. What a pity. He does not have Li Yi's talent. Song Jing was a little lonely. He had to continue being a chancellor like before. He had to listen to Li Yi on important matters, even if Li Yi went out to play. What's the use of writing the Shibiao if you leave behind a box like this? Sigh. The other 3 sighed at the same time. Li Longji, who was out of the door, walked like he was floating. He had to press down, afraid that he would fly up into the sky. Your Majesty, why don't you read the other letters? Gao Lisher suggested. No, I won't. Next time, unless there is something too difficult, I will not read it. I will ask the chancellors to solve it. Li Longji could not bear to read it. He wanted to be surprised. Without Brother Yi, it's time for the chancellors to shine. If not for the urgency, they would not have opened the box today. Usually, you feel that you have been deprived of your power. Now, I will return it to you. Brother, you went out to sea to get seeds. You can sleep peacefully again. It's just that when you don't see Brother Yi at dinner, you feel like something is missing. On the other side, in the Honglu Temple, a group of people gathered together. Li Yi has been gone for a few days. Where did he go? He said he was going out to sea? A person from Tubo found out some useful information. The others understood what he meant. Li Yi was not around. Could they use some tricks? The Li family Zhuangzi had so many good technologies. How many could they get their hands on? Let's wait for a while more. Don't be impatient. I'm afraid he will suddenly come back. Bo Qiao was traumatized by Li Yi. Yes, count the days. When he goes out to sea, we will decide. Isimba was also afraid. He even felt that Li Yi deliberately went out to take a stroll, waiting for them to jump out. Chapter 1387. There are 10 questions in the current affairs examination. They will ask about the situation around the Tang dynasty. They might ask about Tubo or Tujue. They might even ask about the Abbasid Caliphate and Tujue. They might even ask about the Southwest barbarians. On the first floor of the Ruoxiang Inn in the south of the city, a student picked up the newspaper from a few days ago and read about the imperial examination. He had just rushed to Chang and was delayed by illness on the way. Along with him were 3 people from the provincial government. 4 people were selected. The 3 companions took care of him when he was sick and didn't dare to leave him alone. They had examination tickets in their hands to prove that they were examinees. The examination tickets were proof of their identity, and the recommendation letter from the provincial government. If Meng Haoren got first place in the county would give him a recommendation letter, and he would take it to the provincial government. If he did well, the provincial government would allow him to take the imperial examination. Who wrote it? I don't see any literary talent. The student's classmate next to him frowned. Can't the things written in the newspaper be more literary? It's too white. It's embarrassing. You know how to deal with the tujue just by being literary. The person eating at the next table looked up at the 4 students. The 4 of them had already noticed this person when he came in. He was in his 40s, and wore clothes made of fine hemp. Small stalks of straw could be seen through the fine hemp, which meant that the clothes were filled with straw for warmth. This person came in to eat boxed meals, which were free to eat for 1 coin. During the day, boxed meals were sold in the south of the city. At night, the leftovers would be sent to the Li family Zhuangzi inns in the south of the city. Whoever wanted to eat could spend 1 coin and eat as much as they could. Then some people who did manual labor and wanted to drink some wine would come in to eat. Wine was naturally bought from the inn at the same price as the others. Only the dishes were cheaper. If you wanted to eat the staple food, it was different. The boxed meals were not free. Some scholars obviously looked down on manual labor. If it weren't for the fact that they had just come to Chang'an, the student who spoke just now would have scolded them. How can we not know? Our Tang dynasty has repeatedly used troops. Although Tubo occupies a large area, we have spent a lot of money. At this time, we should prioritize peace and ease the imperial court's financial crisis. If we don't do this, where will the troops come from? All the soldiers who can fight are stored in Tibet. The northern part of the Tang dynasty is practically undefended. After the examinee finished speaking, a mocking expression appeared on his face. He looked at the laborer as if asking, "Do you understand?" The person who was eating the leftovers glanced at the examinee. The Turks are having internal strife and seeking peace. In the northern part of the Tang dynasty, Henji could fight. The tribes of the grassland gathered and dispersed because of the momentum. If he were to slow down for a while, he would definitely become a problem in the future. The imperial court is not wealthy enough, so an ordinary man donates. After the man finished speaking, he reached into his bosom and took out a stack of coupons of different denominations and slapped them on the table. Shopkeeper Xiaodong, ask Li Dongzhu if the imperial court is short on money. If there's a shortage, those of us who work at the docks in the summer and pull carts along the river bank in the winter will donate 10 carts each. The surroundings were silent. The 4 new students did the same thing. Their mouths were slightly open, and their eyes were fixed on the person carrying the work on the dock. After a few breaths, one of the examinees who had just arrived at another table mumbled, "Are the requirements for working at the docks now so high?" His friends nodded their heads vigorously. They felt that the shock they had just received was too great. Chang'an is indeed different. Yesterday, I heard that a street sweeper composed a poem called Ode to the Clear Dust. I thought it was funny, but today I know that it must be true. One of his friends sighed and admitted his mistake. You used the wrong words. What do you mean by Henji could fight? Henji could lie in the wilderness? The examinee who had looked down on the examinee found fault with him. Henji army. This time several people spoke at the same time. Then, they looked at the examinee in surprise. You don't even know about the Henji army? Old Du, you're talking nonsense. The imperial court has a lot of money. Moreover, if they need money, Dongzhu will find a way. They haven't arrived yet, so I'll boil the wine. The person in charge of the inn, Xiaodong from the Li family Zhuangzi, walked over with 4 bundles of wine in one hand and a glass wine bottle with a capacity of more than 500 milliliters in the other. Xiaodong, I can't afford to drink this white wine. The person carrying the work saw the wine bottle and waved his hands. Other people's leftovers will be included in that 1 coin. Xiaodong smiled and put the things on the table. The waiter immediately went to boil the wine bowls and water. Xiaodong picked up the money on the table and stuffed it into old Du's hands. 60% alcohol. The 5 of you can drink slowly. Another waiter came out from the kitchen with a plate of cucumber mixed with pig's ears. There was chili oil on top. How can this be? Old Du smiled bitterly. He knew very well that because of his words, Xiaodong decided to send him wine and dishes. Yes, it's fine. Old Du, at least you know the situation at the border. It doesn't matter if your literary talent is lacking. After all, we don't take the imperial examination. Xiaodong narrowed his eyes and looked at the examinee. He was mocking him. If the person carrying the work was lacking in literary talent, then the examinee's literary talent just now, the examinee. He felt guilty and felt that he might not be able to take the imperial examination this year. It was too scary. The people in Chang and didn't have any literary talent or grasp of the country's affairs. They couldn't even do a job carrying the work. The person who was mumbling just now had the same thought as him. He looked a little nervous. Manager Xiaodong, I didn't take the imperial examination this year. I want to find a job as a waiter in your inn. Do I need to write? Are the questions difficult? You can't be a waiter. Oh, it has nothing to do with literary talent. You examinees have noble statuses. How can you be a waiter? Xiaodong spoke honestly. The examinees wouldn't lower themselves to be a waiter. Only Dongzhu could do anything. The examinees felt that his words were harsh. Were they being scolded? Old Du, you came first. Did you eat secretly? Old Du, did you get rich? The curtains were lifted and 4 people came in. The one in the lead spoke as he walked. When he saw the wine on the table, he was puzzled. Manager Xiaodong, this is a gift from you. There's also cucumber mixed with pig's ears. Old Du pointed at the 4 wine bundles. There weren't 5 bundles, but 1 for each examinee to set the atmosphere. If each examinee had a wine bundle, they would drink their own. For out of the 5 examinees had to pour wine back and forth. Whoever poured more or less wine for the other examinees would appear closer. The 4 newcomers cupped their fists to Xiaodong to express their gratitude. As for why they would ask when they were eating, they carried the trays to the place where the leftovers were placed. They would either scoop up the leftovers with a spoon, or use tweezers to pick up the leftovers. The good stuff in the leftovers were usually picked away. The leftovers were some radishes, cabbage, pig liver, chicken liver, and so on. Those who were rich would still have leftover pork knuckles. These would be taken to the grief field square. Those who were too good wouldn't be able to eat them for a single coin. Those that could be eaten for a single coin were vegetables after all. Even if it was cabbage, there would still be some oil in it. Radishes and cabbages were rich in vitamins and chlorophyll. They worked hard and drank soup with oil. It was a good deal to spend a single coin. Most importantly, it was warm to eat in an inn. After that, each of them took out half a piece of black bread and prepared to dip it in the vegetable soup. Manager, see what other dishes can be added to their table. I'll treat them to the main dishes, including wine and rice. A person who was dressed like a merchant sitting in the corner suddenly spoke. Chapter 1388. At this time, it's really a scene of thousands of lights. Bai Gu, who was on duty today, stood on the east wall next to Xingqing Palace and looked around with binoculars. Looking down, he saw a stretch of tents all the way to the Li family Zhuangzi. It was used by His Majesty to travel, but His Majesty didn't stay in Xingqing Palace at night. Anyone who wanted to assassinate or start a coup could only do so during the day. There was no chance at night. Long Zhe, sit down and eat. You slept too much in the afternoon, so you can eat slowly at night. Xiao Yi said not to eat too much during the new year. It's really comfortable. I can still eat now. Yao Chong was also there. His house was close to Xingqing Palace. He slept enough in the afternoon and came to drink at night. There was hot pot on the city wall. When the patrolling soldiers got cold, they came to drink soup instead of eating. After eating, they were afraid of dozing off and delaying matters. The soldiers on duty didn't eat or drink. They looked around vigilantly. Before the new year, Li Yi told the old men not to put a table full of dishes on the new year. It would be a waste if they couldn't finish it. At the same time, eating too much meat was not good for the body. They all listened, mainly because they were afraid of death. Especially when Li Yi went out to sea, they had to strictly follow the instructions. Otherwise, if he suddenly fell ill and Li Yi couldn't come back, it would be a terrible thing. They couldn't think about it. If they did, they would have nightmares at night. The two of them drank the medicinal wine. Each of them had 2 ounces. They didn't eat vermicelli, streaky pork, fatty mutton, pickled vegetables, sesame paste, ginger slices. The meat was beef and fish, cabbage, chrysanthemum flour, oysters, shrimp, and meatballs. The soup was boiled with pig bones and chicken bones. It was a different taste to eat on the city wall. Baigu put down the binoculars and sat back. It's so cold, but the people are willing to come out at night. Isn't it? Yao Chong picked up the wine cup and took a sip. Both of them knew why. There were lights outside, and the people were rich. No one liked the night. In the past, there was a curfew at night. They were afraid that something would happen. So they asked the people to stay in their houses. There were walls facing the streets and roads. Some people would secretly open the windows and doors. Now there were doors and windows facing the streets. Come and go as you please. When you come out at night, there will still be snacks. The city gates were not closed, and the street lamps were lit. Patrol teams were patrolling the streets one after another. When the people of Chang'an saw this, their faces turned pale. Let's go to the other counties of the capital office to take a look. Baigu also wanted to take a stroll. When Xiaoyi comes back, let Xiaoyi take them out. Yao Chong didn't object, but proposed a condition first. After joining the league, he no longer had any conflicts in his heart. He only wanted to see the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. Even someone like Wu Zetian was able to let go in the end, let alone someone like Yao Chong. Yes, Baigu picked up the spoon and scooped some soup. With Xiaoyi around, I feel safe. A few days ago, when Xiaoyi left, my heart felt empty. I was afraid that she would encounter something difficult to solve. In the end, Baigu got angry when he talked about this. He wanted to open the box. The box was full of letters, and they were all good things. If he could read all of them, he wouldn't have to worry about the days before Li Yi came back. Long Zhe, when he's not around, you should do better. Yao Chong heard that Li Yi left a box for Her Majesty before he left. The box didn't contain any tricks that could predict the future. It contained a lot of information about various situations and solutions given by Li Yi. It didn't have to be done according to Li Yi's methods. Baigu shook his head. What's the point? I'm old, and I don't want to fight for power. Yes, the main thing is that I can't compete with Xiao Yi. In that case, why don't we just open the box? Xiao Yi's idea is good. We just need to follow it. It's worry-free, and we don't have to worry about making mistakes. Baigu was open-minded. He was the chancellor's assistant, and a chancellor's assistant didn't mean that he had to compete with Xiao Yi. While Xiao Yi went out to sea, he would think of a way to prove himself. Obviously, there was no point. After he proved himself, wouldn't he have the final say when he came back? Her Majesty trusted him, and he couldn't beat him. Could he assassinate him? If he killed him, his status would be higher? Yao Chong. He knew that Baigu wasn't targeting him, but he still felt vexed. Once he wanted to compete with Li Yi. In the end, he joined the group. At that time, the group of craftsmen had all joined the Li family Zhuangzi. Thinking about it, he felt depressed. How did it happen? When he was in charge, the craftsmen didn't look very powerful. In the end, when they joined the Li family Zhuangzi, the craftsmen who couldn't compare to the Li family Zhuangzi suddenly exploded. Eat. Baigu obviously reacted. Yes, old Yao was no match for Li Yi. Let's change the topic. The road is smooth. Let's go to the seaside tomorrow. I'll make a big boat for you. I wanted to buy that boat before, but it's too expensive. Li Yi was also eating. He ate barbecue instead of hot pot. There was soup in the hot pot. The car moved quickly and swayed. So the little girl Feng Qingdai fell asleep. The swaying car probably acted as a cradle. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan weren't sleepy. They were similar to Yao Chong. They slept in the afternoon and didn't eat dinner. Li Yi ate some dinner and slept. When it was almost midnight, Princess Yongmu said that she was hungry and told Xiaolan. Li Yi woke up when he heard the noise. Everyone was eating barbecue. Is it when we were in the heavenly palace? Xiaolan asked longingly. Almost, but it's not the heavenly palace. The boat next year might not be big, but it's quite expensive. Oh, it's not the lifespan that's expensive. Li Yi used to be able to afford the yacht that he wanted to exchange. Once he exchanged, the company's cash flow was guaranteed. A yacht worth more than 200 million yuan had many functions. If he used his lifespan to exchange for it, he wouldn't use much of his lifespan. 200 million yuan depended on how he compared it. His hospital was definitely not comparable. The equipment for examination, laboratory equipment and surgical tools were all money. He also had a laboratory. To support a laboratory, not to mention 200 million yuan. Even 2 billion yuan was not enough. Li Lang, is the eggplant ready? Princess Yongmu didn't want to talk about lifespan. She looked at the eggplant. A round eggplant was cut in half. The skin was smeared with oil, and the pulp was smeared with sauce and garlic. Okay, smear some more sauce and sprinkle some chopped green onions. Eat the eggplant without coriander. Li skillfully operated. Li Lang garlic. Put 2 more strings of garlic. Princess Yongmu said as she went to get the garlic. The most profitable thing is the roasted vegetables. They are sold locally, but the price is not low. When I come back, I will think of a way to see if I can open a chain under the name of Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. Li Yi brushed a layer of oil on the garlic. He remembered the days when he had no money. He loved to eat dry tofu rolls when eating barbecue because they were cheap. He didn't order roasted kidney beans, roasted leeks, roasted eggplant, roasted green onions and other vegetables. No matter how expensive green onions and garlic were, could they be more expensive than mutton? How much did a skewer of mutton weigh? How much did a skewer of garlic weigh? A skewer of mutton was 4 yuan, and a skewer of garlic was 3 yuan. Those who could eat roasted garlic were all rich people. So Li Yi only did one thing. Roasted garlic cost 2 or 3 yuan. It costs money. When eating barbecue, some people would provide a grill and charcoal. Especially in the northern regions, people would directly provide barbecue during winter. They would build a shed outdoors. At this time, a skewer of roasted garlic cost 2 yuan. Li Yi wanted garlic. Wasn't it normal for him to eat garlic? The waiter brought the garlic over. He put the garlic on the skewer and roasted it himself. It was free. Chapter 1389. On the night of the 10th day of the first lunar month, the team arrived at Haizhou in Henan Province and set up camp outside Xushan County. No one disturbed the place, but the local officials were disturbed. With so many winged knights coming, who wouldn't be afraid? The provincial governor and the county magistrate started to think that they were here to arrest them. Li Yi ate hot pot and didn't leave. A few miles away was the sea, and there was a port. A natural port for small boats. There weren't many people, and it was a small fishing village. For small fishing boats, the port in Haizhou wasn't good. The water was too deep, and they needed to find a shallow place. Otherwise, it would be difficult to pull the boat ashore. Li Yi liked deep ports where aircraft carriers, large cruise ships, and even submarines could be parked. Get a dock, build a large boat, and ski directly into the water. The Winged Knights team ran to the beach and unloaded. Medicinal herbs, kerosene lamps, glass mirrors, steel knives, soap, floral water, thermos bottles, black bean sauce, rock sugar, silk and silk clothes. These were all things to be exchanged with the local natives. According to records, the natives warmly welcomed the outsiders, and even provided help. The white-skinned people who were helped found the treasure, and then Li Yi didn't want to obtain resources by killing people. In his eyes and heart, there was no room for any people, ethnic group, or race who were friendly to him. He planned to use a sincere heart to deceive, no to help others. The natives' lives are too hard. Some places don't have winter, and some places are hot in the summer. Just like the people who live in Guangzhou or Cheongzhou. They don't have silk, satin, or paper. Li Yi introduced the situation to everyone, including Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, and other places. Some places were cold in winter, but other places were very hot. After Li Yi finished speaking, he thought of many things, and then realized that he only needed to go to Mexico. Peanuts, tomatoes, kidney beans, sweet potatoes, corn, pumpkins, sunflowers, different kinds of peppers. Mexico had it all. At most, he would go to Peru. He didn't need anything else for the time being. No rubber Brazil. If he went directly from Peru to Brazil, he would die in the jungle. Li Yi had never wished for a Panama Canal so much, or even an Ecuador canal. After going to Mexico, they could go directly to Brazil from the canal. There was no need to go around the Strait of Magellan. Will the locals starve? Princess Yongmu did not consider silk first. She felt that if there was no food to eat, especially if she could not eat red braised pork, life would be too difficult. There's no shortage of food. The local crop yields are high. You just need to throw down some seeds, and they'll grow on their own. There were also many fruits. As long as one was diligent, one would not starve to death. Let's go to a few more places, so that we can be the vanguard for the teams behind us. Then, we'll go back the way we came. Li Yi originally planned to go to Africa and cross the Atlantic Ocean. Considering the long distance and the bad wind direction, Africa could not provide much help, so the idea was shelved. On the way, he had to pass by some small islands and use the plants on the islands to set up camp. If there were people on the island, everything could be discussed if they were given benefits. His yacht was advanced and didn't need any extra supplies, unlike other Tang Dynasty ships. Oh, Princess Yongmu was not worried about how to return. She was only worried that there would be no meat to eat. The officials from the state government and the county came and asked for an audience outside. They found out that Li Yi was here and wanted to go out to sea. Good, going out to sea was good. It was good that he did not need to catch anyone. Bring me pen and ink. Li Yi did not want to see anyone. He did not have the energy to pretend to be polite. After the paper was laid out, Li Yi began to draw a map. It was a small simplified map. He circled a location and marked it with the words coal mine. There were instructions below that he needed to dig a mine, not an open pit mine. He drew the Tongzhuang coal mine. He did not draw the Hanxiao coal mine further away in Shandong. One was enough. Mining in a mine was tiring, but it was better than not having coal. In the future, when the steam engine train came, there would be coal. It was just right. He asked the locals to dig it first. After he finished drawing, someone sent it out. Li continued to eat hot pot. Princess Yongmu was not excited or starry-eyed. She was used to it. The only thing that could make her eyes sparkle was the red braised pork. A lot of red braised pork. The provincial governor of Haizhou did not see Li Yi. Instead, he received the map. He felt as if he had received a treasure. He hurriedly brought people to look for a location at night with lanterns. There was coal. With coal, they could cook more seafood and dry it. They could then send it to other places, such as the capital office. After a night, the sun rose above the sea level. Everyone stood by the sea, deep in the water. Li Yi was observing to see where the yacht should be. He did not want to damage it. He did not know how to repair it. After looking around, he asked people to tie rocks with ropes and throw them down. It was not necessary to reach the bottom. It was enough for the yacht to float. After selecting it, Li Yi turned his head and asked Princess Yongmu, who had an expectant look. Wen Tian, do you think we should burn some incense first? Can we not burn incense? Princess Yongmu was anxious. You can. All right. Look at me. Wah 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 wah, steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck. Humans are born by their mothers, demons are demons. Come out, pika pika. Whoosh. A yacht more than 60 meters long appeared in front of everyone. This yacht was not called a pickup. It's fully automatic. It can be turned into a semi-manual or purely manual operation. Move things in. There's a lot of space inside. Li Yi pulled the dumbfounded Princess Yongmu forward. Someone had already carefully set up a gangplank. The others followed with numb expressions. They were shocked. The yacht was beautiful enough. After entering the yacht, Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan's eyes widened. It's more beautiful than the palace. Xiaolan was shocked by the interior of the yacht. It's a waste of space. Look over there, a big room for one person. But we don't. In this living room, there's no need. It's so high above. It should be a mezzanine. This is wine, right? There's no wine at all. It's called an open kitchen. There's a theater and a place for singing and entertainment on the lower floor. There's a swimming pool and an overlooking platform on the upper floor. Such a big yacht could accommodate 15 people in the past. The other 40 or so were the service staff. Let's add some winged knights. Put the sofa aside and pile up the goods. See if there's anything else locally. Buy it as long as it's not overloaded. Li Yi introduced the items and functions of the yacht. He used to want to own one. Now that he had one, he felt that it was better to put the goods in. The swimming pool could be filled with water, and then covered with a thatch. Li Lang, is this our yacht? Princess Yongmu touched it. She was born noble, and had seen the advanced equipment in the hospital. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to take a step. The yacht was so luxurious. It's a small yacht. If there's a chance in the future, I'll get you a big cruise ship. Li found that he was not surprised. He used to want to own something, but didn't dare to. Now that he had it, he felt that it was not as good as the Li family Zhuangzi. What yacht or cruise ship was more valuable than the Li family Zhuangzi? The Li family Zhuangzi printed money. In the past, he wanted to show off how much money he had. Now he wanted to pursue how many people of the Tang dynasty he could feed. Chapter 1390. Li Yi instructed the winged knights to place the things. He knew where the space was, and at the same time, he also considered the balance. Princess Yongmu took Xiaolan and Qing Dai for a stroll, admiring her home. It's the celestial palace. Qing Dai had never seen such a good place, even when she stayed in Princess Yongmu's palace. It was different, even the lighting was different. After Li Yi finished arranging, he walked over and patted his eldest disciple's head. It's not a big deal. Our Qiangong step bed is even more beautiful, as long as it's big enough. Li Yi felt that the palace was good, especially the Hanyuan Palace Hall. It was huge, and it was decorated with carvings and paintings. Decorating the yacht according to the palace's style was really impressive. Li Yi continued. The palace gives people a sense of tension. It comes from the imperial power, so it needs to be dignified. Even the harem needs to follow the rules. Looking at the design now, it gives people a sense of relaxation, from the layout to the colors, and the placement of the furniture. The place that gives people a sense of relaxation is our Zhuangzi. But Zhuangzi can't be placed on the yacht, right? Oh, you're right. Xiaolan listened to Li Yi's explanation, and looked at the yacht's decorations. The winged knights who were moving the things had a good mentality. When they saw something new, they were not afraid even when they were surprised. For example, someone spat a mouthful of phlegm, and even wiped it with the sole of his shoe. Don't spit on the carpet. It's tiring to clean it up. Li Yi roared. Dongzhu, please calm down. I just want to see if the things in the celestial palace are clean. The winged knights who spat the phlegm smiled and apologized. It's more interesting to play here. Alright, since you're not on the list, stay. I'll take you to play. Li Yi smiled and nodded. Dongzhu, I know I'm wrong. I'll lick the place where I spat just now. The winged knights quickly begged for mercy. If you disgust me again, I'll take you to play for a year. I'm going all out. Get out and continue moving the things. Li Yi wanted to rush over. The winged knights jumped and ran away, while the others laughed at his misfortune. Qing Dai took out her cotton handkerchief, and saw that there was a water dispenser. She didn't know how to use it, so she held the handkerchief anxiously. As she shook the handkerchief, water came out of the water dispenser. She quickly used the handkerchief to catch the water. Take it away and it won't drip. Li Yi saw that his eldest disciple wanted to block it, and quickly taught him how to do it. Qing Dai retracted her hand, and as expected it stopped. She took the handkerchief to the place where she had spat, and squatted down to wipe the carpet carefully. Don't cause trouble for Dongzhu. The leader of the winged knights said with a sullen expression. Yes, the others replied in unison. Master, is it clean? The little girl wiped it a few times, but he couldn't tell if it was clean or not. Clean. A clean heart is the cleanest, Li Yi said, bringing out a plate of pure chocolate. He broke off a piece and passed it to the lass. It's a little bitter. Take a small bite. He turned around and gave Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan a piece each. He didn't eat it himself. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan used their teeth to scrape the chocolate, and ate a little. It was so bitter that they frowned. The little girl smelled it first and licked it with her tongue. Her eyes lit up. Master, this is delicious. It's similar to drinking tea leaves. It can be used as medicine. For example, if you're in a bad mood, eat some. Li Yi knew what it tasted like. He didn't like the taste of the chocolate. The 6 officials stood in the corner, and didn't dare to make a sound. They were all frightened. The wall next to them changed into a starry sky, then a blue sea, then snow mountains, lakes, grasslands, forests, beaches, wheat fields. The Li family Zhuangzi people didn't care what they saw. They always thought that their Dongzhu was a god. The 10 nurses thought that the things in this place couldn't be compared to the things in Zhuangzi's hospital. The facilities in the hospital were more dazzling. At the pier, the commoners who were watching the show were in an uproar. Not to mention them. Even in Li Yi's time, if anyone could suddenly create a yacht, everyone would also stare. They watched as a big boat appeared on the surface of the water. It was a very, very big boat. And this boat looked different from other boats. It was beautiful. They couldn't see where the oars were placed, and there were no sails. The boat didn't look like a wooden boat. It had transparent glass and layers of decks. The provincial governor was called Shi Guanyu. He didn't sleep the whole night, and went to look for a coal mine. When he found a place, he arranged for people to dig a hole to see if there was coal. Before dawn he ran back. Less than 15 minutes after he arrived at the pier, he saw Li Yi create a special big boat. He looked at the commoners kneeling on the pier. His knees were a little weak. Hurry up and write a letter. Write a letter, add. Shi Guanyu stuttered. Add it quickly, the person next to him said in a trembling voice. Yes. Shi Guanyu nodded vigorously. He forced himself to calm down and stop trembling. It wasn't easy for him to finish writing a memorial and send someone to the relay station. There was a relay station 10 miles away. It would take 2 days and 2 nights to run. It will take 2 days to arrive. It's so slow. Shi Guanyu complained that it took 2 days and 2 nights to get from Haizhou to Chang'an. Then he realized that it wasn't slow. Then he thought about how Li Yi took 9 days to get from Chang'an to here. He instantly felt a chill run down his spine. If it was in the past, it would take 4 days and 3 nights to run 800 miles. Li Yi came with a lot of goods and carriages. 9 days. Did it mean that if he rebelled, the vanguard of the imperial court would arrive in 3 to 4 days, followed by the cavalry? By the 9th day, baggage's troops would be in place? He was in a daze. He was thinking while in a daze. After the commoners finished kneeling, someone shouted, "Hurry up and go back to get the embroidery." The commoners ran home to get embroidery. Almost every family had Suzhou embroidery. Some embroidery for several years, just for one thing. Dongzhu, someone shouted for embroidery just now. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi heard and saw it. They ran over to report. 3 times the market price. I only accept commoners' embroidery. I don't want free embroidery. Li thought for a while, and decided to let the local commoners enjoy the benefits of sea trade. Only when there were benefits would the commoners be willing to support and defend. He also knew that the commoners wanted to give him Suzhou embroidery, so he couldn't accept it. Good Suzhou embroidery could embroider a landscape splash ink painting, which could vividly express the depth of the brush and ink. What was Chinese painting? What about oil painting? Fine brushwork was nothing. Embroidery was the best. No matter what kind of painting it would be embroidered for you. For example, stone tablets were carved according to the different calligraphy styles. Then, after the washing of time, the words on the stone tablets were of different depths, light and dark. There were even cracks. Embroidery could be done. After embroidery, it would look like a stone tablet. Compared to embroidery, patching was nothing. Of course, there was one thing that embroidery lacked, which was expressive creativity. Many embroiderers didn't know how to draw Chinese painting, nor could they write calligraphy. Li Yi actually couldn't bear to sell such good Suzhou embroidery. Considering that the embroiderers only wanted to earn more money to live, he could only buy a batch and go out to open the market. He wanted to see if they could be sold for a few hundred times the price. If they could, the commoners would be able to earn more after deducting taxes. Chapter 1391. Top-grade embroidery of flying birds among flowers, 6 feet 2 inches long, 4 feet wide. Market price 11 jin for 300 coins. Li Dongzhu 35 jin. Top-grade embroidery of fish playing with lotus leaves, 8 feet 2 inches long, 5 feet 5 inches wide. Market price 20 jin for 350 coins. Li Dongzhu 62 jin. Top-grade embroidery of clouds and mist surrounding the green peak. The local well-known buyer of Suzhou embroidery was evaluating the price for the people. Li didn't understand, but it didn't matter. He could find someone who understood. Generally, when foreign businessmen bought Suzhou embroidery locally, they would pay a commission, usually 5%. If they bought more, it could be reduced to 1%. Li gave the buyer 10 pieces of soap and asked him not to deliberately raise or lower the price. The people wanted to give it to the gods, and Li Dongzhu was a god. Li said he would sell it and not keep it. It was useless to give it away. He was willing to buy it at 3 times the price, and it could be sold at a higher price outside. He wanted to try it first. The people agreed to take the money and take out more embroidery from their homes. Several people there set the price. If the people agreed, they would sell it. If they didn't, they could say why. So far, the people all agreed. The people who set the price looked at it again and again, afraid of making a mistake. No wonder they like it so much, spending a few hundred taels of silver to buy a set of clothes. Li had an embroidery in his hand. It was a picture of the setting sun in the blue sea. The sea water gradually turned from blue to black, then to red. Finally, the sky was filled with the sunset, and the setting sun was yellow. This embroidery was 2 feet square, and it was a big handkerchief. The people in the industry gave a price of 55 jin, and Li added 200 jin. This embroidery took 5 years. There was no picture to refer to, and the embroiderer was looking at the sunset by himself. If the picture was beautiful, then the embroidery was not only beautiful, but the surface of the handkerchief was changing, and the luster was also changing. He spread out the 4 corners and shook them slightly. It was as if he was watching the setting sun reflect on the rosy clouds on the sea. Li Lang, who uses silver to buy clothes? Princess Yongmu looked at the embroidery. She didn't think much of it, as she was used to it. The things used in the palace were the best. She was just curious about how silver was used as currency. In other places, there are people in Guangzhou who use silver to buy and sell things. You'll understand once you set sail. Silver is worthless. The Japanese Empire has a lot of silver, and it's also close by. Lanbao must be put to good use. It's best if it's gold. It doesn't matter if it's a gemstone. People from different places might not necessarily approve of gemstones from other places. When Li mentioned Lanbao, he thought of Lanbao's sister-in-law and noble consort Lu. Both of them had the same problem, which was also the disease that Li hoped for the most. The fallopian tubes were blocked due to inflammation. Now the 2 of them were taking medicine. When he came back, the inflammation would be resolved, and they would be able to unblock it. By then, they would have a child. He heaved a sigh of relief. If it was some other problem, it would be difficult. Silver was worthless. Because of paper money, silver no longer had the right to be used as a currency. There were also copper coins and silk. Gold was actually useless. However, there was very little gold. A large amount of gold existed in the depths of the earth in liquid form. Where are the best gems? I think glass is good. Princess Yongmu liked glass. She had the kaleidoscope that Li made for her. It was very dazzling. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the water curtain and the wall in the yacht now. The wall didn't need water to change things and scenery back and forth. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Glass will eventually become an ordinary thing with high production. Stones from other mountains are called diamonds. They are very hard. We can use them when we cold cut glass. Li still didn't think that diamonds were valuable. They were useful for cutting and measuring. Oh, and making some axes. When it came to color, glass could also be done. Moreover, the process of making glass was hot cutting. When the glass was hot, it would be cut. Listen to Li Lang. Princess Yongmu thought for a while and gave up thinking about it. Listening to her husband was definitely the right thing to do. After the local people received the money, they ran to a place to press their handprints. The 10,000 jade book required handprints. A large piece of bright white satin was pressed with handprints one after another. This was the best thing they could give to Li. The people knew that Li Dongzhu didn't lack money, let alone guards. Then they gave him support, so that Li Dongzhu's words would be more effective in the imperial court. Shi Guanyu watched silently, and didn't say anything. He told himself over and over again not to be jealous and to hold on. He thought of a sentence. The way of heaven is to take away the surplus and make up for the deficiency. The way of man is to take away the deficiency and make up for the surplus. Li obviously didn't lack money, but they still wanted to give him handprints. I lack money. You can give me one. I'll pay for it, okay? In the Tang dynasty, it was simply unthinkable to get a 10,000 jade book. If he bribed the people in exchange, it was guaranteed that someone would impeach him. Using political achievements to gain the people's sincere support, propaganda must be done well. At the same time, the people really did get benefits. Otherwise, the people wouldn't do it. The people showed their political achievements to their superiors and gave them things at the same time. The superiors just needed to evaluate them. With the superiors' recommendation, they could be promoted. If they couldn't get the 10,000 jade book, not only would the people's eyes be bright, but their hearts would be even brighter. All year round, they would work themselves to death to earn a living. Give you a handprint. Are you stupid? Or do you think others are stupid? As for the account book of the Zhang family's village that Li got, the other officials could dream about it. It was absolutely impossible. It wasn't until noon that everything was packed up. The embroidery in the people's homes was all exchanged for money. The people were beaming with joy. At the beginning of the new year, they had a good harvest. In the future, we will need more embroidery. If you want to embroider at night, light a bright lamp and earn back the money for the lamp oil. Don't tire yourself out and go blind. There are still many days to sell for money in the future. With coal, everyone can make more dried seafood. Keep it for yourselves and sell it elsewhere. We'll leave and come back with seeds to grow better food. Li used the yacht's loudspeaker to shout. He didn't eat with the local people because he was afraid of wasting time. The yacht slowly left the dock and set off for Jeju. The current Jeju didn't belong to South Korea, nor did it belong to Silla. There were local people. According to records, the local people raised pigs and wore pigskin clothes. Then there was a special characteristic. They wore clothes on their upper bodies and didn't wear anything on their lower bodies. It was the same for men, women, old and young. Li had never seen it before. He felt that the clothes they wore were a little bigger, and the bottom was like a skirt. It was a vacuum. Of course, even if they didn't wear clothes, he didn't have any inappropriate thoughts. He didn't like them. As the people bid farewell, the yacht left. There were waves behind it, and it was getting faster and faster. There were 20 winged knights. The one who spat earlier was there. He hid in a corner like a quail, afraid that Li would see him. He hadn't been played by Li personally, but he had been played by other people who had played with Li. Every time he thought about it, his body trembled, and he often woke up from his dreams. There was a saying in the team, "I'm not afraid of fighting to the death, I'm only afraid of Dongzhu playing games." He saw the older generation of winged knights' pale faces when they proudly talked about what they had experienced. Chapter 1392. The ship sailed on the sea, and there was a map. The palace maids, eunuchs, and winged knights were drawing on the grid according to the map. The map came with the yacht, and if there was a satellite, there would be a satellite now. The yacht had sonar to detect the situation in the sea while sailing on its own. When it encountered reefs, the yacht would dodge and slow down. In any case, it would not collide with them directly. Li did not look at the operation manual at all. He had been on this yacht many times before, so he wanted to buy it, but he was reluctant to spend the money. At this latitude, the temperature was a bit low at this time of the year. Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, and Qing Dai were looking outside through the glass on the second floor of the yacht. The sea is like this. I didn't feel anything when I was at the seaside. This was the first time that Xiaolan saw the sea, and she had a special feeling. In fact, other than Li, this was the first time that all 71 people on the yacht saw the sea. 40 winged knights, 10 nurses, 6 officials for craftsmen, 8 palace maids, 8 eunuchs, Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan and Xiaolan. The most worrisome thing was that the 6 officials were weak. Princess Yongmu at least knew a lot of rules, and Xiaolan was able to accompany Princess Yongmu until now. So how could she not have some ability? Xiao Lan was a heaven-defying existence, so the heavens wanted to take her. The palace maids and eunuchs were the first people who saw Li family Zhuangzi for the first time. Every craftsman were all proficient, otherwise why would they choose you? The nurses were the 10 people who were the best at learning, and the winged knights were the most stubborn. Master, when we go to the island outside, the locals bully us, should I poison them? Xiaolan also had a demonic side. She knew how to use poison, and the children of medical families were indeed different. Li rubbed the head of his eldest disciple. No need. I have an anti-aircraft cannon that can shoot horizontally. Oh, it's called a horizontal shot. It's very useful. At this moment, Li was least worried about war. Come on, whoever wants to fight is fine. If you dare to attack me on the yacht, do you believe that I will let you know what a torpedo is? When he thought of the torpedo, Li hoped that others would not attack him. Otherwise, the torpedo would be in a bad mood. Master, is it a heavy machine gun? I know about heavy machine guns. The little girl was excited. She didn't feel safe until she met Li. In front of anti-aircraft cannons, heavy machine guns are just child's play. Li laughed. Then Li added, if we really fight the enemy, we don't need anti-aircraft cannons. From 7 to 8 li away, our heavy machine guns can destroy their ships. Li recalled the current range of naval warfare. A single shot from a heavy machine gun could reach 4 to 5 kilometers. All they had to do was raise their muzzles a little and drop them down. Take a look with the binoculars. If the landing point is not good, adjust it immediately. The effective range was different from the lethality of the bullet at a certain distance. Whether it was effective or not depended on whether the bullet hit the body. Dongzhu, what do you want to eat tonight? Peach Blossom 1 ran over. She worked hard to learn how to cook, and now she was very good at it. It's still early to eat fish. Soak the rice first. When the time comes, cook it in the rice cooker. Cook 4 pots of the big one. 1 pot is enough for 20 people. Li didn't want to use vegetables. Everyone had just come out. Eating fish was more refreshing. The yacht could cast a net. If it stopped, it could also fish and dive. There was a platform. Turn on the sonar. Find the place where there were many underwater creatures, and cast a net. It was enough for everyone to eat. He didn't use nets for fish that were too big. He meant fish that could grow big. For example, tuna. No matter what the color of the fin was, he didn't like it. Li knew the purpose of others to eat tuna as meat. For example, beef, pork, mutton, and fish. When Chinese people eat fish, they don't pursue meat. What they pursue is taste. Is the fathead fish big? It can be dozens of caddies. And then the favorite is the fish head. People in other countries eat fish as the meat of livestock. But Chinese people always eat fish as an auxiliary dish. At that time, there were people in the north who sold frozen fish meat with chainsaws. But it didn't sell well. When northerners saw it, they knew it was fish meat. Oh, such a big piece. Ask the price again. It's more than 20 per caddy. Can't I buy pork? After a few days, it will be more than 6 yuan per caddy. But how can I eat this meat? It's better to buy chicken stewed with mushrooms and add some potatoes. People in the northeast like to whiten the flour. Usually the black flour is sweet potato flour. Report. It's snowing at the source of the Yellow River. More tribes are joining. Guojian asks how to deal with it. Another group of people came to Chang, and then shouted at the gate of Xingqing Palace's Political Affairs Hall. Follow me to find His Majesty. Sui arranged for people to carry the messenger to find Li Longji. The messenger's legs were weak. He kept riding the horse and couldn't stand properly when he landed on the ground. During Li Yi's time, the ancient movies that really had a bit of a background would all have scenes of a messenger being carried to deliver a message. Some of the messengers didn't know anything. The messengers ran for a few days on the horse and continued to run after landing. This showed that the scriptwriter and director were stupid. There were also messengers being carried, but there was only one. Obviously, it was not right. Who didn't know the difficulty of traveling 800 miles? If one messenger fell down or fell sick, he couldn't deliver the message. Usually there were more than 3 riders. In an emergency, it was normal to ride 100 riders. They were being carried not because they were about to die, but because their legs were numb. There was no lack of stupid scriptwriters and directors. For example, those who stood up with machine guns and fired, and then let others kill them. Machine gunners didn't lie down and fire, but stood up and let others kill them? Heroes. The messengers didn't want to be heroes and martyrs. When they were being carried away, they only said, "Get some warm water, and we will drink it slowly. We are too thirsty, and we need a beauty to massage us. Beauty has no strength. We will massage you," the Chinyo guard said casually as they pushed the messengers to find His Majesty. Indeed, they were pushing the messengers. They had a cart, so they just pushed the messengers. Why did they have to be carried all the way? No, I suddenly feel better. I don't feel sore anymore. The messengers refused as they were afraid of being pressed to death. "We will send Baitsu to you tonight, but I suggest you go tomorrow night. If you go today, you won't be able to do it later. You will lose face as a man." The Chinyo guards winked. There were many people in Baitsu who were willing to serve others for free. Those who could be messengers were all strong. Even if there were many scars on their faces and bodies, they didn't care. No, they were even happier. "Your Majesty, it's snowing at the source of the Yellow River. The people of Tubo have a difficult life, so they seek refuge in the Tang dynasty. What do you think?" Sui asked Li Longji. The others were already in position. Emergency military situation. Li Longji looked at Sui in surprise and asked, "What do you think?" Swish. Several pairs of eyes looked at the eunuch holding the box behind Gao Lisher. There was a rope around the eunuch's neck that was connected to the box. When he saw others looking at him, he quickly turned around. "Don't look. I know what you want to do. You want to steal my box." Gao Lisher moved his feet and blocked them. "Everyone teach me." Li Longji asked. "What are you looking at?" "There is a problem over there. Come and see my box." "You don't even dare to speak? Just because my brother E left a bunch of letters. If brother E was somewhere else such as Tubo, would you still have the courage to fight? Brother E went to sea and only left a box with a few letters inside. Are you afraid?" Chapter 1393. The loyalty of Tubo's new tribes is hard to predict. They are not easy to manage. If they accept outsiders, it will become a problem. Seeing that he couldn't get the letter, Sui had to think on his own. He refused to let the front line continue to accept people from Tubo. Before the Tang dynasty's cities existed, did the locals not want to live? Li Longji didn't comment and looked at Song Jing. "We should set the rules for the frontline generals. They can't easily stir up trouble and hurt people with their power. This is to avoid conflicts at the border. The imperial court can't deal with it quickly." Song Jing still wanted to limit the power of the generals at the border, especially Zhang Xiaosong. The other generals were only good at war. Zhang Xiaosong was a jinsher and had too much power. He was afraid that he could manage a stable territory and go against the imperial court. Li Longji still didn't give any attitude and looked at Baigu. The imperial court collects a little tax. If you need money, the Ministry of Revenue can pay. Baigu didn't say what to do. "Anyway, if you want money, I'll give it." This wasn't the greenhouse vegetables. There were also taxes paid by the merchants who came to sell things before the spring festival. In the new year, management fees were also collected. It wasn't enough to build another railway, but it was enough to support the border. Li Longji didn't need to say anything. Zhang Jiuling took the initiative to say, "I think the conciliatory strategy is more reliable. We will accept them according to the previous arrangement of Tubo tribes, and take away some of the Tubo soldiers." The four of them talked for a while, and looked at the eunuch holding the box again. Li Longji looked at Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher took the box, and carefully put it in front of Li Longji. Li Longji opened the box and looked at the contents. Tubo chapter, Border People in Trouble Looking for Help 9. He took out the envelope marked 9, took out the letter, looked at it and read it. Tubo land, snow and rain are unpredictable. Winter and spring are bitter years of death. But if there is a chance of survival, help must be sought. If there is no way to refuse, help the people. Collect weapons and plant them. Don't give money or food. Borrow temporarily. Li Longji finished reading and looked at everyone. The four of them looked at each other and still wanted to snatch the box. The matter was as simple as that. Put away the weapons, and let them raise livestock on the side. If they needed to plow the land, they would plow the land. If they needed to borrow food and fodder, they would return it in the future. Moreover, as mentioned earlier, many people died there every year, especially in winter and at the beginning of spring. What he meant was that if they didn't help, they would die anyway. They had to fight with their lives on the line. She was about to starve to death. You're trying to reason with her, saying that stealing food is wrong and snatching food is wrong? Your Majesty, I've seen that Li Yi's calligraphy has improved. Why don't you let Su Chen and the others read the letters in the box? I think they'll benefit even more. Baigu was still pondering over the finance chapter. He said that he wanted to learn calligraphy and brought the box over. The other three nodded. That's right. Let's not look at the content. Let's look at the words. Why are they so beautiful? Li Longji closed the box. Go to the Li family Zhuangzi and find something Li Yi used to practice calligraphy. Give it to the 4 chancellors. He wasn't going to give it to them. Even if he had read the letters before, he would still keep them. He wanted to let the people in the future know that they shouldn't think that they are so powerful. My brother Yi had already gone out to sea, but he was still giving advice to the imperial court. Whoever wanted to become an official through the Ganya method had to first write a policy and come up with a topic. For example, if the Turks wanted to attack the Shi and Khitans, what would the Tang dynasty do? If they didn't send troops, the Shi would be dealt with and trade would be interrupted. Who would bear the responsibility? If they sent troops, where would they send? How would the logistics be arranged? Where would the money come from? Or in the beginning of spring, the location of the Yellow River would be prone to ice floods. What should they do? Should the local people evacuate? If they didn't evacuate, who would bear the responsibility for the deaths? Evacuate. Where should they evacuate? After evacuating, should they settle down on the spot, or send them somewhere else? When would they return? Li Longji had thought it through. Whoever dared to play the Ganya method with him, he would ask them this question. What? You say it's difficult to ask? Do you believe that I can find someone who can answer any question and arrange everything well? If you don't have the ability, why would you take the shortcut? I wonder if Brother Yi has eaten? Are you not acclimatized? Li Longji missed Li Yi. Every time he encountered a problem, he would think of him. Come. Let's eat fish. This is called real silk. The taste is average. It's not as good as the fish in the cold waters above. This is Ming Tai fish. It's from the cod family. You can eat it dried or fried it. I like to make it into spicy fish with more scallions. If it's steamed, Huanggu fish is better. But don't put a deep net. It will affect the speed of the boat. Li Yi, who was missed by Li Longji, was introducing the all-fish feast to everyone. He made more than 10 dishes. Steamed, braised, dry-fried, slippery, crucible, casserole, pan-fried, stir-fried, braised with soy sauce, soup, iron plate, salad. Every table was filled with fish. When they ate in the Li family Zhuangzi, there were many dishes, but there was no all-fish. Moreover, the fish now were all fresh in salt water. It turns out that the people living by the sea live such a good life. Princess Yongmu thought that as long as they were by the sea, they could eat a lot of fish. They don't have our boats and nets. We have sonar, so we know where the fish are. We also have special fishing methods. Li Yi didn't want to give Princess Yongmu the idea that the people by the sea were rich. The people by the sea were poor and had a problem with fishing methods. In the Bohai Sea, namely Shandong, there were new big boats and fishing nets, so the income increased. In Haizhou, Guangzhou, Fuzhou, and other places, it was still okay to eat saltwater fish by themselves, but it was difficult to make money. The main difficulty lies in the sales channels. Even if the local fishermen catch a lot of fish, they can't sell it themselves. They sell it nearby and can't get a good price. There's also the deep processing of seafood, simple boiling and drying, more complicated canning, and then the sales channels. Li Yi pointed out the problem. It was difficult for the people to change their living conditions with their own strength. We have sales channels, right? Princess Yongmu knew that Uncle Li Qingqi was in charge of the matters by the sea. Yes, so the lives of the people by the sea are slightly better. We have to continue to provide help in the future. When the sea trade comes, We will first build a big boat and hire the local people. When the local people earn some money, we will let them rent a big boat. People with courage will fight. If they don't fight, they will be the same for the rest of their lives. If they fight, they may be able to change the future of their families. Li Yi said calmly. In fact, he thought of many people who fell in the fight. Not only now, but also in other dynasties, including his own. There were also people who fought. They gambled everything, including their lives. If they survived, they would be rich. If they died, it was their fate. The most unbelievable thing was not the people who sold drugs, but a group of people who agreed to go into the mine, and then drew lots. Whoever drew a dead lot would die. They created a man-made disaster in the mine and asked for money. Part of the money was divided among the people who were alive, and part of the money was sent to the families of the dead. In order to give their children a chance, they could even give up their own lives. Such people were suitable for soldiers. They would be given a high pension and become mercenaries. They would be given the same amount of money for killing an enemy. They would be given the same amount if they died. No matter how dangerous the place was, they would dare to attack. We have to let the people out of poverty and have the hope of living. Only then will society be stable. Otherwise, a small number of people will take risks and cause too much harm to others. Li Yi thought and suddenly understood why poverty was lifted. Chapter 1394. Li Yi found that his mentality was gradually changing. He no longer needed to be surrounded by a large number of beauties, nor did he need to live in the throne room. As for food, he would eat whatever he could get with money. He would eat whatever there was, even bear paws. He wouldn't eat pandas. His other thoughts were to see the Tang dynasty grow stronger and stronger, so that the people of the Tang dynasty could live a better life. Political strife is the most hateful. The Tang dynasty doesn't allow political strife. Li Yi inexplicably mentioned political strife to Princess Yongmu. He thought of the Song dynasty, which was destroyed by political strife. In the Western countries of his time, political strife was more interesting. A president came up and rejected all the previous president's plans and made his own. A new president came up and continued to operate according to this plan. Other countries had a one-party dictatorship. As long as the path was correct, the speed of national strength improvement was astonishing. Was there any political strife in the Tang dynasty? Of course there was. Each of the chancellors had different aspirations to govern the country. Some put their thoughts on governing the country, even if they had selfish motives. Some people only thought about their own rights, and didn't care about anything else, as long as they maintained their rights. Is it Yao Chong? Songjing? Does Sui count? There's also Zhang Shua, who wanted to get rid of Yao Chong before. Princess Yongmu knew a lot about the things inside, including Wei Jigu, Zhang Jiuling, and Lu Huaishan. They were all fighting with each other, and Bai Gu was brought back to take over. Li Longji is still relatively smart now. He uses people for their strengths, even if he sometimes compromises. But Li Longji knows a lot of things. He will endure and make a move when the time comes. Yao Chong is the kind of person who puts away the bow when the birds are gone, and cooks the hound when the cunning rabbit is dead. Li Yi followed and said Li Longji. Princess Yongmu blinked and smiled. Burning the bridge after crossing the river, and getting rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. Then what about you, Li Lang? Aren't you afraid that His Majesty will kill you when he doesn't need you anymore? Why would he kill me? I don't want power. With this ship of mine, I'll just take you out to sea and find an island. Seclusion. Princess Yongmu instantly thought of how she and Li Yi had lived on the island, as well as Xiaolan, the people from the Li family Zhuangzi, and the winged knights. Why are there winged knights? Was that still living in seclusion? Find an island and make a comeback. There are natives on a big island. I'll teach the natives to come to the Tang dynasty's blockade of the sea. I'll let them kill me. Humph. Li Yi scanned the surroundings. Those who were scanned by him quickly lowered their heads. They did not see or hear anything. Princess Yongmu was put in a difficult position. I'm just saying. Li Longji wouldn't treat me badly. Li Yi stopped teasing Princess Yongmu. Yes, that's right. Let's eat fish. Princess Yongmu pouted. She finally realized what Rinpochian was doing. Li Lang, when will we arrive at the island? Xiaolan was sensible and changed the topic. Full speed ahead. It will take less than 8 hours. However, our speed is not that fast. It will take 10 hours. There will be a delay when we set up the net. From Lianyan Harbor to Jeju Island, it was 340 nautical miles. With the speed of the yacht, it would only take 7 hours. The main problem was that the yacht had a lot of things on it. If it was too fast, the engine would be under a lot of load. If it broke down, they would have to exchange for a new one. Li did not know how to repair it. He needed to exchange for oilseeds. He felt that he was at a disadvantage. However, if he brought back the seeds, any of the seeds would be enough to make up for his lifespan. This was also why he wanted to get the seeds himself. The lifespan given by commanding and personally participating was different. Moreover, if he brought back the seeds and planted them a year in advance, the difference would be even bigger. Is it cold there? Our ship is neither cold nor hot. The little girl Qing Dai liked the current temperature and humidity. She had congenital heart disease. When the weather was cold, she would feel uncomfortable breathing. She was always sleepy and wanted to sleep. After she came to Li family Zhuangzi, her room was very comfortable. She had never felt this way before. It was even more so now. She could breathe easily and was not tired. It was just that her master did not allow her to eat too much. She had to eat 5 meals a day, and each meal was not much. It is warm now. The whole world is warming. Otherwise, Tubo would not be able to plant so many crops. Thinking about it, after spring, Tubo will quickly melt the snow and ice. The Yellow River should also melt. Otherwise, there will be ice blockages. When the technology is good, they can blast the ice surface. However, the first method used was to use artillery. The Tang dynasty did not have any of these methods. Li thought about global warming and was worried about Ling Sun. At that time, he was in the early stage of liberation. He could only watch Ling Sun appear. In the later stage, there was the help of the artillery regiment. With a series of explosions, they blasted the ice blockages away. In the later stage, the technology was more advanced. They could directly blast the ice surface. It was just drilling holes in the ice. Generally, it would take about half a minute to drill through the ice. They could put the explosive things into the water and under the ice. They could also use traversers to bring them further under the ice. One after another, they would explode together. A piece of ice would be blown into pieces. It was so simple. It was not possible in the past. Otherwise, who would use artillery? The Tang dynasty was even worse. They could not blow up the sky monkeys, and the explosive packs were not very powerful. Li Lang, the local army is easy to command. Princess Yongmu was thinking about the issue of retreat. Run. If the people were not willing to leave their houses, the army could leave anything. They would follow orders. There are also people. The house of Jitsong was washed away. They are also sad. Fortunately, I wrote in the letter that once they leave, they will be compensated. It is not that the people do not understand the country's righteousness. It is that the people need money and food to live. Give them peace of mind, and they will support the imperial court more. Li Yi was relieved. He had a plan. If Ling Sun really appeared, he would compensate the army of Jitsong and their families. If the house was washed away, he would build a better new house. If the food was gone, he would send double the amount. They were guarding the border there against the Turks in the north. Just like the Kazakhs who guarded the walk-in corridor, they were also fair-skinned. Li Yi agreed, and did not compare them with the others. In the beginning, the loyalty of the locals to the country came from propaganda and comparison. The local standard of living was not high, but on the other side of the walk-in corridor were Pakistan, Tajikistan, and Afghanistan. Others lived more tiring lives, so the locals felt that their country was better. Later, the country provided more support. Seeing that the quality of life was many times better than others, they cherished their nationality even more. Especially when disaster struck, the country provided strong support. They could not let the people guarding the border bear the losses themselves. Now in the Tang dynasty, the imperial court was also in charge of the Yellow River. The people were there, the morale was there, and the rest was just a matter of money. The Jitsong are all trash. Xiaolan suddenly muttered. She was smarter than Princess Yongmu, but she did not come from a good family. She could see clearly that Li Yi always solved the problem directly, and never talked about it in a lofty manner. Li Yi glared at her. Lower your voice. Xiaolan pouted and lowered her head. Tears welled up in her eyes. She felt wronged. Li Yi said resentfully, What kind of truth are you spouting? Xiaolan looked up and smiled through her tears. After eating and resting for a while, we will reach the place. We have to take down that island and think of a way to give the other party some benefits. Li Yi began to think about how to turn Jeju Island into the Tang dynasty. He needed to play tricks, and it was very immoral. Chapter 1395. Li Yi had information that was recorded in the new Tang dynasty. It was classified under the Dongyi legends. It wrote about Goryeo, Silla Beach, Japan, Shirwei, Kudumian, and Yiksha. There was also Lugui. Lugui was a place name. The land between the Sea of Okhotsk and the Bailing Sea belonged to Russia at that time. Li Yi. Yiksha was next to Lugui. He felt a little scared when he heard that. Yiksha was the Chukchi Peninsula of Russia during Li Yi's time. It was across the strait from Alaska in the United States. According to the information, during Li Yi's time, the king of Danluo was called Li Doluo. He sent people to the Tang dynasty. The capital of Danluo was not on Jeju Island. It was on Silla Island. It was said that their lives were simple and crude. They liked to wear pigskin coats. In summer, they lived in houses covered with a layer of skin. In winter they lived in caves. The local people also had millet, sorghum, barley, soybeans, adzuki, yellow rice, and so on. They did not know how to use cows to farm. They just got themselves a rake and casually plowed the land. Jeju Island had always been with the Korean peninsula, so they were later controlled by a country on the peninsula. Li Yi believed that the islands on the other side of the Chongbai Mountain and Yalu River should belong to the Tang dynasty. There was no other place. There were also Yiksha, Lugui, and other places, plus the mainland on the other side of the Bering Strait. In the future, it would not be called the Bering Strait. He would just give it a name that sounded good. He could go directly from there. If he went by land, it would be colder in winter. In the future, we must train qualified officials to go to various places to manage. We can't let the people at the border, who are in charge of both the military and the government, go. Li Yi thought about the future. The generals at the border always wanted to cause trouble. Sometimes they would even bully other people's families, especially the women. They would ask for money. If they were not given, they would write to the imperial court and say that the other party wanted to go to war. Usually, these generals at the border were from the local big clans. Even the people sent by the imperial court looked down on others in that environment. They were arrogant and prejudiced. Many wars were caused by them. Song Jing objected and was unwilling to give credit to the generals at the border. This meant that the Song Jing in history did not have enough control, and the power he held was too small. There was no other way. Li Yi did not think that Begu was good at scheming. He only knew history and some technology. At the same time, he sold medical equipment. He was black-hearted. Princess Yongmu snorted as she ate the fish to express her support. Anyway, I agree with whatever you say. The root of all struggles is desire. Eating is desire. And if you don't eat, you'll starve to death. Then there are the matters between men and women. Oh, there are also men and women. Whoever had the right to speak would be able to obtain these two things. Then came enjoyment, beautiful clothes, and a comfortable living environment. At first, through the use of force, we would listen to whoever could fight. Then, we would see who was more scheming, and everyone would listen. Li Yi talked about the essence of power. Only with power would one have power. From the resources for survival to the resources for living, his desire was gradually increasing. Yes, just like in the palace, everyone is very calculative. Xiaolan agreed. She could feel it, and she was also an expert. There were a total of 72 people in the team. Xiaolan felt that she could not deal with Li Yi. She could confuse everyone else, including Peach Blossom number 1. 8 people were still a little short. So our method is simple. Use force to intimidate and money to smash. When we reach the island, We won't use any additional methods for the time being. We just need to have a temporary stop. The purpose of Li Yi's trip was not to occupy the island. He would return as soon as he got the seeds. Li Lang fly once. Xiaolon gave an idea. If he could fly, he would be a god. If he could fly, it would be like asking Sun Air to go home. The Su family would not dare to say anything. Li looked at Xiaolon with a smile. Our Xiaolon is still the smart one. Others can't think of it, but Xiaolon can think of it. Xiaolon pursed her lips and nodded. Suddenly her expression changed. No. Everyone else thought of it. I just spoke too fast. I forgot just now. Li Yi waved his hand, indicating for Xiaolon not to be so vigilant. It was too tiring to live like this. He had to think a lot about what he said all day. It's not that I'm asking you to think too much. It's just that you have to think thoroughly. The Prime Minister's orders were sent out, telling Guojian what to do. Bai Gu spoke to his 3 colleagues. He was actually not used to it. When he was an official, he only needed to encourage and restrict the big picture when he saw a problem. Ever since Li Yi appeared, even if he was sitting in the position of Prime Minister, he still had to focus on the specifics. It was difficult. Who could spend all day thinking about every aspect? If you don't do it well, you have to take responsibility. Su Yi's expression was not good. He had thought of some targeted plans. He was afraid. What if he was wrong? The Minister of War said that the border should be strengthened, and that they should be on guard against the Tubo tribes that surrendered and rebelled. This was not a problem. But if there was a problem with the specific deployment of troops, whose fault would it be? How many people like Li Yi dared to do whatever he wanted? He had money. Even if there was trouble, he could easily solve it. Song Jing and Zhang Jiuling sighed at the same time. Usually they would not speak so bluntly. They were on guard against each other, and used bureaucratic jargon. There was no point in using bureaucratic jargon now. Fight for power? Could they win against Li Yi? I'm happy. Zhang Jiuling spoke from the bottom of his heart. He had not forgotten that when he resigned in a fit of pique, he was chased after and given a large amount of money to repair his road. When he was disheartened, Li Yi used practical actions to tell him that there was still hope for the Tang dynasty. Tell the Political Affairs Hall and the ministries to think about it. Song Jing had no choice. If he wanted to be valued, he had to do something. He had thought that the emperor would need them when Li Yi went out to sea. Who would have thought that if he went out to sea, then so be it? Why did he leave a box behind? Why don't I just join the league and let someone else be the prime minister while I watch the show? What a coincidence to meet here. Why don't you come to my house for a meal? Yao Chong casually walked out from the corner and pretended to meet by chance. A group of people came out from behind him. They were all from the league. Everyone looked at the 4 prime ministers with anticipation. Let's go to earthly paradise. We didn't get the box. Bai Gu knew what they meant. Check if the revolving restaurant is booked. Lu Huaishan wanted to look at the Chang'an. So what if they are booked? Tell them to move aside. Wei Jigu also joined in the fun, even though he did not like Yao Chong. A large group of people strolled out under the vigilance of the guards. They did not care about life and death. No one would assassinate them. The common people lived a good life and did not have the leisure to assassinate. There was no direct conflict between them. Would assassinating the other Japanese envoys work? Don't you know who is behind the Tang dynasty? If you don't kill that person, we will all die. At most, we will be replaced. Will there be a snow-melting flood at the beginning of spring? Bai Gu thought of a term when he was leaving. He had learned it from Li Yi. Even if there is, it will be downstream. Chang'an's water network can't hurt Chang'an. Lu Youqiu was the first to think of the disaster. Chong Hunan. Li Riji thought of Zhang Shua when he said it. Hunan province has sent an urgent report. Hunan province has sent an urgent report. Just as he finished speaking, the messenger arrived. Chapter 1396. Song Jing and the others did not return to the Political Affairs Hall. Instead, they took the memorial from Hunan province and went to Earthly Paradise to read it. They were in a hurry, so they took a horse carriage without paying. The driver took out a notebook and a pen and wrote down the names of those who did not bring money. Xiaoyan was on duty at Earthly Paradise today. She smiled and invited everyone in. When they sat down, a plate of dried fruits and cold dishes were served first, including the drunken crab. Song Jing looked at the lacquer seal, opened it, glanced at it, and handed it to Bai Gu. Bai Gu also glanced at it. Good. Daoji has strengthened the places downstream that are easy to breach and silt the river. He spent a lot of money. Lu Huaishan and Zhang Jiuling looked at it together. Xiao Yi will tell Daoji which route she took when she went out to sea. What's the use? Dredging downstream. What about upstream? Once the cold flood happens, the people will suffer. Yao Chong nitpicked and looked at Song Jing at the same time. Song Jing pretended not to see Yao Chong's meaning. He was not fooled. He grabbed a drunken crab and put it on a plate. Then he put the plate on a tray. Someone will come and take the crab away and bring it back later. Let's think about how to deal with the cold flood. Sui did not even look at the memorial sent by Zhang Shua. It was just a small matter. He did not want to be left behind and wanted to prepare in advance. He did not want Her Majesty to open the box again. Xiaoyan came in and took the tray. The woman behind brought in the hot dishes. Chestnut chicken, lamb and ginseng pot, date pork ribs pot, scallion braised pig tail, bean sprouts with scallion oil chicken slices, steamed eggplant dipping in sauce, and so on. It was spring, and they had to make up for a group of important people. The food ordered by others was served first. If others waited, they would get extra dishes and a 50% discount. Those people were reasonable. When they heard that the food was for the chancellors, they were very polite. Yes, the chancellors. Sitting here and watching Chong, and the mood is really different. Wei Jigu drank a mouthful of yellow wine boiled with ginger, jujube and wolfberry. He looked into the distance through the glass window. Has Xiaoyi never come up here before? Lu Huaishan thought of Li Yi. He can fly. He wants to watch from a high place. Isn't the hot air balloon in Zhuangzi higher than the revolving restaurant? He has something that he can step on and fly into the sky. Yin Xijin had never been on a hot air balloon before. He always wanted to experience it. She planned to look for Li Yi after spring, but Li Yi ran away. He said that he would only be back after more than a month. Without him around, she did not dare to board the hot air balloon. Yao Chong's mind was on Ling Sun. In the past, he had always been thinking about techniques and wanted to beat Li Yi. In the end, he sent all the craftsmen to the Li family Zhuangzi. Everyone, let's throw some more explosives and heavy rocks down from the sky. Can we blast open the frozen area? He did not know that cannons would appear in the future. He thought hard. Unless we fly high enough and use big iron blocks, we can't break the ice. It will take a lot of energy, and we have to calculate when the explosives will explode. Wei Jigu temporarily put down his grudges and expressed his opinion. He was in the Ministry of Works. In the past, the Minister of Works did not study specific techniques. He was only in charge of coordination and planning. He could not be promoted to the position of minister, and he did not want to join the league. He thought about it and ran to the Li family Zhuangzi to ask for advice whenever he had a problem. Eat it while it's hot. Beef with mushrooms? Bai Gu did not want to think about it anymore. He was in charge of money anyway. At most, he would spend money. As long as he persevered until Xiao Yi came back and still had money, he could ask Xiao Yi if he needed money. Have the questions for this year's imperial examination been decided? Yao Chong asked Song Jing again. Song Jing was depressed. Why are you always looking for me? Are you trying to make things difficult for me? You know that I don't have the final say, but you still ask. You were the one who suffered in the past. Why do you have to drag me into this? Li said it. Song Jing chose to endure. Yes, I can only cooperate. Is that okay? Are you happy? But I will definitely not overturn Li Yi's questions. I'm not stupid. You competed with him. And in the end, you joined the league. I still want to stay in the position of minister for 2 more years. When I can't do it anymore, I'll join on my own. At that time, we'll still be colleagues. Xiaoyi was earlier than us. I wonder who was earlier in the faraway place. Bai Gu looked outside as he spoke. There were people weaving in and out. The earth is always rotating. There's no such thing as who was earlier or later. But every sunrise, no matter where it is so beautiful. Even if the neon lights shine, It can't compare to the brilliance of the sunrise. After the meal, Li Yi gave his eldest disciple a physical examination. The main thing was an electrocardiogram. He did not take a CT scan. It was not good to always take a CT scan. The three-dimensional model was built. They knew where to perform the interventional surgery. This surgery required the patient and the doctor to enter the radiation environment at the same time. The doctor told them to eat a wire. "Master, are we going there to watch the sunrise?" The little girl was not half full. Anyway, it was fine as long as she had some food in her stomach. She was brewing medicine for herself. She used electricity, studied hard, and controlled the heat. The concave electric stove was the kind that could be used to cook vegetables. Li Yi sniffed and identified the herbs. "Yes, it'll be dark when we reach the place. The entire yacht will be brightly lit." Li Yi deliberately slowed down the yacht. When they reached the island at night, they would use the yacht's lights to look alert. "What are we eating tonight?" The little girl was more persistent in eating. Because she ate little, she always felt that she could still eat. "We'll eat barbecue with the people on the island. Don't eat too much. I'll see if I can fish out some shellfish." Li Yi wanted to eat the shellfish for his eldest disciple. Some of the shellfish had to be dived. Otherwise, the net would sink to the bottom. It was too troublesome. After arriving at Jeju Island, he asked the winged knights to go into the water. He valued his eldest disciple very much, not only because of his talent, but also because even if his eldest disciple knew that he only had a few years left to live, he still wanted to help more people. Such a doctor was worthy of the patient's trust. The doctors of the Tang dynasty still followed medical ethics, unlike some of the situations in his time. It was purely economic, benefit-oriented, and money-oriented. One was a doctor, and the other was a teacher. On one hand, they pursued the benefits of money, and on the other hand, they wanted to obtain the status of ancient doctors and teachers. The root cause was the propaganda of the country. If they solely promoted a certain industry, then the practitioners of this industry would feel that they were above others. The root of the problem was the polarization, the economic polarization. The more polarization, the greater the conflict. When did it start? From that decade onwards, the development model that focused on economic interests continued. When the so-called feudal constraints were broken, what was actually destroyed was the cultural heritage. Due to the military and economic gap, the development at the expense of the people's interests was forcibly promoted. When they gained some things, they also lost some things. Then the country discovered the problem and began to stir up emotions. All kinds of stirring up emotions, but they could not solve the root cause. Our Tang dynasty is very good. At least I can still control it. I don't need to write any large newspaper content because of the struggle for power and profit. I also don't need to tell others in pursuit of money, whether it's the underworld or the legal world. As long as I can make money, it's a good path. I will never go wrong with my values. Work hard and promote the medical industry. Li rubbed the little girl's head with a firm gaze. Chapter 1397. Under the clear weather, the setting sun was always so round, dyeing the sea and sky red. Just like the morning sun, the setting sun was also an egg yolk. This kind of beauty had always been reincarnated. At sunrise, under the sunset glow, Li Yi's yacht was still about 25 kilometers away from the island, which was 13 nautical miles. He stopped and waited. He waited for the sky to turn dark before he could make the yacht look like a flower boat. The fishing industry on the island was not developed, mainly because of the influence of shipbuilding technology. Whether it was Korea or Shinhua, the navy had never been strong enough. Japan was strong, so they had fought with the Tang dynasty, but they had lost. Was it easy to build a wooden boat? Definitely not. After a wooden boat was built, it would not be a problem to go out to sea for the first time. It would be fine as long as it came back. Then, when it went out to sea again, the seawater would seep into the wood and make it heavier and heavier. When it was heavy to a certain extent, it would be saturated. After it was saturated, the density of the wood would be about the same as the seawater. It was like throwing a big wooden square into the sea. After soaking and soaking, In the end, only a little of the wooden square would be exposed. Shipbuilding required tung oil, and not everyone knew how to use tung oil. The key was that the Tang dynasty not only used tung oil, but also used iron sheets. Therefore, when they attacked Japanese ships, they attacked with fire. Japanese ships knew how to use tung oil, but in the end for the people on the island, having their own small boat was even more difficult than Li Yi buying a car in the 1980s and 1990s. Not everyone could have a boat, including the Tang dynasty's Chang'an. Therefore, the Li family Zhuangzi cooperated with the Ministry of Revenue to rent a boat, so that the people could live a good life. Master, there's a boat. Why don't you cast a net? The little girl looked through the binoculars. Her binoculars were exchanged by Li Yi. She had one of her own. It was given to her by her master, and she cherished it very much. Their palace is not on this island. They encountered an emergency and went to seek help. This boat is an official boat. Judging from the style, it belongs to Xinlua. The boat is sharp and the sail is thin. It looks like a Japanese boat. In the past, the ships of our great Tang were upright and magnanimous. In fact, it was a type of boat that was passed down, not a warship. There are more warships than inland rivers, so going out to sea is not a good idea. Only with the blessing of boats and pavilions can we be more steady. Li Yi introduced the difference between the ships of the Tang dynasty and the ships of others, including the ships of the Three Kingdoms period. The great generals used the turreted ships to command the ships, traveling the Yangtze River, Dongyu. When they reached the sea, a ship that was too big wouldn't do. The center of gravity was too high, and it was easy to capsize. From a practical point of view, in a situation where the warship did not have any long-range weapons, speed was not important. Li Yi patiently explained to his eldest disciple, and the little girl listened attentively. She did not know how powerful the master she had found was. She only knew that he was an immortal. In fact, the immortals did not save the people of the world. Just like other religions, they only asked you to contribute money, such as Christ, God, Allah, and so on. People who truly serve the people would not ask for additional benefits in other ways. They would only ask you to pay taxes normally. Li Yi, on the other hand, was a religious person, so he had to pay extra money. Some people took advantage of the loopholes and used the name of spreading the teachings, or even the name of living Buddha to amass wealth. When Li Yi was young, he participated in some so-called Christmas activities. The girls liked him and insisted on dragging him along. The girl's mother believed that it was a holiday for the one who was born in the manger. At that time, the girl's family was very rich and owned a mine. Li Yi came from an ordinary family and received traditional education. His traditional education included music, art, calligraphy, literature, and traditional Chinese medicine. Then on that day, the girl's family looked down on him because he was poor. As a result, on the day of the festival, he was given a Christian song. Why was it marked with China's simplified music? So he directly brought the song to the audition. Wow, the girl's mother was satisfied. Good boy, this is the chosen one. His family was not satisfied. We are a traditional Chinese family. You have money, but it's useless. We don't want your daughter. So Li Yi lost her once, and it had nothing to do with love. Now he decided to get rid of all the other religions. Don't spread the word in the Tang dynasty. Mao Zedong had already entered the country, not to mention Buddhism. Christianity was still a bit away from the Crusades. Night fell, and Li Yi's yacht slowly docked in the deep waters of the island. Li Yi's Jeju Island in his time was actually focusing on diving in the sea. It was for sightseeing and swimming. The waves were not big. If they were to surf, they would need a boat to guide them. Usually, only swimming attracted tourists. It was the people from Li Yi's time who attracted more tourists. Even the Japanese Empire did not have many tourists. As for other countries, they invested a lot, but not many tourists came here. They invested to earn money from the people of Li Yi's country. Li Yi had been to this island before. He was invited by a client, and he did not come here because the customs discriminated against him. Li Lang, seafood is delicious. Cook it. Princess Yongmu finally realized that she could catch a lot of fresh seafood with just one net. Within a short period of time, she fell in love with cooking seafood. In the past, she felt that she could eat spicy stir-fried dishes, cold dishes, hot pot, and seafood like that. Now she finally knew that it was too easy to catch seafood. In the past, she could buy dried seafood for 50 renminbi in Chang'an City. Now she could eat whatever she wanted and throw away the leftovers. Of course it's delicious. But the lives of the local people did not improve, including the coastal residents of the Tang dynasty. If we did not buy some extra things and deliberately raise the prices, the coastal residents would still be living a hard life. So the production technology and scale, plus whether we have our own sales channels, are the most important. Li Yi had ways to curb polarization, but it would take some effort. The polarization at that time was very serious. What were the consequences? The marriage between men and women could not be coordinated. Either they were beautiful, handsome, highly educated, or had a high income. This was the norm. Because of the wide circulation of information, people looked down on each other and used a higher level to compare. That was why the number of divorces was higher than the number of marriages. To put it bluntly, any problem in society was the problem of the legal system being imperfect. Li Yi thought a lot, and was glad that he could still control the direction of the imperial court. It was not the adjustment and compromise between men and women. Men and women like that had no love. What's there to mediate? Look, there's a fire on the island. When Li Yi was thinking about a lot of things, he saw a light on the island. The light was swaying, indicating that the firewood was burning. Also, today was a festival. If not, who would be willing to burn firewood every night? Li Lang, are you still going? I understand this picture. It's like a painting. How should I put it? It's a painting from several positions, right? Li Yi knew what Princess Yongmu wanted to say, and quickly propped himself up. Yes. Princess Yongmu lowered her head. She knew she had asked some idiotic questions. There's a fire here, and the latitude here is fine. It's not difficult to start a fire. Li Yi said as he thought of Greece and the Olympics. When the West's economy and technology were leading, the Chinese were sad and worked hard. The West set the rules and gave the Chinese a chance to struggle. The Chinese struggled and worked very hard. Then, the Westerners who had set the rules said that it was not necessary and that they should make a new one. From today onwards, fair-skinned people are not allowed to be hooligans. That's what I said. Li Yi said as the boat slowly docked. Chapter 1398. The lights on the yacht were turned on, and the entire yacht instantly became colorful. The people on the island who were close to the beach noticed and ran over with torches. What was that? The yacht slowly approached the shore. The yacht was not deep in the water. However, there was no decent dock on the island. They did not fish much, mainly because of the lack of nets. They farmed on the island and raised pigs. The tourism industry had not developed yet, so there was no comparison. The people on the island were still living happily. The people who ran over were surprised. It looked like a rainbow. Was it a boat? The boat was too big. How, anyway? They could not describe Li Yi's yacht with their current vocabulary. It was already not easy to tell that it was a boat. Li Yi used binoculars to look at the people on the island. Sure enough, it was a large group of people. Their clothes looked awkward. Like a coat, the upper part of the shirt was gone. It was not a long skirt. They probably did not wear anything inside. That was why they only wore shirts. It was probably due to the limitations of textile technology. If I knew that their clothes were not good, I would have brought more fine linen clothes. Silk and linen are no different to them. Li Yi regretted. He could not bear to give the other party silk. The people on the island used pig skin to make a fur coat. They wore it just like that. Fortunately, there were few cold seasons in the year. If he gave them fine linen clothes, they would probably wear them well. He miscalculated. If he gave them silk now and gave them linen clothes in the future, the people on the island would not agree. Dongzhu, there are gunny sacks. The craftsman on Zhuangzi reacted quickly. He thought of something good: gunny sacks. Okay. Li Yi remembered that there were gunny sacks. There were gunny sacks that were already filled, and gunny sacks that were waiting to be filled. Get ready. Open the gunny sacks. They are not bad. Li Yi was relieved, and gave some gunny sacks to the people on the island. The gunny sacks that he brought were not the kind that Li used to touch and scratch. Those gunny sacks were woven by machines, and the linen used was not good. They only used gunny sacks or baskets made of branches and bamboo when they were building irrigation works. When outside, gunny sacks were good gunny sacks. They were afraid that things would leak out. The winged knights hurriedly went to find the gunny sack, and everyone opened it under the light. Li looked at the few sacks that were being dismantled and suddenly shouted, "Don't dismantle them. No, just dismantle the bottom and turn it into a cylinder. Then use a hemp rope to thread it." As he spoke, he gestured. The gunny sack became a sling. There were ropes on both shoulders, and the gunny sack started from the armpits. A gunny sack was simply processed into a piece of clothing. Anyway, the people on the island also wore such clothing. To make it more beautiful, use a hemp rope to thread it through a gunny sack. It could be tightened and tied at the waist, just like a dress. I'm simply a genius. Li put a gunny sack over an official's body, tied it up, and put it on a sling as he boasted. The official looked like he had nothing left to live for, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. More and more people from the island came to the seaside. Some of them were holding wooden sticks. There were also people holding stones, ready to protect themselves at any time. Move closer to the shore, don't run aground. Li operated the boat manually, so he could clearly see the situation underwater. They anchored at a place and released the kayaks into the water. They even brought clothes for the gifts. 20 winged knights followed. All the officials were present. Li carried an assault rifle and protected Princess Yongmu and the other two people. The palace maids and eunuchs dressed themselves up. As representatives of the imperial court, they had to have an aura. The kayaks gradually approached. The winged knights were all armed with pistols. They didn't look like weapons. When they were close, the kayaks rushed directly to the beach. The winged knights jumped down and pulled them up. The people on the island looked at each other. The leader, who should be the leader, said a few words. He carried a stick and brought a dozen people forward. Under the light of the kerosene lamps and torches, the two sides stopped less than 10 steps away from each other. The leader looked at the gorgeous clothes on the strangers and revealed a look of envy. He then looked at his own clothes and felt a little uncomfortable. Li stretched out his hand. Tao Hong handed over a golden yellow handkerchief. Li took a few steps forward and handed it over with both hands. The leader hesitated for a moment, but still took it. He opened it and looked at it. He couldn't read, so he looked up in confusion. Li stretched out his hand again. Cui Lu handed over a tablet. Li opened it and swiped his finger on it to show the leader. He took pictures of Chang and in the imperial city. At first it was pictures, then a video. The leader opened his mouth and saliva dripped down. He saw the bustling scene of people coming and going. He also saw the clothes everyone was wearing. There were horses, cows, and trolley buses. There were so many tall walls and layers of palaces. What did the people inside eat? The people he brought came forward to watch. They saw singing and dancing and music. When the song ended, Li turned it off. The leader and the others didn't get to watch it. It was a pity. Li pointed at the Tang dynasty. The leader nodded. He understood. The people of the Tang dynasty. Sometimes, when there were strong waves, the fishermen of the Tang dynasty would come over. There were also barbarians. When there was a typhoon, it was good to have a place to hide. Li turned on the tablet again, and a picture appeared on the screen. He pointed at the Tang dynasty and chose a boat. The boat was guided by his finger to a small island. When the boat arrived at the island, many people came down and ate and drank on the island. Li pointed at the island, and then pointed at his feet. He took a picture of the leader and the others with the tablet, and opened the software. Soon they arrived at the island. The scene of the Tang dynasty people eating and drinking with the leaders appeared. Everyone laughed and ate happily. The leader stared at it without blinking, and turned to look at the people around him. That's right, these are the people. How did they get in? Next, Li didn't say anything at all, and used the tablet to operate. The two sides exchanged things. The ships of the Tang dynasty came over from time to time. Every time they exchanged things, the people on the island lived a better life. The leader completely understood. exchange things with the people over there, and provide some things himself. Li Yi showed him a picture of a boat. He looked at the leader and said, "Boat." The leader opened his mouth and said a word. Li Yi nodded and recorded it. He changed another picture. Pig. The leader understood and hurriedly said what it was called. Stone, big stone, small stone. People come and go. Wind, trees, eating, talking, sleeping, clothes. As he spoke, the clothes in the sack were placed beside the leader and told him how to put them on. The leader took off the pig skin clothes and changed into the sack clothes. He was very satisfied. Li Yi gave him a set of ordinary porcelain, a gasoline lighter, and a glass bottle of gasoline. He operated it first and told him how to add gasoline. He couldn't add it when it was lit. When he ran out of flint, he had to change it. The leader's hand holding the lighter was trembling. He could start a fire at any time. The bottle that could hold things that could burn looked good. He turned around and looked at the crowd. He pointed at a few women and asked them to come over. When the women came close, the leader gestured to Li Yi. He meant, "Beauty, what do you want?" Li Yi waved his hand repeatedly, indicating that he didn't want it. In the end, he simply put his hand on Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan's waists and gestured to the leader. The leader looked at Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan, then looked at the beauties he found, sighed, and expressed his understanding. Chapter 1399. The bonfire was lit, and the fish were roasted on the wood. The natives on the island carefully tore off the fish meat, dipped it in salt, and ate it with infinite satisfaction. Sometimes they also ate fish and shellfish. Shellfish were easier to deal with, as they could be picked up by the sea. Fish were usually hit with a stick in the shallow sea. Standing in the water and seeing a group of fish coming over, they would hit them with a stick. Eating salt was to boil seawater or collect salt from the reef after the tide receded and the sun was strong. In particular, there were pits on the reef. When the tide receded, it would dry quickly, and there would be salt in the pits. They cooked their meals and cherished pottery pipes very much, just like the people in some places of the Tang dynasty. The fish was a gift from Li Yi. He was reluctant to give other things, so he would give less. Along the way, he had to give things to others and communicate the supply points one by one. Refined salt could be extracted by the yacht. It needed fresh water and seawater desalination equipment. When the fresh water was separated, the salt would appear, and the other impurities would be thrown away. Seeing that the people on the island were so devout about refined salt, Li quickly thought of what to give to others in the future. Refined salt was indeed better than other kinds of salt, and was not bitter. The best naturally produced salt was well salt from Sichuan. There was brine, and it was salt after it was dried. The natives were all here, but there were not many of them. Li Yi roughly counted 400 to 500 people. Most of them were not here. They lived in Xinlua's Wuzhou with their big boss. There were 8,000 households recorded in Wuzhou. Li Yi thought that there were not that many people. 8,000 was an imaginary number. Wang Ru also wanted to save face, and sent people to the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty asked, "How many households do you have?" "To be honest, I have 500 households. It's too pitiful. There are few people and no status. It's not comparable to the population of Zhongxian in the Tang dynasty. Therefore, I have to say more. It should be more than the number of households in Zhongxian in the Tang dynasty, right?" Everyone came, including the children. Each person received a sack. No, it was a set of classic hemp clothes. Li Yi took a tablet and recorded from time to time the actions of others when they spoke, and what they wanted to say. This included adults talking to children and talking to each other. Li Yi was not a linguist, and he had a ready-made translator to help him learn a foreign language. Without translation, he only needed to collect data, and the software would naturally process it. The software would categorize the sounds, and the sounds that were repeated the most were the ones that were most needed in daily life. Under normal circumstances, most of them were modal particles. After sorting out the words and pictures, the words and grammar appeared. Li Yi planned to collect everything along the way. Then he would learn it himself. Then, he would write a book for people with talent in languages to learn. In fact, it was the most convenient to go to Xinlua to find people from Danluo. Some of them knew several languages, including Xinlua language and the Tang Dynasty language. Li Yi didn't trust others. Sometimes, the translation wasn't accurate. What if the person in charge of the translation was blindly translating and purposely causing trouble? The 6 officials were enjoying the respect of others. They themselves were not powerful, but Li Yi's tablet was powerful. Li Yi showed the video of the winged knights training with the 16 guards to the natives. When the natives saw it, their first thought was that they couldn't beat them. There were so many people in the Tang Dynasty's army, and they were wearing clothes made of iron. The cavalry was the scariest. They ran with a rumbling sound. They didn't have enough people to trample on. The children of the natives surrounded the palace maids and eunuchs. There was food. There were no preserved fruits and dried fruits on the island. There was also rock candy. The children had never eaten it before. The palace maids and eunuchs were good-looking. Even as eunuchs, those who could go to the Li family Zhuangzi were more handsome. No one was willing to face an ugly face all day, except for the guards of the Zhuangzi, who were injured in battle. Their physical defects were their honor. In the future, there will be more people from the Tang Dynasty coming over to exchange things with you. Li Yi was communicating with the small leader. He collected a circle of words, and the software translated them into words. Then, the words could be translated into the Tang Dynasty language. When he spoke the Tang Dynasty language, the software translated it into the native language that sounded a little awkward. It was so magical. Sometimes there would be mistakes in the grammar, and it was gradually adjusted. It was okay to make mistakes. It was understandable. For example, noodles long boiled salty. If a foreigner said that to Li Yi, Li Yi's first reaction would definitely be that the foreigner wanted to eat noodles. When communicating at a critical moment, there was no need to consider prepositions, conjunctions, and modal particles. A single word was enough. Clothes. We want such clothes. How can we change yours? The small leader didn't even dare to speak loudly. He was shocked. He thought that the people of the Tang Dynasty all had such technology. It was a board made of an unknown material. There were images on it, and it could even make sounds. There was a big ship on the sea. It didn't use torches and had so many colors. When could he have such a ship and such things? Thinking about it, he actually said, "I want a big ship and torches." Li Yi smiled and nodded, indicating that he understood. "Yes, you want to have it. I also wanted to have it. Most people in my place also wanted it, but they didn't have the money. There was also a helicopter on my yacht. I have a driver's license, which made countless people envious. Not for the time being. I can't give it to you. Even if it's yours, you won't use it. I'll think of a way to give you some boats and fishing nets. You can fish by yourself. When the people of the Tang Dynasty come later, they will provide you with more pottery and porcelain. Silk clothes are more expensive." Li Yi was very patient. He couldn't let the other party suffer too much unless he wanted to solve the problem by force. "Go up and have a look." The small leader knew that he was thinking too much. He gave up the idea of owning it. "Let me go and have a look, okay?" After dinner, drink. Li Yi held the wine glass and took a sip of wine while enduring the nausea. 60% white wine was blended with the water desalinated by the seawater desalination machine into about 10% white wine. It was as disgusting as it could be. However, the people on the island who were qualified to drink this kind of wine were actually very happy to drink it. One sip and they would feel dizzy. They usually couldn't drink wine. They were like people who would feel dizzy after drinking a glass of beer. The small leader was already excited after drinking less than 200 grams. Otherwise, how would he dare to ask to go to the yacht? He and the other small leaders each had a can of chestnut chicken. They couldn't bear to eat it. If Li Yi hadn't said that it would spoil if they didn't eat it, they would have kept it. When they were almost done eating, or to be precise, drinking, Li Yi asked the winged knights to operate the rubber boat and took the 6 small leaders back to the yacht. The 6 of them came to the yacht wearing burlap clothes and stood there, not daring to take a step. For them, the yacht was too luxurious. Li Yi introduced it enthusiastically. He mainly talked about its functions. It could be driven quite fast. As he talked and walked, the 6 of them finally caught up. When they entered the main hall from the deck, The 6 small leaders stood at the door and didn't dare to move again. In the future, we can build a house like this on the island. It's not difficult, and we don't need too many things. Li Yi's tone was casual so that others wouldn't feel awkward. Chapter 1400. Let's go. Stop dilly-dallying. Do you want to be whipped again? When Li Yi brought the natives to tour the yacht, a group of officials from Shuzhou had just arrived at Tyrannical Bridge. They got off their horses a few miles away and put on shackles. Not only were there people wearing official robes, but there were also old people, women, and children. Tyrannical Bridge was brightly lit. Everyone was watching the show. Who was it? Where were the officials from? Yes, there were always officials from other places who were sent to Tyrannical Bridge. Even the officials from the west also came to Tyrannical Bridge. There was a sense of ceremony. In less than 5 miles, there were a total of 9 officials wearing shackles. They were whipped a few times, and even fell more than 10 times. They almost fell to their deaths. You dare to disregard etiquette and humiliate the officials of the imperial court? One of them, who looked like the provincial governor, trembled as he spoke. He shouldn't be angry but in pain. His hands and head were in a shackle, and there were chains on his feet. How painful would it be if he fell? If it wasn't for someone stepping on his feet every time he fell, he would have died. Where are the officials? Have you seen the officials? The person waving the whip shouted loudly. No, only prisoners. The officials are thinking for the people. If they wear shackles, how can they be officials? I finally know why the captured officials are walking around in front of the Li family Zhuangzi. If you feel that you didn't do anything wrong, shout. After shouting, the Li family Zhuangzi went to investigate. If he found out that he was indeed guilty, would his sentence be heavier? You can't be a corrupt official and implicate your family. When you reap benefits, didn't your family benefit as well? Where are they from? Why are they arrested during the new year? They should be arrested during the new year. If the whole family cries, why not cry along the way? And the provincial governor, where is he from? The local people are being bullied. The nearby people who were watching the show didn't pity the officials. They deserved it. I want to see His Majesty. I am innocent. I want to see His Majesty. The provincial governor cried out. He didn't dare to see Li Yi. He wanted to see Li Longji. Li Longji was there, and he stayed in the tent at the side. He didn't want to see this provincial governor, as he had handled all the provincial governors before. There were other people in the tent with him. When they went out, there was a large group. Song Jing took the lead, followed by Su Yi, Bai Gu, Zhang Jiuling, Yao Chong, Lu Huaishan, Li Rizhi, Lu Youqiu, In Xizhen, and Wei Zhigu. There were 9 other people, an old couple, 2 groups of young couples, a 12-year-old girl, and 2 10-year-old twins. They went to the Li family Zhuangzi before the new year, but they didn't see Li Yi. The Li family Zhuangzi went to the newspapers to investigate, and the news soon came back. Yes, he was guilty. There was evidence. He directly transferred it to the people in the regiment. The people in the regiment quickly set off to Shuzhou to capture the person and bring him back. He had rushed all the way here, and had just arrived today. Bai Zai, Bai Mingfu, do you still recognize us? Do you want this tiger pelt or not? The old lady came in front of a person in a county magistrate's uniform, shook out the tiger pelt, and stared into his eyes. Bai Gu at the side. You're still alive? Bai Zai was shocked and immediately regretted it. He quickly changed his words. Your matter is a misunderstanding. It's good that you're alive. I was just worried that your family would be in danger. Minister Yao, Minister Wei, save me. I'm innocent. I was implicated. There are many things I don't know. The provincial governor saw them and shouted at Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong. Wei Zhigu looked at the other party and recognized him. He was Bai Xiancheng, the provincial governor of Shuzhou. He shook his head. Provincial Governor Bai, you're mistaken. I'm not the prime minister anymore. His voice was calm and without resentment. He didn't hate Yao Chong anymore. He cherished his life. Yao Chong had already joined the regiment. I'm not either. Yao Chong was equally calm. He knew how many mistakes he had made in the past, but he didn't want to recall them. He only wanted to atone for his sins in the regiment. I want to see His Majesty. I'm Bai Zai's cousin, a distant relative. I have nothing to do with him. Bai Xianqing felt that the situation wasn't good. He had to struggle. He hoped to see Li Longji and see if Li Longji would be soft-hearted. The old man took the tiger pelt. It's useless. The Li family Zhuangzi was the one who investigated you. You didn't expect this, right? We're still alive and have arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi. Let's go back. The old man's stomach full of hatred suddenly disappeared. The matter was settled. He would live his life well in the future. He decided to stay in the Li family Zhuangzi. He wouldn't return to his own home. He would find someone to help him sell it. He knew that the Li family Zhuangzi only allowed people to enter but not leave. He was thinking for his children. His 2 sons and daughter-in-law could continue to have children in the future. Living anywhere was still living. Nowhere else could be as stable as the Li family Zhuangzi. Lu. The 2 twin boys made the children's faces they learned from the Zhuangzi at Baizai. They turned around and skipped back with their grandfather. The surrounding people were laughing. The children were too cute. Take them away. Song Jing threw down these 2 words and went back to the tent. Today, in order to see these officials, they didn't go home. I'm innocent. I want to see His Majesty. Yes. Bai Xianqing continued to shout. Suddenly, his stomach was hit, and he asked someone to take him away. They entered the tent and were separated from the people of the 16 guards. The people were very self-aware and did what they should do. The people learned to be used. If someone complained about the Li family Zhuangzi, it was more effective than beating the drum. Beating the drum was too dangerous. If someone complained about others, they would first be beaten to avoid being falsely accused. They had to risk their lives in order to prove themselves. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't need to do that. If they complained, the Li family Zhuangzi would send people to investigate. If they found out, there was no problem with the person who complained. After the investigation, if it was different, the person who complained would be punished. The investigation process would not affect the defendant's life. It was a secret investigation. The girl can see clearly in a low-light environment. When a boy shouts, his heart trembles. The other can judge the direction, distance, and number of people. Li Longji mentioned the talents of the 3 children. He personally saw them a few times, and they were right every time. This was called a strange person. For example, there was someone in front of him who could read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything he saw. Your Majesty, you can join the army. The girl and the other boy. Sui chose to start from his position. He was good at being a scout. The one who could shout felt useless. Those 2 are indeed not bad. Song Jing admitted. Until now, he still didn't understand how to hear the specific shape of things. Bai Gu followed and said, the one who can shout loudly can be a general in the army. The military officer position that Bai Gu mentioned was Hao Lingquan's position in the past. During the war, she was at the grassroots level and then transmitted the signal. It's a pity that the child who shouted loudly. It would be good if he could be like his younger brother. Zhang Juling also felt that shouting was useless. Li Longji looked at the 4 ministers and laughed. Haha, Brother Yi told me that when the child shouted, he was constantly adjusting the resonance of the place. That's why his voice had such a strong penetrating power. During the adjustment process, the child was actually imitating the sounds of some beasts and birds. For example, the roar of a tiger and the crisp chirping of a bird. Brother Yi said that if taught well, the child could imitate any sound in any person's speech. Li Longji finished speaking and took a sip of wine. Chapter 1401. This official knows his mistake. Bai Gu was the first to admit his mistake. This official knows his mistake. Song Jing and the other 2 said together. They just didn't know that after so many generations after Li Longji, there was also a person who had been an emperor called Li Yu. Otherwise, they would definitely recite a phrase at the same time. How many worries can a gentleman have, just like a river flowing east? Out of the 3 children, they approved of 2 children. In the end, the one who could shout was still useful in Li Yi's eyes. At best, it was called not thinking carefully. At worst, it was called not having the ability to see through people. A genius who could play a great role was given up just like that. Those who met were once, But those who didn't, how many did they miss? The only thing worth rejoicing about was that the person who said the child was good was called Li Yi. Yes, let's not compare with him. Using people is like using trees. Trees have density, but also have bends. Those who are dense and straight are the talents of the future. People often use the bends as firewood, but the dense ones are the first to make paper, and the bends are carved into tools. Fruit trees with few bitter fruits, grafted with other branches, the fruits are rich and sweet. There is nothing in the world that can be used, and there is no official that cannot be used in the imperial court. Li Longji taught the ministers a lesson, and told them to be more attentive, to teach regardless of background, and to use talent. This official understands. Several people said together, including Yao Chong and the others. They had no choice. Just now they also felt that the child who only knew how to shout was useless. Li Yi said that the child was very useful, and they dared to disagree with Li Yi. They had been beaten in the face many times, and it hurt. This kind of face beating didn't cause much direct damage to the body, but it was extremely insulting to the soul. It was said that if you were beaten like this too much, you would get cardiovascular disease. Saving your life was more important. Officials, it's a new year. The honor and disgrace of the Tang dynasty are all in your hands. The well-being of the people is tied to all of you. In life, you will leave your name in history. Jun salutes all of you. Li Longji changed the wine for Li family Zhuangzi's beer. 1 cup was 1 tael. The officials stood up with Li Longji and raised their cups. Each time Li Longji toasted, he said, 1 cup to the border, 1 cup to the imperial court. 1 cup for saber and spear, the other for death and injury. 1 cup to honey fragrance, and the other to Dao Huang. A toast to Xia Buyo and a toast to Dongsang. A toast to the Great River, and a toast to the mountains. A toast to the Industry and Commerce Bureau, and a toast to the Agriculture and Grain Bureau. A toast to the crazy scholars, and a toast to the good people. A toast to Drifting Goblet, and a toast to Granary. 1 to Zhaozhang, 1 to Gukong. A toast to Zhuochang. Here's a toast to the master. Li Longji drank 20 cups in a row, and all the officials drank 20 cups with him. Unless it was rice wine that even children could drink, otherwise, apart from beer, 20 glasses of any kind of alcohol would be enough to make one drunk. All the officials and Li Longji drank nearly 4 bottles of beer that Li Yi had at that time. Fortunately, they could drink normally, so there was no problem, and they could still drink. However, they understood the position of the Li family Zhuangzi in Li Longji's heart. Only the first and the last cup could tell the problem. The boarder and the master, everything else was secondary. However, no one could say anything against it, because they drank until they were full. Who drank like this? They drank until they were full. Let's take a rest first. We didn't eat much anyway, so drink on an empty stomach. Everyone, please help yourselves. Li Longji was also uncomfortable. He drank too much. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bai Gu was the first to thank him, and ran out to find another tent. The people around him were sensible, and followed him to take the utensils. They vomited. They were too old. After drinking so much water, could they still sleep at night? Li Longji was the first to finish. He felt hungry and could eat a lot. His stomach was empty. He said these words because Li Yi was bored, and sang him a song that he felt was a little awkward listening to it. In the song, there was something about respecting the sun, the moonlight, the hometown, the distance, and even death. When he listened to it, he felt that the song was full of selfishness, decadence, and not big enough. In any case, it was impossible for such a person to be an official in the Tang dynasty. He did not have literary talent, and he was not broad-minded. He considered it from the perspective of the emperor. But he did not know that the person who wrote this song did not have it easy. He could not expect Li Yi, an ordinary song composer, to be like the prime minister in the Tang dynasty, could he? Comparing the emperor's style with the style of ordinary people in the entertainment circle. You, the emperor, have a style? Your Majesty, have some more beer. After drinking this just now, it's like melting ice. It's so comfortable. I can still drink it. Sui was a little addicted. The beer was delicious, and it was brewed with hops and malt. The beer just now can make dozens of fish. Using beer to make fish, The bitter taste of hops is better than rice wine. It can remove the fishy taste of the fish. One fish can be sold for a lot of money. Baigu's heart ached. Other people could not drink beer because there were not enough hops. Now they were being planted in large quantities by the Anshi Jidushi. There were wild hops there, and Li found them and started to make beer. The price was high, and there was tax. In other places, eating a carp with rice wine was not heavenly earth, and the most expensive was only 30 yuan. The base price of beer was 500 yuan, and it depended on whether the Li family Zhuangzi was willing to sell it or not. They would sell it once in a while. A carp made with beer in heavenly earth cost 2 carps. How much food could it buy? If you have the heart to feel bad about beer, you should think about how to develop production technology. Li Longji did not feel bad. The cost of beer was low. He was thinking about the development of production technology, and then turning it into productivity. This subject understands. Baigu admitted his mistake. He missed Xiao Yi. It was spring, and Xiao Yi ran out. She was hoping to ask if there was any way to make more money this year. When Xiao Yi came back, she would wash her teeth and make them whiter. The beer was served and everyone drank slowly. This time there was no toast, no cheers. Li Yi, who was equally ambitious, also took out his beer to entertain the 6 small leaders. Long-distance sailors had to prepare alcohol to relax. If it was an ordinary Tang Dynasty soldier, Li Yi would definitely not allow them to drink. He was afraid that something would happen. The quality of soldiers was different. The winged knights, officials, craftsmen, Taohong, and the nurses could all drink a little. Usually it was just 1 cup. They drank it when they were not on duty, and before they went to bed. Now that the 6 small leaders drank it, they felt that the taste was a little different. When they drank it, it tasted a little sweet, a little bitter, a little sour, a little bitter, and a little fishy. Of course, they would not say that the beer tasted like horse urine. Usually, those who said this had never drunk horse urine before. In Li Yi's time, when people talked about beer, they would shout that it tasted like horse urine. What was there to drink? It was quite exaggerated and hypocritical. Who would specifically smell and drink horse urine? Oh yes, Chinese medicine. When the people behind us come, we will build a house first. Everyone can live in the house. It is better than the shed now. Then, Li Yi told the 6 people that he also drank beer. Finally, he did not need to drink that blended liquor anymore. He was making promises. Wang Ru was the big leader here, but Wang Ru was not here. It was the 6 small leaders who had the final say. Li Yi, who was in charge of medical equipment sales, was very familiar with this. Do not offend any small figures, including the gatekeepers. They could not help you, but they could cheat you. The 6 small leaders had never experienced such treatment. They were excited and patted their chests. Come, we will help you build a house. Chapter 1402. The dark night was replaced by a red sky and sea. Like the setting sun, the sun was still like a big egg yolk. The beauty of the sunrise on the sea gave people a kind of shocking beauty of the vast space. Under the warm light, even the slightly cold wind in the morning seemed gentle. Li Yi used the kitchen utensils on the yacht to make a simple breakfast for the aboriginals. The aboriginals had spent the night on the shore. They had a normal house with piles of stones like a small hole to crawl into. The 6 small leaders woke up with a headache. Beer was also alcohol, and their alcohol tolerance was too low. At this moment, their eyes were a little dull and uncomfortable. They didn't feel hungry and wanted to drink water. Their eyes were also painful and cold. Li Yi had experienced the hangover before. Later, he trained his alcohol tolerance. Even if he drank too much, he could quickly recover the next day. The main thing was not to eat too much when drinking, otherwise he would vomit. Drinking on an empty stomach was not good for the body, and eating too much was even worse. Generally, after drinking, they would eat some noodles and finish half a bowl. Li Yi prepared seaweed and egg soup for them, and added a little more salt. The eggs were seabird eggs, and the seaweed was naturally seaweed collected by the locals. The other hundreds of people ate fish porridge. The fish was provided by Li Yi, and the grain was contributed by the people on the island. The shelled ones were sent over, and Li Yi used a machine to grind them. Li collected some small beans from the Aboriginals and made tofu with shredded onions and chili sauce for them. The kelp was also thrown into the machine and cut into shreds. Some pepper oil and chopped onions were added. It was another side dish. The staple food was spring pancakes that were automatically picked up by the machine after the grains were ground. The pancakes were very small. Li used the spring pancake shop's pancakes. The spring pancakes made by his own shop were big. One pancake was equivalent to 20 spring pancakes made by the restaurant. The spring pancakes made by the restaurant were not satisfying, so he ate one at a time. The restaurant mainly sold vegetables. The spring pancakes were bigger and thicker. After eating 2 pancakes, who would they sell vegetables to? Li didn't have the equipment to make spring pancakes unless he fished them out himself. It was better to eat cabbage and leave some staple food for the Aboriginals. In addition, there were shellfish snacks, steamed and stacked on top of each other. The shellfish were fished out by the original people when they jumped into the water before dawn. The water was very cold, and there were no oxygen tanks or diving suits. The native took off his clothes and went down, holding his breath. The current island was not the only one. In the Tang dynasty's Guangzhou, Luzhou, and other places, there were also sea maidens. Before they reached old age, they would already be sick, and their lifespans would be shortened. Inside the scallops, Li would add some mung bean vermicelli and garlic sauce. Let's just make do with one bite. There are too many people. If we make more dishes, there won't be enough to share. The yacht won't be able to fit them all. Li held the jar of fermented bean curd and divided it into quarters for each native. He apologized for what he said to Princess Yongmu. I didn't take good care of you. That's all you have for breakfast. Actually, there were some things, but it wasn't convenient for Li to take them out. There were so many natives, and if they were divided, there would be one less. That's quite a lot. Many people in the Tang dynasty still can't eat when they wake up in the morning. They eat 2 meals a day. Princess Yongmu was easier to take care of. She could eat dozens of dishes in a few. Moreover, she was not stupid at all. She was worried that Li Lang would give more things to others. When they were outside, she would not have enough food after giving them all. The natives, on the other hand, were shocked by the sumptuous breakfast. They did not know they could eat so much in the morning. They did not brush their teeth or comb their hair, but they used chopsticks. Many years ago, before the Tang dynasty, their ancestors came into contact with the people there and learned how to use chopsticks. 2 branches were a pair of chopsticks. There were no spoons, but it did not matter. Who said that porridge must be eaten with spoons? Li wore an earpiece in one ear. He held a tablet and talked to the 6 leaders. After a short conversation yesterday, he remembered many words. He said the simple words that he could remember. For the more complicated words, he used the software to translate them. After breakfast, see if there's anything on the island. I'll teach you how to deal with it. When the people from the Tang dynasty come, we'll exchange it with other things. Li wanted to build a trade chain with the local people. He did not need local things. What the island had on the coast was also found on the coast of the Tang dynasty. Even the kelp was artificially cultivated. His elder brother, Li Qingqi, was in charge of it. Cotton thread was needed. Otherwise, the hemp thread would rot after soaking in the water. He wanted to form a community of interests with the natives on the island and turn the exchange between the 2 sides into a normal behavior. Normalization meant habituation. The natives on the island were used to exchanging things with the fleet of the Tang dynasty. Their pursuit of life was higher, in terms of material things. Gradually, they were willing to take the initiative to maintain this relationship. They even worked hard to learn the language of the Tang dynasty. The natives on the island would feel unbalanced if they simply plundered and snatched. If someone solved the problem by force, so what if you were unhappy? I'll beat you. Li wanted 1 or more stable routes. There was still a long way to go. He did not want the slightest benefit in front of him. There was no more wine. The 6 leaders drank the soup slowly, looking reserved. They drank too much yesterday and dared to ask for anything. When they woke up today, they were scared. They still wanted the ship. What were they thinking yesterday? It's comfortable to sleep on the ship. It's not cold. The first leader praised sincerely. Yes, there's an air conditioner and a dehumidifier. Otherwise, my eldest disciple's body is not good. If he was eroded by the moisture, his heart would not have enough blood supply. I don't dare to think about it. Li Yi did not care whether the other party could understand or not. He explained the situation. Many northerners were not used to the humid climate. When they woke up, their whole body hurt. When they were in the north, they would pick their earwax. It was dry. In humid places, it would become watery. It had nothing to do with endocrine. The air contained a lot of water. We need more ceramics. We still have some to make bowls with stones and wood. Wood can't be used to make pots. The leader mustered up his courage to ask. They really needed ceramics. And he saw that the other party was easier to talk to. Li Yi nodded. Wait a minute. I can't send the news back now. When I come back, there are many ceramics in the Tang dynasty. Your Wang Ru went to the Tang dynasty before and was appointed as an official. With an official position, there is a salary. I'll send it to you. You can tell your Wang Ru. We're all surnamed Li. Our emperor's surname is also Li. Although His Majesty can kill millions of soldiers with a wave of his hand, he's a good person. Li Yi's tone was calm, as if he was chatting with a friend. The 6 leaders did not feel calm. Millions of people killed? We don't have enough people to kill. We're not good at building houses. The leader was embarrassed. His skills were not good. He saw the house on the tablet last night. His house could not be compared with the Tang dynasty. He thought that the Tang dynasty would come over in the future. He could not provide good houses. It was not good to ask for things from them. The houses are simple. We have stones on the island. Stones are good. They can be used to build houses. They're strong and beautiful. Li Yi thought of himself as someone from the island, and he was the one who opened it. The pronunciation of the translated words was different. Li Yi analyzed for a while before he understood the words with the same meaning. Stones can be used to carve beautiful things. The people from the Tang dynasty will have craftsmen. Li Yi promised. Chapter 1403. All seafood, or rather freshwater seafood, basically have residual food, sand and mud in their stomach. After breakfast and a short rest, Li Yi and the 6 leaders got off the boat and taught them how to deal with seafood. He explained that dealing with seafood mainly depended on the physiological problems of the seafood. One was like humans vomiting when they drank too much or felt dizzy. If the seafood was shaken, they would also feel dizzy and vomit. The other was breathing problems. When the air pressure was low, humans would gasp for air. At the same time, they were willing to drink carbonated drinks. Carbonated drinks contain carbon dioxide, and inhaling too much carbon dioxide would cause hypoxia. However, carbon dioxide could promote the brainstem respiratory system. Without carbon dioxide, humans would die. It was the same for things in water. In winter, fish would come over when a hole was made in the ice in the north. One was because there was sunlight, and it was warmer. The other was in their genes. Fish and shrimp knew that there was oxygen when there was light, so they would come over to breathe. If a person had a big balloon and blew, and inhaled into the balloon without breathing through his nose, he would find that his breathing rate would increase, and the amplitude would increase at the same time. When dealing with things in the water, adding some oil and vinegar would reduce the oxygen content. They would gasp for air and vomit things out. Seafood had to change salt water for a long time. Clean seawater would not be able to eat, and would be metabolized, so they would vomit out. The leaders listened and memorized with their heads. The palace maids and eunuchs had already picked up pens and paper, and started to write. Their task was difficult, and they had to remember what Li Yi said. We prefer to eat scallops because there are more dirty things in the skirt. Remember to cook them and dry them. Li Yi also talked about how to deal with scallops, oysters, sea rainbow, and other shellfish, including razor clams and so on. Clam shells were actually useful, but he did not want to collect them here. There were some in the Tang dynasty by the sea. After oil was processed, it could be used to make Vaseline. This was the main raw material of clam oil when he was young. Other fragrances and glycerin were added. The clam oil was very beautiful at that time. He broke it open and smeared it with his finger. It was mainly for the hands. Friendship vanishing cream, bright purple and red. There was a layer of plastic under the cover, and then there was no more. There was also some hair oil. When combing the hair, put a drop of it on the wooden comb. It could not fix the shape. It was either hair gel, or to make the hair look shiny. Li Yi didn't want his hair to be oily. It was too greasy. As long as his hair was natural and had enough nutrients, it wouldn't be a problem. As Li Yi spoke, he turned to look at Princess Yongmu. Wen Tian, your lips are naturally red. Let me apply some lipstick for you. Li Yi exchanged for a lipstick and slowly applied it on Princess Yongmu. Look, it really makes me want to kiss it. Li Yi was satisfied. He couldn't make the lipstick that he had exchanged for now. Yes. Xiaolan panicked. Don't put it away, there's still someone else. The sea breeze was so strong, and her lips were dry. Here. Li Yi handed it over. Lan put her hands behind her back, stretched her neck, stuck her head out, and opened her mouth slightly. Stop stretching your neck, and stand still. Shall I draw a lip line for you today? Li Yi said as he applied the lip line for Xiaolan. She suddenly reacted. When we go back, Wen Tianlan Pavilion has more products. Fake eyelashes, mascara, lip pencil, eyeshadow, they can all be made. There's also lipstick. You don't have to use red paper. It's not good to eat too much cinnabar. Let me think about the lipstick. Oh, I'll check how to make it. As he spoke, Li Yi finished applying the lipstick for Xiaolan. Xiaolan went over and hugged Princess Yongmu's arm. At this time, the indigenous people had already taken off their clothes and went down to fish for shellfish and kelp. They didn't have the time to care about lipstick. They just wanted to make money. Hurry up and get it. Li Lang, the people in every place are different. The people by the sea are very hard-working. Princess Yongmu looked at the people who jumped into the sea like dumplings and felt her heart ache. It was already early spring, and it was morning. Li Yi was stunned. Many images and information appeared in his mind. Yes, the people by the sea were very hard-working. Whether it was Hokkien or Cantonese, on the basis of the pentatonic mode, it was always a struggle. As for the northeast region was more of a minor tune that sang about life. Only in the early stages of liberation would there be confrontational songs, such as turning the situation around. As for the north of Shaanxi, it was more straightforward, like believing in heaven. As for Mongolia, it was usually to show one's breadth of mind. As for the northwest region, it was more about praises. It was not like this. From the name of Sichuan, Chengdu was the capital city. It had a deep cultural heritage, and it was more about fighting spirit and courage. Even if there was a war, it would not show sorrow. The minor tunes in Suzhou and Zhejiang were more gentle. The Hokkien and Fujian seemed to bite every word to death when singing. Li Yi realized that the more desolate a place was, the more optimistic it was. The more prosperous a place was, the more comfortable it was. In ancient times, the people in the interior believed in fate more. The people on the coast did not believe in it. To put it bluntly, no matter what the form was, the people in all parts of China were fighting. Li Lang. After Princess Yongmu finished speaking, she realized that Li Yi was in a daze. She shouted twice. With virtue and faith as the foundation, it can't be separated from interests. Have enough grain and no etiquette. Have enough food and clothing and no honor and disgrace. Don't worry about scarcity but worry about inequality. Don't worry about poverty, but worry about insecurity. It's really amazing. Li Yi said something that made Princess Yongmu feel puzzled. Li Yi was convinced. The wisdom of the ancient people in China was simply heaven-defying. The ancient people in China had already studied the survival and development of human beings very clearly. One could not expect a person to be bound by morality and then say that he should sacrifice himself because he was a party member. Was there? Yes, and there were many people like that. It was exciting and tearful, but more people were not like that. The ancient people's philosophy admitted that people were selfish. There were too few good people. It was not the fault of others, but the problem of the social system. As a local official, his monthly income was only 5,000 yuan, but he worked hard to bring the local people to an average income of more than 50,000 yuan. At this time, his child was sick and needed 500,000 yuan to treat him. If he had no money, Others would give him 1,000,000 yuan to save his child. Should he take it or not? If he took it, it would be corruption. If he didn't take it, how could a person who could abandon his own child love his country? Even if he was brainwashed, would he still have friends? Li Yi thought, and his hair stood on end. Wen Tian, remind me later to formulate a better system for officials, official craftsmen, medical, agriculture, aquatic products, and other face-to-face talents to assist the family. Li Yi finally understood. Don't use morality to kidnap people. Whoever had the ability to let more people follow him, or her, and obtain enough benefits was worthy of support. Such people should enjoy better benefits, including their families. Instead of drawing a line and asking them to contribute while shedding tears. People were only in this lifetime, and it was only a few decades. Why should a person who could lead others to live a good life lead his family to suffer when others were enjoying it? Should I continue to give money? Princess Yongmu thought for a while and realized that the most direct way was to give money. She did not care whether she gave money or not. After all, she was not the one paying. Oh, it was fine if she paid. It was the same whether she had money or not. She had never spent money before. The only place where she spent money was donations. Chapter 1404. A large number of Aborigines were fishing for seafood, and Li Yi was looking at the stone houses on the island. Li Yi always felt a little awkward when the word house was used for the buildings on the island. It was indeed a place that could be lived in by piling stones, but it was too short. It was more like a hole. No matter how the stones were piled up, the wind would leak through. There was mud in the gaps, and it would leak when it rained. In some places in the Tang dynasty, there were stone houses. The surrounding walls were piled with stones, and the mud was mixed with grass. It was tough. At the same time, there was a straw curtain on top. As long as it didn't rain heavily, the roof wouldn't leak. House, I'll use small stones to build one for you. No, winged knights, come over and build a stone house. Li Yi called out, and the winged knights and the craftsmen came over. There were only 4 craftsmen. They could do anything and competed for it. Each stone had a different shape. Under the guidance of the craftsmen, the stones of different sizes were stacked together. This was a purely technical job. Not to mention the Aborigines, even the young people at Li Yi's time, including Li Yi, couldn't build a wall when faced with a large pile of stones. They couldn't even stack building blocks properly. It was extremely difficult to build a strong wall with stones. The craftsmen mixed the mud and smeared it when the stones were stacked. It was mainly for the cracks and adhesion. When mixing the mud, you should use rice milk. That way it'll be stronger. You can even use the rice milk's mud to smash out bricks. Li Yi told Princess Yongmu about the method used to build the city. As a member of the royal family, Princess Yongmu didn't know how to build the city wall. Now I know. Use cement. Princess Yongmu gestured. Cement isn't easy to burn, but it's always easier than the native method. Some mud even needs to be added. The overall cost is higher than cement. Li Yi was in charge of watching others build houses. He thought that it would be easier to apply cement. When we return, ask them if they want cement to build a strong house and tiles. Burning on the island is tiring. Jeju Island didn't have coal mines, but Silla did. The people of Silla didn't know how to use them yet, so they were still burning wood. Silla used materials to make ceramics, such as kaolin and so on. They learned how to burn pottery. Porcelain can't be burned at the moment. If pottery can be burned, use burning tiles. Danluo did not belong to Xinluo. He was just looking for a place to stay. The island was owned by Danluo. The place where they lived was in Guangzhou City, which belonged to Li Yi back then. Li Yi was thinking about how much cement to sell, and what the locals would exchange for it. With sturdy and spacious houses, the Aborigines were more willing to regard themselves as people of the Tang dynasty. After a long time, they might as well merge into the Tang dynasty. Li Lang, put some mud on it. Grass will grow, right? Xiaolon saw that someone was putting grass in the mud, and imagined that the house would be surrounded by grass. Yes, adding lime and steaming the soil at the same time can put an end to the growth of grass to a certain extent. At the same time, very small insects will be steamed to death. Li Yi admitted that grass could grow, but he did not consider the problem of growing grass. It was more important for the Aborigines to have a comfortable house. Grass could be treated slowly, such as with salt. It was best not to pull it out, as it would bring out the mud from the cracks. 2 hours later, a stone house with a height of 2 meters and a length and width of 5 meters appeared in front of everyone. The winged knights were shirtless. Sweat flowed down their skin as they panted. They had the skills to build a stone house. For the people who carried it, it was definitely a strenuous job. The craftsmen still had to weave grass curtains, but Li Yi stopped them. There was no time to waste. He took the stalks of the crops and changed to a grass curtain weaving machine. Kacha kacha. Not long after, a large grass curtain appeared. Keep the equipment and install it on the yacht. When we reach other places, we'll give the grass curtains to the locals. Li Yi was reluctant to put the equipment on the island. It was electric, not human-powered. Should he modify it? With the grass curtains, the craftsmen used wood to make shelves. Li Yi made a woodcutter and cut the boards. The wooden craftsmen began to chisel the mortise and tenon, install it, and finally lay the grass curtain on it. A stone house with a triangular roof, a height of 2 meters, and an area of 25 square meters was built. The Aborigines were dumbfounded. Not long after, a big house was built. What was that grass weaver and woodcutter? Princess Yongmu felt sorry for Li Yi's lifespan. Li Lang, is a woodcutter also useful? The place we're going to has a lot of wood. Trees that are hundreds of years old, or even thousands of years old will do. It's just right to build a wooden house there as a stronghold in the future. The next island we're going to has a lot of wood, and it always rains. It belongs to the Japanese Empire. The Japanese Empire learned from the Tang dynasty. Don't we have Gyeonggi Province, Hunan Province, Jiangnan Province, Shannon Province, and other places? The Japanese Empire also has Takedo, Nankado, and Zakado. The island belongs to the Daisu Kingdom of Zakado. It has more power than the provincial governor. But there are few people on the island. Who would want to live in a place where it rains all day, right? Li Yi said that the next location will take half a day's boat ride. Yakushima Island. Li Yi admired the people who can survive in this kind of weather. They are not ordinary people. What's the big deal about the rainy season? It's just a few months. Yakushima Island is not like that. It rains all year round. There are not many people from the Japanese Empire in Yakushima Island now. Just like how Hokkaido is not considered to be part of the Japanese Empire. Who wants to live in a cold place? There is no air conditioning, no heating, and no stove. Li Yi admits that he does not want to live like that. When he reaches that kind of environment, he will definitely change. Like the Khitans, Shi tribe, and Bohai Kingdom. How can they survive without a stove? Li Yi came to the side of the 6 leaders who were still in shock. Build a house according to this method. Try it out. I will provide other things for everyone in the future. Li Yi knows what the house is lacking. It's a stove and a stove. The temperature on the island is still low in the morning, around 10 degrees Celsius. At noon, it can reach 20 degrees Celsius. Anyway, they need a stove and a stove. They already have a stove, but the technology is not good enough. Especially without a special flue, it is easy to be poisoned by carbon monoxide. When the weather is bad, the flue will also be poisoned. Even now, in the Tang dynasty's capital, the stove is still hot and the stove is slightly cold. The stove is covered with bamboo mats or reed mats. The mats at the head of the stove are usually very stable. The mats are darker in color and can even be yellow or black. Some people use thread and cloth to patch and wrap the mats that are often brittle due to high temperatures. As for why they don't change the mats, it's because of money. They can't earn a whole day's worth of work anyway. If they can't afford it, they can change the mats or switch the positions of the mats at the head of the stove. This is life. There is no romance in it. The leaders did not think of anything else. Their eyes were filled with determination. They know how to build. They saw it with their own eyes and felt that it is not difficult. Pile up stones, smear mud, weave straw mats, and build wooden frames. If there is no broken wood, they can be thicker. Chapter 1405. While they were busy, it was noon. Li Yi steamed several kinds of rice made from millet and cleaned the seaweed and seaweed. He cut the caught fish, and took out the fish meat to roll. This was what the fishermen in the Tang dynasty often ate. It was the same before the Tang dynasty. When the fishermen went out to sea to fish, they brought cooked rice. It was not northeast rice but rice. When they went into the sea, they caught seaweed and fish, and mixed them together to eat. They brought pickled vegetables, or dried preserved vegetables, and rolled them together. It did not have to be rolled. It could be eaten normally. Or if the seaweed was big, it could be wrapped in a bag. Li picked the fish and checked it a little. He did not want to get parasites because of a meal. Now he was making the food with stone flowers. The Aborigines on the island had caught a lot of stone flowers, so he just needed to add salt. Eat less. After eating, we will set off and eat on the way. Princess Yongmu said to the nurses, officials, craftsmen, palace maids, and eunuchs. The winged knights did not care. They could eat anything. Li did not like to eat raw food, including raw beef. He even fried eggs until they were cooked. The only raw food he liked to eat was drunk crab and drunk shrimp. He would not eat steak if he could. It was cooked until it was hard, and it was difficult to chew. If it was not cooked, he would be worried. Well, he was not used to it. He did not like to eat salad with salad dressing. It was not as delicious as the Sichuan pickles. Even cucumber would be good. The Aborigines on the island ate with all their might. From yesterday until now, they were in a happy state. They were so happy that they did not want Wangru anymore. They changed to the Tang dynasty. After the meal, Li boarded the ship and weighed the anchor amidst the reluctance of the Aboriginals. Many Aborigines shouted and cried. Li waved goodbye on the ship. Seeing them like this, I don't want to leave. The little girl Qing Dai was sad. When we meet, we treat them with sincerity. When we part, we have no regrets. Li did not care. His heart was not here. He wanted to go to a farther place, to get the seeds, for the people of the Tang dynasty. The yacht sailed towards Yako Island. After setting the automatic operation, Li ate with everyone. In fact, it was just eating vegetables, not eating the staple food, and drinking rice wine. Seafood actually tasted the best with beer, especially cold beer. Li didn't dare to let everyone eat like that. If they got gout, it would be troublesome. Of course, gout was not only a matter of diet, but also hereditary and genetic mutations. Li Lang, the day after tomorrow is the 15th day of the first lunar month. Are we having glutinous rice balls? Princess Yongmu ate the prawns and dipped them in the triple oil. There's glutinous rice. Make some. Don't make too much. If you eat too much, your stomach will be upset. There was glutinous rice on the yacht. Li wanted to make some dumplings. He ate tangyuan and zongzi. Eating too much made his stomach uncomfortable. But it was not the kind that made him feel bloated. 2 mouthfuls of deep-fried glutinous rice cake were enough. Any more and she wouldn't be able to stand it. He admired those people who could eat a lot. They could eat more than 10 zongzi in one go. And tangyuan was one after another. They loved to eat them. Is there anything going on recently? In the political affairs hall, Song Jing was having lunch. Li had just finished his lunch. The Tang dynasty had just finished Chang'an, so there was a time difference. Li family Zhuangzi sent lunch boxes. In the morning, Li family Zhuangzi chose the dishes themselves. At noon, Li family Zhuangzi packed the lunch boxes and sent them to the destination. There were 3 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, soup and side dishes on the enamel plates. Some people liked to eat rice, some wanted to eat steamed buns, and some wanted noodles. Bai Gu chose egg fried rice with extra green onions. When he heard Song Jing's question, he swallowed the food in his mouth and replied, "The price of glutinous rice has increased by 20%. The grain store in the south of the city did not suppress the price. It is within the permitted range." Bai Gu considered the prices in the government. It was almost the 15th day of the first lunar month. Everyone wanted to eat glutinous rice tangyuan. Once they bought it, the price of glutinous rice would increase. Li family Zhuangzi would not do anything if the price increase was below 30%. And the vegetables in winter were within the range of 1000%. However, the price of staple grains could not increase by more than 10%. There was also the matter of salt. If glutinous rice was expensive, they could not eat it. If cucumber was expensive, They could eat pickled vegetables and dried vegetables. Pork was not cheap, but there was still chicken and eggs. When it came to millet, sorghum, rice, wheat, and salt, the price would be strictly controlled. If the grain merchants in the government dared to join forces to raise the price, Li family Zhuangzi would sell it at a lower price. If the price increased to 100 renminbi per bushel, Li family Zhuangzi would provide 50 renminbi per bushel to the commoners. Furthermore, they would provide it for a long time. Li family Zhuangzi would rather lose money than to let the grain merchants know the rules. Everyone in the government knew that the price should be raised as much as they wanted. Do not provoke them. There has been no news from the source of the Yellow River for a few days. Song Jing wanted to talk about something unrelated to the price. He was worried about the source of the Yellow River. He was afraid that something would happen. Li Yi was not around. He hoped that everything would go according to the original plan. I think the coming year will be good. It is spring now. When the Yellow River melts, it will be more convenient to travel. The pigeon said that there is no shortage of food. Zhang Juling was full of expectations. He was looking forward to the pigeons. 2 of the pigeons that Li family Zhuangzi asked people to bring back to Shu during the New Year flew back. 2 pigeons, not one less. He said in his heart that he had started to raise pigeons in Shu, and that 200 pigeons would be sent over at the beginning of spring. He also said in his heart that there was no shortage of supplies in Shu. Sui looked at the eggplant soup in front of him. Spring is warm. Tubo has recovered. Will they start to fight? Impossible. There are fewer people. More than 100,000 people have become people of the Tang dynasty. Their weapons have been confiscated. Tubo has lost its morale. They have to worry about farming. Gao Lisher came in and spoke as he walked. Behind him was Li Longji. Li Longji wanted to finish his work in the morning and go straight home. Li family Zhuangzi was there for lunch. However, he heard that Sui was not in good health and had constipation. So he came over to check on Su'er. Su'er's food was limited today. The soup was eggplant and seaweed soup. The dishes were cabbage and vinegar, celery fried meat, beef stewed radish, lotus root slices with honey, garlic eggs and twice-cooked pork with green garlic. The side dishes were spinach with garlic, chrysanthemum with sauce, shredded ginger, and cucumber with garlic. The staple food was sorghum rice with water. He was not even allowed to eat a piece of fermented bean curd. It was quite pitiful that he was restricted from eating what he wanted when he was sick. However, which one of these dishes was not delicious? Your Majesty. Everyone stood up and bowed. Sit. I haven't eaten yet. I will eat with you. Li Longji took a plate for himself. He was not sick. He could eat whatever he wanted. The soup bowl was placed on the edge of the plate, but he held it very steadily. The soup he drank was shredded potato soup. Li had exchanged a few potatoes for him. He chose a potato and cut it into 1/3 for dinner. See if the prefectures near the capital can start collecting taxes this year. Li Longji said to Baigu. Your subject has already arranged it. Your Majesty can rest assured. Baigu looked at a small box on Li Longji's plate as he spoke. It was filled with garlic chili sauce. It had already fermented, and he could smell it. Longza, try this sauce. Today's batch has just finished fermenting. Li Longji swallowed his saliva and used a spoon to scoop it onto the rice in front of Baigu. Thank you, Your Majesty. This year's sauce is ready. Xiaoyi is not here. Baigu was happy and was about to complain that Li Yi did not take the initiative to send it to him, when he suddenly remembered that Li Yi had gone out to sea. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.